Good morning, Chatty House.
John Bull doesn't get the belt, but shout out to John for showing his cowardly face in our chat today.
Oh? Always love.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
What up, dog? I appreciate you.
I forgot my earpieces today. So now I feel like
James is a big radio guy today.
I feel like Warren.
Katrina gets the belt, by the way. Congratulations to Katrina. That's big time.
Have you seen my baseball?
What?
Have you seen my baseball? Warren, something about Mary.
Yeah.
He wears headphones everywhere.
Speaking of Warren, from our chatty house, not from Something About Mary, but Warren's here today. We can start the show normally.
Sweet.
Thanks, Drew. What up, David? This is my new A's game hat. We have a show to do. Here we go. Yo, Thursday is always the best day of the week, but it's even more the best day of the week today because it's also our Friday.
Oh, it is. That's
yes. Right. FYI, everybody. We're not doing a show tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
We're having a station meeting instead.
This is a good day. This is a Thursday, Friday. So this might be the best day of the week.
This is the best Thursday.
It is the best Thursday.
Like, Thursday is always the best day, but this, I believe, is the best Thursday, although TBD on other holidays. Shout out to Thanksgiving. That is also a very strong Thursday, but this one in particular, because we're also off Monday with the holiday. So it's just a big time Thursday for us. We have so much stuff to get into. Kings related, not Kings related. Mavs 108, Timberwolves 105 in the Western Conference Finals. Game one of that series last night. Tons to crack open there. But James, you made some. Well, you wrote a thing about Mike Brown and his contract situation.
Yeah.
The waves were generated by how some of that piece was interpreted. I think is the right way to put it. In some of the ways the wording was aggregated.
Yes.
In particular, this part. You wrote at The Kings Beat, thekingsbeat.com. Subscribe today. Also subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Brown backed up 1 year with year one with a 46-36 record in year two, but the Kings fell short of the playoffs, falling in the second of two play-in tournament games. The failure to repeat the success of the previous year hasn't sat well with ownership, according to sources. So the way this is being interpreted is Mike Brown is on the hot seat. Kings ownership is unhappy with Mike Brown. Is that what that means? Is this a scenario where I asked you a while back, hey, is there a concern that, because you and I are on the same page, and I think most Kings fans are on the same page, most NBA fans would be on the same page, that extending Mike Brown is the thing to do this offseason. That is a very basic step forward that the Kings can take. And I asked you, hey, is there a concern maybe that Kings ownership is going to go, no, you finish out your 1 year, 1 year on your deal, see if you can make the playoffs. And if you do, then we'll talk extension. If not, then we're not paying a coach that we're not happy with.
Of course.
Where do you land on this?
Yeah. Okay. So the quote you just read was put out by someone on Twitter, and it said Kings ownership unhappy with Mike Brown. That's not what I said. They're unhappy with the fact they didn't make the playoffs, and rightfully so. Like, I understand them being upset that they didn't make the playoffs. Not only do you want to win if you're an owner that has some stake in this, but the financial stake in it as well. So, look, I didn't at all try to light some sort of torch to burn down Mike Brown or Vivek Ranadive here and say that there's a huge issue.
Sure.
Only to say that, like, look, this has happened before. We don't want to see this thing happen again. There is a negotiation that has to take place here, but also this is what other coaches around what Mike Brown's like career win percentage is, his like all of the things that you judge a coach on.
Sure.
You can look and see where prices have skyrocketed with NBA head coaches. It started with Monty Williams. It goes, Greg Popovich got his extension, Eric Spoelstra, and it just keeps going, right? All of these coaches are getting much larger salaries than they did before.
Right.
I have in here that Mike Brown is making less than what Luke Walton made as a head coach of the Kings a few years ago. And you can look at Mike Brown's credentials versus Luke Walton's credentials and be confused by that, because that doesn't make a lot of sense. And like, look, it got taken out of context, but that happens on the internet. And I have no problems with anything that I wrote, and I'll stand behind everything that I said, that I always do. And it's if you want to read the piece, it's free. You have to be a subscriber, but not a premium subscriber.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it was that incendiary at all.
I didn't take it. No, I mean, like I said, here's where the reason that piece even perked up my antennas is because of that little piece in the back of my head that's sitting there. I am 90% sure that the Kings are going to extend Mike Brown.
Yeah, I'm not.
Maybe 95, whatever. But there's whatever small percentage is still sitting back there going, yo, I've been around this team enough, and I've seen this team do enough things in, 2011. So is that 12, 13 years of being in media out here? I've seen enough weird things happen to know that this scenario where Mike Brown doesn't get an extension is like on the table. I don't think it's what the Kings want to do. I don't think it's what Mike Brown wants.
No,
but that's the only reason that piece in particular, that section that got kind of chopped out and posted on Twitter, aggregated, is because of that. Is because of the worry that hey, they're gonna mess this up.
Well, there's nothing that says they're not going to mess it up.
Sure.
I mean, a proven track record of having these things not go that well. And that's part of the crux of the story. Like, hey, we've been here before. Like, this whole situation played out very similar to the one that happened with Michael Malone. And like, part of the reason why I bring that up is because you have free agents that want to know. You got Malik Monk that wants to know who he's playing for.
Yes.
Like, is it gonna be Mike Brown for a year, and then who knows what happens, and this thing can go sideways, or are we doing this? And same with De'Aaron Fox, same with Domantas Sabonis.
That's the other huge piece of this.
Yeah,
is you had these guys signing up for the Mike Brown team. You had that was the vision that was presented to these players as, hey, your next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, however many years it is, it's going to be with the idea that Mike Brown is going to be the head coach and is going to be the guy moving forward.
Yeah.
I understand that Kings ownership and the front office and the coaching staff and the players are not happy with the way this year went. Ask them.
Yeah.
Nobody's thrilled with, hey, 46 wins. As a fan, you can sit here and go, wow, you know what? It's so nice to be at least relevant. It's so nice to at least be in the mix. But I promise the people with a financial stake in this, with their careers at stake in this, with future job opportunities and earnings with stake in this, are way unhappier than any of us are.
Yep.
So that's where I get that they are unhappy with it. And I think that's what was presented. But the problem for me is my hope, my wish is that unhappiness does not fall directly on the head coach, because I think there were so many things outside of his control. I think there are things you could point to with moves that were not made in the offseason, moves that were or were not made at the trade deadline. Certainly, if you want to blame the coaching staff on some nights, sure, but you've got injury problems.
Yep.
I mean, there are so many things that went sideways this year that I would have a really, really hard time placing the blame on the coach. But on the other hand, he doesn't have an extension yet.
Nope.
He's going into the final year of his deal. And if ownership is unhappy with just kind of the overall whatever it is, maybe not with Mike Brown, maybe his seat is not hot. but maybe ownership is unhappy with the way last year went, and they're going to go, we need to see another year of growth before we decide to commit to this thing long term. That's what I'm scared of.
Yeah, and like, look, I haven't heard that Mike Brown's on the hot seat at all.
Sure,
at all. Like, I haven't heard that.
Mhm.
But you also have to, like the old David Stern line, like, life is a negotiation.
Mhm.
And I'd also point out, like, we talked about this before the show, but like, this isn't the first time this has been written. There was an article by Sam and Slater right
Mhm.
after the season about what Mike Brown might be looking for. There was an article last Wednesday from Jake Fisher that mentions Mike Brown, and even the way that Jake Fisher's story has been aggregated and turned into something different than
Pretty
it
wild.
actually says is totally wild. So Jake Fisher says Brown's talks are expected to center around a similar 8-figure threshold as well, league sources tell Yahoo, right? But
Yes.
you go to Bleacher Report and how they aggregated this that day, and it says, rumor, Kings head coach could land 8-figure contract extension in offseason. That's not what Jake Fisher says. That's according to Jake Fisher. They go back to Jake Fisher. You can read it. They go back to Jake Fisher's words. And again, that's not what Jake Fisher says. Brown's talks are expected to center around a similar 8-figure threshold as well. Those are talks, and we don't know what talks those. Like, I can yell out the window, "Hey, I want I want, an 8-figure salary." Okay.
In fact, you know what? I'm going to report that right now.
Yes.
The insiders' contract talks could start in the 8-figure range.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I definitely have a range in which I know that, the two sides could go with. Well, that one side is looking for and one side might not be willing to go to. But that doesn't matter. That's not what this isn't what's being reported. And there was no Kings close. That's what you saw all over the internet last Wednesday. Kings close to a contract extension with Mike Brown. No,
that's insane.
No, they're not. That's not what Jake Fisher says. And it just keeps, it's like the game of, what is it, telephone?
Yeah.
Like, that's what it is. It just keeps getting diluted until you're like, okay, what are we doing here?
The problem is he sourced that, and again, not this is not an anti-Jake Fisher thing. This is just trying to get to the bottom of how they got aggregated like that, and just trying to also get to exactly where things kind of stand. He sources the fact that Monty Williams and Mike Budenholzer's contracts will be the jumping off point for Mike Brown contract talks. And it's like, duh. That I don't need to source that. You guys, you D-Lo and KC talked about that on Monday or Tuesday this week. Yeah. Whenever you're on with them this week, I don't know days. You guys talked about that. You can just logically connect dots and get there.
Yeah.
But when it goes, according to league sources, like, okay. And now it's reported Mike Brown is close. No.
Hey, no one in Sacramento, no one outside of Sacramento should be at all confused why the fact that Vivek Ranadive, that I put it in there, is not happy that they didn't make the playoffs for a second straight year. That it's not earth-shattering. It's not groundbreaking.
No, for 1 year. Oh, they didn't make the playoffs.
That they didn't make the playoffs
second season.
In a second season. Like, no one should be confused by that.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, because in all honesty, if he's not, then what are you doing? Then you're not doing your job as an owner. You should be upset. You should be like, okay, how do we get there next? And I'm sure that that's what they're doing.
I hope so.
Yeah.
They're not. If they're not, I have way bigger questions. If the Kings are sitting there right now, like, that's fine. This is all fine. Let's run it back.
It's all fine.
We like where we're at. Vibes are good.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
All right. We need to hit a break. When we come back, we will dive into game 1 of the Western Conference Finals last night. And then we've got our final division, the Atlantic Division. We'll go through the teams in the Atlantic where with players the Kings could potentially go after this offseason. A couple teams with like none, which has not happened just yet. So we will get to that coming up as well. On the Insiders, we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're rocking with you until noon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, it's clear.
Cool. Yeah, because he's don't pick you up at all. There's no you, and then the music came in screaming. I don't know.
That's odd.
Yeah, it's it's all fuzzy. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, how did you use these before? I'm gonna go see if there's another set.
Yeah.
I don't know where my crummy Sennheiser.
Hi, friends. How's everyone doing? If they want to wait another year, that's insane. Like I don't. If you're waiting another year, that means you're giving. That means this year, there's no acceptable outcome other than like going to the playoffs and winning a playoff series and being contenders. Oh, I see. I feel you. Word. This is okay. Then that's my concern also. For sure. I agree. What up, Johnny? What up, Spencer? What up, Russell? Greg? Frank?
Hello, everyone.
Hey, all right, so I'm gonna mention this a couple times today. My wife sent me this video of this dude going to a K-pop concert. I'm guessing with his wife, maybe his girlfriend or maybe his friend. I don't know. But it was his first time going. It was up in Tacoma, Washington. He was going to see TXT. That's the group I went and saw in Oakland on Saturday. And they went to the merch line before the show because, like, in K-pop, there's like show specific merch that people just go bananas for. And not just like tour T-shirts. There's like other little like bits and bobs that are exclusive to the tour. But anyways, so the lines start for this like the night before. Like people camp out. It's insane. The line was crazy long. So this couple or these two people got up super early to go wait in line to get their TXT merch before the show, so they didn't have to worry about being in line at the show. In this video, this dude is decked out in Sacramento Kings gear.
Mm-hmm.
Hat, shirt, the whole works. So I told him to jump into the YouTube chat because I have so many questions for him as a sports and K-pop fan as well. So anyways, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Talking about K-pop at the break, and we get a K-pop rejoin. Shout out to Blackpink.
There we go.
It's a great song. It's called "Pretty Savage." If you want to look it up, big fan of that song. No, I was on Instagram this morning, and my wife sent me this video of a guy going to a K-pop concert and going into the merch line early. That's something that happens at these K-pop shows, and people camp out like the night before to get the tour exclusive merch. And this guy and his wife or girlfriend or friend or whatever, sister maybe, went early to go get in line for this merch. And in this video, he's decked out in Kings gear. And my wife was like, I bet this guy listens to your show. Sacramento guy, K-pop guy. Like, welcome in to the Insider. So I told him, I commented on the video. I was like, hit up our YouTube. I got questions. So fingers
Has he hit
crossed.
us up yet?
I don't think so. If he does, everybody please hit me up and let me know.
Yeah.
I would love to chat with that guy. I'm dead serious. I'm not doing a bit.
Okay.
I want his Kings takes. I want to know what he thought of the TXT show. I need to know what his alt group is. If it's TXT, I need to know who his bias is. I got questions.
You got questions that I don't even know what you're asking.
Yeah, no, and that's fine.
That's complicated, Kyle.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a long interview because of that, because of what you just said.
Okay.
But I want to know. I'm very interested in this Kings / K-pop fan.
All right. I'm here for it.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm being educated on the K-pop over the course of our budding show here.
Yeah, we're working on it very slowly. I'm still growing into my fandom as well.
Okay.
So I'm coming up on a year of being a stay. That's what Stray Kids, my favorite group in normal parlance, my favorite group is Stray Kids, and the fan group for Stray Kids is called Stay.
Okay.
So I'm about a year of being a stay, which is really what got me into K-pop. So I'm still very much exploring the genre. Jalen in the YouTube chat asked if I like Twice. I do like Twice.
This is complicated, man. Like all of this is complicated.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, what's funny is my wife always goes, because she's very into K-pop, and that's what got me into it.
Okay.
And she always goes, how do you remember all this stuff about sports? I hear you do a podcast. I hear you do a radio hit. I listen to your show, and I hear you're just rattling off names and numbers, and you guys are just constantly like, how do you know all this? It's like, well, first of all, the internet. Like, there's a lot of things that when we're spouting off numbers, I don't know Jaden McDaniels points, rebounds, and assists this year off the top of my head. That's on Google.
It wasn't good.
But you remember things from the game last night, and you can go through and talk about it. And it's the same way that you talk about, my wife, talk about K-pop or whatever TV show she's watching, or with her job. Like, there are things she does as a subsidy counselor for a nonprofit that I'm just like, this is like a different language.
Yeah.
But you can just rattle it off. That's just kind of how it goes. It's what you're interested in.
Hey, my wife's an attorney.
Like,
I love getting into all of that, the conversation though. I like to keep up and at least try to and understand some of it. And like, and then there are times where you've got to write something really complicated and you're like, hey, I need you to look at this for a legal purpose. So yeah. Anyway, I would also point out like when we talk about things on the, like, both of us have a mind for what we're doing. We have a memory for what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so like we might not be able to rattle off every stat for every player, but it's still the way both of us, I grew up looking at the back of baseball cards, studying the back of baseball cards.
Yep.
And so I can tell you what the front of a baseball card looks like from like 1960 until like probably 92, 93.
Okay, great. I have a fun game to play then this summer.
Okay.
Because sometimes once the finals are over, it's a little bit of a dead period for sports, as you know. The finals end, we'll have the draft. Some point we'll get free agency, but then there's just kind of that a couple weeks in July that's pretty dead. I have just thousands of baseball cards.
You're just gonna hold up a card. I'm gonna tell you what year.
Yeah, either that or.
Oh, I could go through and tell you.
I'll try and because I thought you were saying that I could be like, I could describe the thing happening on the card.
Oh.
And you could tell me who the player was.
Well, maybe that's possible.
Sure.
But no, I can actually tell you what like the physical look of the
like an 88 tops.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. So
that's dope.
Yeah.
It's much harder to do now that there's so many different.
Oh, now it's wild.
It used to be like tops and upper deck and maybe like Fleer.
And then not only that, but you could get a card, but is it the diamond or the gold?
Oh, it is
the I'm like the prism.
That's the thing I would like to get into the most that I'm not into right now.
Okay.
Because I used to collect baseball cards back in the day, but it was very much just, trying to get my favorite players. And I got really into this one upper deck series called 70s Decade, which was baseball cards or baseball players from the 1970s. This kind of like retro look. I got really into collecting those. But now, like you said, it is so hyper specific, and there are so many different avenues that you can go down as a collector. I would love to get into that if I ever have additional time and money.
Okay. I would love to go back and buy all the cards I wanted to buy when I was a kid.
Melissa in the chat, I meant to ask you this a second ago, and then I forgot, and now I'm going to ask again. Asked if the way I've gotten into K-pop via my wife, is there anything that you've gotten into because of yours? Like any hobbies, any TV shows?
No. Okay. So we kind of do separate TV shows. Like we watch, I'll watch Jeopardy with her.
Okay, great.
But
love Jeopardy.
But outside of that, not a ton. I mean, maybe over the course of the 20-something, well, almost 25 years we've been married, but like over the course of that time, we have gotten into certain things where like I kind of like jump into her hobby,
Yeah.
and then we move on to other things. But
Mhm.
I don't know, we work really well together, like doing home projects and stuff.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Yeah, like I have like video of my wife with the sledgehammer breaking up tile in an entryway, which is just like spectacular.
It could have
Like,
come out. It could have come out with a screwdriver, but you were like, nope, sledgehammer.
oh no, she's sitting there like with a sledgehammer breaking tile, like in a like to break up a whole hallway, like not a little bit of tile. So yeah.
That's incredible. We're punting the conference finals. I only have a couple minutes left. The Timberwolves fell apart at the end. Kyrie and Luka were really good. Minnesota got 35 from Jaden McDaniels and Kyle Anderson and didn't win. That's tough, but should be a really fun series. Super fun game. Good. Cover it?
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, phenomenal basketball game.
Yeah.
We
really,
also
really
should probably cover the fact that Domantas Sabonis was named third team
yeah.
All NBA.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That happened too.
That did happen.
Congratulations.
I
to
may have
Domantas
texted you
Sabonis.
like, oh shoot, I think we forgot this.
Oh, did you? I didn't. Whoops. My bad. Yeah, congrats to Domas. Very, very well deserved.
Yeah, very well deserved. And you know, that's it gives him a $1.3 million bonus because he has two bonuses built into his contract. One for All NBA at 1.3 million and one for All Star at 1.3 million. He didn't make the All Star team, but the fact that you don't make the All Star team but make All NBA doesn't make any sense. I mean, seriously,
so silly.
It just doesn't make any sense.
That's why I thought he would make All NBA, because it was such a glaring oversight that he didn't make the All Star team. And there's so many things that go into the All Star voting that don't go into the All NBA voting. And the fact that he was a top 7 MVP.
Yeah,
in MVP
8.
voting,
I think he was
top
8 this year, 7 last
top
year.
10, comfortably top 10 2 years in a row. The fact that he got the Defensive Player of the Year vote and got some all defense votes, it was pointing to me like, hey, this guy needs some recognition for being as consistently good as he was this year. So we're gonna put him on All NBA.
Yeah, I think so too. And you know, he finished right behind LeBron James, Steph Curry, for the third team All NBA. He finished ahead of Tyrese Halliburton and Devin Booker. Of course, De'Aaron Fox did not make All NBA, which financially is actually a big deal for him. He'll need to, and it might even push him out for his extension for another year, because he might want to wait and make sure that he's coming off All NBA because you get more money.
And then Mike Brown's going to be around.
Yeah, there you go. But Fox finished. He did get votes for All NBA. But we'll see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He finished after the top 15, so he's 23rd, above Bam Adebayo. Only got 7 total votes for All NBA, which I thought was very strange. Yeah,
man,
tough.
You know what's interesting is they took away the positions, but first team is 2 guards, 3 front court guys. Second team, 2 guards, 3 front court guys.
Yep.
A third team, 3 guards. You got 3 guards on the third team, 2 front court guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's always going to balance out.
I was right, and I was kind of wondering how removing the positions would affect anything. But I think Domas, regardless, would have been the third team All NBA center.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. No, I think so too.
I don't think it's crazy.
No, he should be the even above Bam. Like I know Bam is a
really,
superior
really
defensive player, but just all around. I mean, Sabonis' stats were nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, how many? What do you have? Like 77 double doubles. It's crazy. Led the league in triple doubles. Led the league in rebounding. Like all these things. Like second, third team All NBA. That's about right. And again, he's building his Hall of Fame resume, which is what I like to see.
Yep, definitely. All right. Congrats to Domas. One more round of applause. Third team All NBA for the second consecutive season. All right, let's talk Kings. We're going to jump over to the Atlantic Division, and we're going to go through every team in the Atlantic Division and identify some players that the Kings could go after this offseason, whether it's a trade, whether it's in free agency, and whether it's adding a starter, a bench upgrade, or just taking a flyer on a guy. We'll talk about that next. It is our last division for this project, and it's been a ton of fun. So stick with us on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? Let's see. Do we have the Schwab? Stump the Schwab. Yeah, he just passed away like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
That was longer ago than that, but yeah.
Is that long ago?
Yeah, maybe a month ago.
Oh, it's possible.
But just recently he passed.
Yeah.
R.I.P. What I was going to say before I got rudely interrupted by the Domas stuff.
My bad, yo.
No. You did the right thing there. We should have mentioned that off the top, but I got sidetracked in the beginning and I got sidetracked again. When we remodeled our upstairs bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
So when we bought our house, it was new paint, remodeled downstairs, new carpet. The downstairs bathroom had been remodeled. The master and the guest bathroom upstairs had not been done. We had a little bit of a leak issue in that bathroom that made us tear everything up anyways. So the floor was torn up, the toilet got taken out, all that jazz. So we had to go take out the vanity and all that. I was stunned at how easy it is to take apart a bathroom with like a box cutter and a little force.
Oh yeah.
What I just because I don't know. I didn't do it construction. But
Yeah.
Just cut the caulking off and just go boom boom and it's out.
Yeah, I think like a bathroom, like a standard bathroom remodel is going to cost you like 25 to 30 for a small, like a small bathroom. Like if you've got a shower, it's going to be a little bit more. You can just tear it all apart yourself. You can throw floor down. You can like, I won't, especially in upstairs. I won't touch a shower pan upstairs.
Sure.
Like downstairs, yeah, I could figure out how to float a shower pan and put it in, install it. But upstairs, because if you mess up, then it's going to leak down.
Yes.
And
you
it's
have
gonna,
a whole host of problems.
Yeah, it's gonna not only ruin your ceiling, but it can ruin your floor down below and everything else. So I won't mess with that. But yeah, and I also like we gutted our house, like we took out walls, like
to the studs,
and then we added 1,700 square feet after that. Yeah,
all bathroom.
What's that?
I said all bathroom.
I did rebuild our master bath and completely reconfigured it, and it's totally different than it looked like and I had a plumber come in and do all the under subfloor plumbing just to move everything. But yeah, it turned out wonderful.
Excellent.
It's good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we remodeled that upstairs bathroom by ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little help from Pops.
I mean, a vanity's
a handy dude.
Yeah, vanity. I mean, if you do a nice vanity, you're looking at like $500. Like, and then you got to buy the sink but the toilet, you get a really good toilet for like $150, $200. Yeah.
Yeah, we got one. It was right before COVID. And so we were supposed to have somebody come out and look at it. But what happened with that? They were going to come out and then canceled because of COVID. And we're like, all right, that makes sense. And they were like, we'll reschedule. We're like, great. And then trying to get them to reschedule was just a nightmare. So
yeah.
Did it our damn selves.
Katrina, I do watch HGTV shows. Or at least I have in the past.
I love HGTV.
Yeah. I don't know. It's cool. It gives you ideas about different looks and stuff. We had in our upstairs, we had 2 full master bedrooms with master baths when we bought the house, and I gutted the whole middle and built one giant master and then added a wall to build a gigantic master walk-in closet. This is over the course of years. Like, I've lived in the same house, I think, for 9 years.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
In case you missed it, Domantas Sabonis, 3rd team All-NBA, along with Steph Curry, Devin Booker, Tyrese Halliburton, and LeBron James. Second. Congrats to Domas. Did we say first team was Giannis, Luka, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, and Jason Tatum. Second team, Jalen Brunson, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, Anthony Edwards, and Kawhi Leonard. And then, of course, the third team. Let's talk about the Atlantic Division.
Okay. Before, I just want to mention this too. We talked a little bit about Fox and what his like if he made All NBA, what that means for his extension.
Please.
The impact of Tyrese Halliburton making All NBA is that he jumped from a player who can make 25% of the team salary cap to 30. With All NBA, he jumped from a contract that would have paid him $35.25 million in 2024-25 to 42.3, according to Bobby Marks. So his contract jumped from $204,450,000 to $245,340,000. That's a good way to watch $7 million of your potential salary cap to vanish magically, which is what just happened to Indiana Pacers, which I'm sure they don't mind. But basically, by making All NBA, it's $7 million in each of the first 2 years, $9 million, $8.5 million in year 3. $9 million in year 4 and an additional $9 million in year 5 of his deal.
Man,
that's the complications of the salary cap, and good players cost a lot of money.
This point by John Bull on youtube.com/ESPN1320 in our YouTube chat. Sure glad a bunch of random media people get to decide this. That is something that needs to be fixed immediately.
Yeah.
You cannot, not that, the All NBA teams are typically with, a couple of nitpicks here. They're pretty much the top 15 guys or so. Like I said, it's a nitpick every year or two, but that's so much money for votes that you'll hear people go, I take my vote very seriously. And like, yeah, I'm sure you do, but you're meaning to tell me that those people watched, what do you think? What do you think is a good sample size? Half a season, 41 games?
Okay. Yeah.
Like half a season of every single player in the league, and taking like copious notes and really diving deep. No chance, dude. They have other things to do. And that's not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming them in the voting process. Like I said, I think for the most part, the voters do a pretty good job. Mm-hmm. And I'm not, you are covering an entire league. You have podcasts to do and writing to do and maybe another job, and you have a family and a life. So I get that this can't be, but that's the point. And that's why you can't tie so many financial stakes to these votes when, people don't have the proper tools to vote.
I totally agree. I know, like when I first started in this business, Scott Howard Cooper was, I think he had just left the B and just joined like NBA.com.
Sure.
And Scott was a writer in the NBA for years and years, like very talented writer, good dude. And he used to say this exact thing because we had gotten discussions about like, how do you become a voter and stuff like that. And he's like, man, I don't want to vote. He's like, because I'm tying, my vote means so much financially to these players. Yeah. Like there's a big difference between an all-star player and a non-all-star player. Yes. Even if they're close to being an all-star, but what they get paid is different.
Yeah.
And then you look at the All-NBA stuff, and I think that what I'll say is that media, like being objective and all that stuff, you shouldn't have a say in how much a player gets paid. And again, like we saw it, I talked about the bonus. The fact that Domantas Sabonis didn't make the All-Star team is a crime in itself. Mm-hmm. But that cost him $1.3 million. And that might, people are like, oh, either people say that, well, that's not that much money. He makes a lot. Mm-hmm. Or people will say, like someone in the chat who says, hey, can I hold $1? And it's like, yeah, Domas just lost $1.3 million.
I'm sure everybody's financial situation is different. Just on this particular thing, everybody's financial situation is different for sure. But I'm sure that a lot of people, and if you can't, then so be it. In fact, you know what? I'm going to take other people out of this. For me, $100 is if I got fined $100, it's like, okay, I'm going to pay that. It's not gonna make it so I can't eat that day. Mm-hmm. I don't love losing $100, but I'm not. I also don't want to give away $100.
No.
Just like Domas, he makes millions and millions and millions of dollars. What's that? 1.3, right? He didn't want to lose $1.3 million. That was there on the table, and now he doesn't get to pick it up. Like, that sucks, regardless. And it's something that's entirely out of his hands. He did what he was supposed to do to be an all-star level player. He did the thing that he is incentivized to do. He went and dominated the first half of the season, and because of where he plays, because of a stigma based on the postseason, based on people not paying attention, whatever it is, he didn't get to be in the All-Star game. And he loses out on $1.3 million for
arbitrary reason.
Imagine if you're at work and you get a bonus and it's on the table and you're like, yes, I've done everything to get a bonus. But your coworker who doesn't like you decides whether you get the bonus or not. And they're like, nah.
This one time he walked in and I didn't like his shoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's just so nuts that that's still a thing.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the Atlantic Division.
Yeah, let's get into it.
We're going to skip over the Celtics because the Celtics don't have anyone.
Yeah, they're the best team that doesn't have any players ever. They're just like all their players are tied up and they're not going to give them away. I mean, we could have a long discussion on whether you want to sign Luke Cornett or not. And
Could we though?
No, we can't. That's why we're moving on.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, we're trying to keep this as realistic as possible.
Yeah.
And are there some players we're like, yeah, they're probably not going to get rid of him, but maybe, so we'll try. But Jaylen Brown is there and making $80 million a year, whatever insane number he's making.
49, 50, 54, 57, 61. Yeah.
First $300 million man, right?
I think so.
So Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum's not going anywhere. Drew Holiday is not going anywhere.
Chris Stapps.
Yeah, they're
Derek
okay.
White.
So we're going to skip the Celtics. The first team we've actually skipped. We found at least one player on every team.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of one player, that's what the Knicks have. And this is one of those ones where we're going to throw him down here because he's unrestricted. But given how these things go and given what the Knicks gave up to get him, OG Anunoby's not going anywhere.
That's it. That's at least what you would think. And even if he does decide to go somewhere, Kyle, there's no way for the Kings to clear $30 to $40 million in cap space in order to sign him as a free agent. There's just not.
Yeah.
So, like, being realistic, like, could you do a sign and trade? Yeah, okay, maybe, but it would be so complicated. But the fact is, like, if he's going somewhere, number one, he has to want to go there.
Yeah,
that's because he's unrestricted free agent. He can go wherever he wants. So he'd have to choose somewhere. Secondly, you'd have to work out a deal with the Knicks in order for them to absorb a whole bunch of salary,
right?
In order for him to go there. So yeah, it's complicated. I'm not 100% positive. I mean, I think he's signing back with the Knicks, but there are reports today from Jake Fisher that some other teams might be involved. It was loosely worded. I just have a tough time because the other thing is, like, OG Anunoby's agent, his former agent, is in the front office of the Knicks. Like,
look,
I have a tough time believing he's not going to be there.
And spare me the could reports.
Yeah.
Anything could happen. LeBron James could sign with the Grizzlies. Like, that doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a.
It's a good point.
I don't want to go on a tangent, but yeah, I think OG is probably going to go back to New York. That's my assumption.
I would agree.
It'd be a great fit for the Kings, though. Boy, howdy.
I totally agree. He would be a great fit for the Kings. And the rest of their guys, like, yeah, the Kings would love to have Josh Hart, but Josh Hart, they just locked up with a new $80 million.
Josh Hart is going to finish his career with the Knicks.
Yeah. Dante DiVincenzo, who played out of his mind, he's under contract for 3 years. Alec Burks is getting older. I guess Isaiah Hartenstein is an unrestricted free agent. We could have put him on this list.
Bro, he's going to get 25 million a year.
Maybe. I don't know. You think he's going to like they're going to go full Jim McElvain on this guy?
I do.
Okay.
I really think he's going to get paid. Yeah. Like, it's Jared Allen makes 20.
Yeah.
Like, my guess is he gets something in the Jared Allen range.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's he's a good center, right? Like, he's a good starting center in the NBA.
Okay. No, I mean, yeah, I don't know what he's going to get. I just know that you're going to have a tough time talking him into being a bench guy behind an all NBA center. I mean, that's really tough.
Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't put him on the list.
Oh, no.
I think he's going to get paid.
Yeah, I think he's going to get paid too.
Yeah. Drew asked him. Yeah, Drew, I sure do. AJ Anunoby. Steiny one time called him AJ Anunoby, and we made a drop out of it. And it was really funny. We played it all the time, and I have a really hard time every single time we talk about OG Anunoby not calling him AJ.
That's funny.
It is I have to look at his name and say it. Because if not, I'll say the wrong name every time.
Okay.
Every dang time. Let's talk about the Nets. Jordy Fernandez's Nets. I
Yeah.
should say. All right. Let's get the Mikal Bridges conversation out of the way. 2 years, $48.2 million left. That used to be crazy cheap for Mikal Bridges when it was like, wow, he looks to be an ascending star. Like he might be a 1 type of player when it looked like he was more of a 2 or a 3, where that $24.1 million per year looked really cheap. Well, now he's regressed a little bit, looks more like a number 2 or 3, probably a 3 as a scorer on a title team.
Yeah, but $20 million a year is like, it's just not that much.
No, I
mean,
know, and that's what I'm saying. Now that's probably more commensurate with what you'd expect to pay a player like Mikal Bridges.
I think it's probably still a little bit low, and
Okay.
I would expect him to get an extension that's going to be more in line with what we saw Jeremy Grant get coming up. But he's eligible for an extension, I believe, this next summer. Like he can't. He's got 1 more year left. I believe they have to wait 1 more summer before they can give him an extension. But yeah, I mean, he's about as close to a perfect fit player in Sacramento as you're going to find, in my opinion. Age is perfect. The fact that he makes reasonable 23.3 and 24.9. The fact that he can defend like 2, 3, 4. All of those things, like he just stands out as like a very, very good fit for Sacramento, right?
I agree.
They just want so much, at least they have in the past, and I don't think they're going to let go of him. And I think that's kind of the way a lot of their players are. They hold on to their players pretty tightly.
Yep.
And I don't think you're going to be able to get a couple of these guys out of there.
Yeah, I'm with you on Bridges being the perfect type of fit. He's a more developed version of what you're getting out of Keegan Murray. And he's an excellent defender. He can create a little bit. He can shoot it. And I don't think that there would be a problem with his role with the Kings. I think he would fit really nicely. So yeah, if you're gonna name a perfect fit, I think that's it. But I mean, you said it. You had teams falling over themselves to acquire Mikal Bridges last year and no movement.
Yeah.
In a year where the Nets stunk, by the way. So I think they're going to ride that out. Cam Johnson, same deal.
Yeah, Cam Johnson, I think the interesting thing about Cam Johnson is, number one, injuries have hit, and he's 28, and he hasn't. You always think of Cam Johnson. I think he just has like a baby face. You always think of him as like a younger player than he is, and he just really hasn't like taken it to that next level. And like his career, is he an upgrade over Harrison Barnes? And like maybe a minimal upgrade, but I'm not even sure if that.
He's probably a better defender.
Yeah.
But offensively.
Yeah, offensively, like he averaged 13.4 points per game this season. He does struggle with injury issues. Played 58 games, played 20. A total of 42 last year, 66. He's never played more than 66 games in a season. So, and not cheap. Like his contract is long, and I would just be leery on Cam Johnson. Although, like if they made that move, I would understand it.
The Kings?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would too. The issue with Cam Johnson is it's not like he's an actively bad player. And he's 39.2% from 3 for his career. He's a good defender, rebounds a little, he'll pass it a little. Like he's just a fine NBA player. But I think there was an expectation that he was going to take some leap at some point.
Yeah.
Where he was going to become like an all-star and a defensive player of the year candidate. And he's just not. It's the same thing we talk about with Harrison Barnes. There's something to be said for consistency and just being a consistently really quality NBA player. But I think there was a higher hope for Cam Johnson than that.
Yeah, and I would even say that like Harrison Barnes' career is going to look much better than Cam Johnson's career when it's all said and done.
Definitely
like it would be tough. And I think all of us thought that there would be a moment where Cam did take a huge leap and became like Harrison or slightly better. And I don't think that happened. And he's owed 3 years and 68.8 million.
Yeah, I man.
Hey, the next guy on this list is interesting.
Who is it?
Is Dorian Finney-Smith, DFS. He's a 2-year, $30 million deal, and a little bit older. I think, what is he, 31? a lot of times the Kings have been linked to him in the past, and like quality defender. He turned 31 in May. But we're talking about a guy 35% 35.5% 3-point shooter for his career. A very, very good defender. And it's kind of like if you had Dorian Finney-Smith on this team, your team would look like just more complete.
That's it. That's a great word for it.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to send you over the top. It's just that you would be deeper, like your team would have more quality of depth.
Yeah, and Dorian Finney-Smith he's in the bucket of player that if they went and traded for him.
Yeah.
I would get on the air and praise the move the next day for sure. I don't want to say that in a vacuum. In a reasonable deal, I would come on the air and praise the move because like you said, it makes them deeper. We asked for, hey, they need length, athleticism, defending, shooting on the wings. That's it. They would get it with Dorian Finney-Smith. But at the same time, I'm not suddenly going, wow, hey, they're a definite playoff team now.
Yeah.
It's a nice upgrade. You need to improve your roster. That improves your roster, no doubt. But there has to be something more. It can't be, oh, well, they changed the roster. Dorian Finney-Smith is here now. Like, okay.
Well, that and the other piece I would add to Dorian Finney-Smith that makes it slightly complicated is his salary for this season is $13.9 million. And that puts him, actually for next season it's 14.9. That puts him over the mid-level exception. And he also has a player option for the next year, but he's going to pick up the $15.3 million player option.
Yeah.
But that $14.9 million is over the mid-level, so you couldn't trade him into cap space into the mid-level exception. You'd have to use players to acquire him, which just makes it slightly more complex. It doesn't mean the Kings have players that they could trade certainly for him, but it would make it slightly more complicated.
Talk to me about Nick Claxton.
Nick Claxton. First of all, he's an unrestricted free agent, which to me is intriguing. I don't know how he got to that because we're talking about a 24-year-old guy. And again, you talk about when we bring up Jared Allen, right? Nick Claxton is like a budding, like poor man's Jared Allen, I would say. And maybe even like there's some things he does better. So 11.8 points per game, 9.9 rebounds in 29.8 minutes. He also averages 2.1 blocks. This is a guy that, like, if you were going to take a flyer on somebody that might be able to fit, if you want to test water, if someone it can fit next to Domantas or not, I think this is a guy who's probably going to get around mid-level money and would probably make a lot of sense as opposed to going out and having to acquire somebody. Like maybe throw 10, 11, 12 million of your mid-level at him and see if you could work it into the contract, into your system. Definitely a guy that would work with Malik Monk as a lob threat. He led the NBA in field goal percentage, not this year, but the year before. It's 705. 70% from the field.
He made 70% of his shots.
70.5. Yeah. So we're talking about a guy, he took less than 8 shots and hit 5.4 of those shots per game. Absolutely no 3-point threat at all. He's gotten better as a passer. So 2.1 assists per game this last year. But again, that's in almost 30 minutes. So that doesn't bode well.
He's not somebody you're running your offense through.
Yeah, but he's a guy who can block shots and sort of that rim runner that every team in the NBA loves to sign.
He's basically going to give you a double-double with 2 blocks a game.
Yeah. And I would also say, like, if you're looking at copying some other team, and like the Dallas Mavericks went out, they have 2 of these guys, right? It's the Daniel Gaffords, it's the
Derek Lively's.
Lively's
been really, really good in the playoffs. By the way,
both of them have had moments where they've been really, really good. So whether you could find that guy at number 13 is another question. But this is again, we're talking about guys around the league that might be available, and this guy is unrestricted.
I would be really interested to see if the Kings are looking at the Timberwolves and are looking at Dallas and are looking at Cleveland
and Denver
and Denver for sure. I think when Kristaps Porzingis is there with the Celtics, I think you can throw them in the mix, and going 2 bigs is going to be the move. The problem with that is I think you need a pretty specific type of big, and I don't know that Nick Claxton is that. I also do wonder, maybe he is a 10 to 12 million a year guy, but I kind of wonder if there's a team that is going to pay him more than that. Like I said, if you're getting 12 and 10 with a couple of blocks from a guy, that's not bad.
No, it's true. I mean, like I'm at least intrigued by him as a possible unrestricted free agent signing.
Yeah, same.
The next two teams, the next two teams we have have so many players, it's ridiculous, Kyle.
Yeah, let's save the 76ers because it's basically their entire roster.
It is their entire roster.
We'll hit that next segment. Let's jump over to the Raptors real quick. Gary Trent Jr. is a name that we have said a bajillion times. He's an unrestricted free agent.
Mm-hmm.
He could maybe be an upgrade as a starter, depending on how you feel about Keon Ellis. He's certainly an upgrade off the bench. If you had Gary Trent Jr. as if you lose Malik and Gary Trent Jr. is your sixth man, I think you feel really, really good about it. This would be a really, really nice depth signing. Again, whether he starts or comes off the bench, I love the idea of adding a player like Gary Trent to the Kings rotation.
Yeah, he's a career 38.6% shooter from three. And this last year, his numbers were down a little bit. He came off the bench. He was starting back and forth. He started a bunch of games. He started over 200 games in his career. Career average of 14.3 points. He's not a great distributor. He's not a great rebounder, but what he does do is space the floor.
Yep. And
so I think he's like one of those guys. And just so people know, the Kings drafted Gary Trent Jr. for someone else in the 2018 draft for Portland. They had a draft day trade for this pick, or they sold that pick. I can't remember what they did.
Mm-hmm.
But like they could have had Gary Trent, and for a few minutes it looked like they did have Gary Trent. And this is a player that has developed well, who brings a very specific skill set,
mm-hmm.
and who would improve your team, especially if you lose a couple of these other guys.
And I think has size to be switchable at the 2 and 3 too.
Yeah, he's 6'5". Yeah.
So I love the Gary Trent Jr. signing. The problem here is I think there's a lot of teams who would love to have Gary Trent Jr. on their team.
Yeah, and the other thing is he's young. Like he's only 25 years old.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's been in the league forever.
I would have, if you had said how old is Gary Trent, I would have said 30.
Yeah, I would have thought he was closer to 28, 29.
Yeah.
But no, he's 25. He is coming off a 3-year deal that paid him quite a bit of money. He made $18.5 million last season in Toronto in a player option that he opted into. I don't think he's going to get that kind of money on the open market this year.
RJ Barrett is a name we have down here. I did 3 years and 81 million is a lot for a guy who's still a pretty massive question mark. And I think the Raptors are kind of hoping that he develops with them.
Yeah. I think
he can get into their system. And
he's the type of scorer that they need.
Yeah.
That team's going to have trouble scoring for the next couple of years, especially losing a guy like Trent if they do.
Yeah.
But they're probably going to have, he's probably going to be not a centerpiece, but he's also a Canadian dude.
Yeah.
And he did go through like an unimaginable tragedy this year. And so I wouldn't really judge him on what his numbers look like in the short amount of time he's with Toronto.
Yeah. So we're taking him off the list. What about Bruce Brown?
Yeah, I love Bruce Brown. He's one of those guys who he impacts winning. And when you look at we talk about the big men in the Western Conference, the big men are make things complicated, but so do the guards. And when you're going to have to go up against Ant-Man, you're going to have to go up against Shea, you're going to have to like all of the Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, when the top of the West looks like that, you need a guy who just does nothing but come in and play like really, really tough physical defense.
Yep.
And so, hey, he's on a 1-year, $23 million team option. I don't know if they're going to pick that team option up or not, but he could become a free agent very quickly. And he's a guy that, in all honesty, Denver missed horribly.
I think they win that series if they have Bruce Brown.
No, I think so too. Yeah, and that's a problem. I mean, I think that he's probably going to look at that situation. Does he want to go back?
Sure.
Whether he's a mid-level guy or slightly above, I'm not sure. His contract reminded me of when Kent Bazemore got all that money with Atlanta, and everyone around the league was like, okay, that's a lot of money.
That was wild.
Yeah, and then he gets traded. Yeah.
I love Baze, but man, that was a lot.
It was. So, interesting player. Definitely a good guy for our list.
We have to go. Jalen McDaniels is a player I would take a flyer on.
Maybe. Yeah, he's a flyer for sure.
Yeah. If you're gonna have Kessler Edwards at the end of your bench, I think you can also have a Jalen McDaniels type of player there. as well and see if he becomes Jaden McDaniels. I don't know.
There you go.
Anyways, we have to hit a break. We're a little bit late. We will talk about the 76ers, whose entire roster is on our list. We'll do that next, and we'll talk some NBA playoffs as well coming up here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll be right back.
All right. You did not put Shabano on the list?
No, of course
not. Bays is still living in Folsom? John Poles, I know Bays, I think he built a house in Georgia as well. So I'm sure he loves to golf. Yeah, I agree with you, Russell. The game last night was pretty spectacular. That's what we're looking for, right? Like, you know, I don't care what market it is. Just go in there and like give us good basketball. And I think the first two games of the Eastern and Western Conference Finals have been like super competitive, super fun to watch. Yeah, this is what I totally agree. Bruce Brown missing, like the whole time you're thinking, man, if they just had Bruce Brown, they would have someone who could at least give Ant-Man like a battle. And that, you know, the fact that they didn't have him, I think really hurt them. And the fact that they loved him and wanted him back, that's kind of like, it gives me a little bit of the Malik vibes. He wanted to be back. They wanted him back. The best they could do was like they had very strict contract restrictions with him because I think he was early bird. Anyway, they couldn't bring him back, but like that's kind of, it's the way basketball works. You're going to win a championship. Guys are going to come and steal away some of your guys. Russell, you asked, can I elaborate on that the offensive interference on Cat? I got to be honest, I can't. That ball looked like it had spun out. Like, look, if the ball is above the cylinder and the cylinder goes forever, then it's a goaltend. And I thought not only did they call it like very quickly on the court, but they also ran over, reviewed it, and had the game started like so quickly. I was confused how that went back.
Floored, dude.
How quickly they reviewed that.
That was insane.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree that might have been the turning point in the game.
Oh God, what am I doing? What am I doing?
I believe the answer is yes.
15 seconds. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna text Jesse. Here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon on Sacramento's Sports Leader. We'll talk about the Sixers and the players from Philadelphia from the Philadelphia 76ers, so not necessarily from the city of Philadelphia. The Sixers players that the Kings could go pursue this offseason. I want to remind you that Pacers Celtics is tonight at 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320. That's coming up after D'Lo and KC. D'Lo and KC, by the way, coming up at noon, and they will take you until 4 o'clock. Real quick, before we get to the 76ers, Jesse's here, the producer for D'Lo and KC.
Of course.
Wonderful person. I learned yesterday he's never been to Arby's.
Oh, really?
Never once.
Huh.
Have you not been to Arby's?
No, I've been to Arby's.
Oh, okay. Whew.
No, to be honest, I like their sub sandwiches better than most of their like roast beef.
I get a wrap. They do this like chicken tender wrap that's delicious.
Okay.
It absolutely smokes. when you're going down I-5, you're driving to Southern California, you stop to get gas, and there's an Arby's. You grab that wrap, and you open it up on the freeway. Oh, it's the best. With some curly fries? Are you joking?
See, I don't like curly fries. I don't know why. I don't. They're like the diet soda of Kyle's pissed. They literally are like the diet soda of French fries. Just call me crazy. I don't like curly fries. I don't like waffle cut fries.
This is nuts. This is insane.
And
what?
I've never been to Chick-fil-A ever. Never.
Like I mean, I know there's like off-field stuff with Chick-fil-A, so fine.
Yeah.
But bro, throw it, Jesse. Yeah, that's unbelievable. That's
I've been flagged.
It's a great call by the official. Great call by the official. That is not. No.
I don't like curly fries. No waffle cut. No.
Is it the seasoning?
Yeah.
Because Chick-fil-A, they do waffle cut fries, but there's no. It's a French fry that's waffle cut. There's no additional seasoning. You would eat that.
Well, no, because I don't go to Chick-fil-A. But outside of that,
no. But that's
maybe
if I went to
if it tastes like a French fry, then yes.
So if I pulled up with Chris cut fries from Carl's Jr. I don't know what the sponsors are, but sorry if you're a competitor. If I and if you want to sponsor the show, hit us up. Chris cut fries, love them. If I pulled up with Chris cut fries, you'd be like, no, thank you. I don't want those, but thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. But if I pulled up with Chick-fil-A fries, which are Chris cut fries, waffle fries, but without the seasoning, they're just it has the texture and flavor of a French fry. You would eat those.
Well, yeah, I don't have a problem with the shape of.
Okay,
that's
what I was wondering. That was my problem.
No,
like that was going to be my. If you're like the fry seasoning, I don't like it. Okay, that's nuts.
Yeah.
But okay, that at least tracks to me logically.
Yeah.
The shape deal would not have tracked to me.
No, I don't like the flavor of them.
Okay.
Like I said, they kind of remind me of like the taste of them, and that most of those are made by the same company. The taste of them. Like it's like diet. They taste like a version of like a diet Pepsi versus a Pepsi. Like it just has a weird taste, and I don't like the taste.
All right. Well,
just saying.
No judgment here. That's man.
I feel like I've been judged.
Shocking.
You
no, not judging.
Room.
It's not judgment. It's not judgment because I don't eat what you want. Eat what makes you happy. That's my whole thing. I'm just floored. Man, wild. Anyways. The 76ers.
Yeah, the 76ers. The list is so long.
The list is ridiculous. What we should have done is Sixers not on the list. Should have been the bit. But anyways, Paul Reed came up. He's got 2 years and $15.8 million left. I think Paul Reed is definitely more of a flyer than a player like Nick Claxton. He's proved less, but I think he could be the same type of player. So if you want to run the too big idea, I don't hate the idea of Paul Reed. And he can also shoot it a little bit. He doesn't do it on very high volume, but he is capable of stepping out and hitting a jumper.
That would be my question. Can he actually space the floor a little bit and give you more? He won't be 25 until June 14th. Again, coming out of college, he's a guy that you thought could probably shoot it a little bit. Shot 36.8% this last year. And he blocked a shot in 19.4 minutes per game. I'm intrigued by him, but I also think his numbers are a little inflated, and little inflated is 7.3 0.6 rebounds, but a little inflated because he started so many games when Embiid was hurt. So yeah, I would at least be intrigued as a guy who could potentially play alongside Sabonis.
Sure.
I'm just not sure that there's a big difference between Paul Reed and Trey Lyles.
Okay. I think Trey Lyles is better.
168, 169. Yeah, I think Trey Lyles is better as well.
Yeah, he's more.
And that's where I would kind of put it. Like, I don't think that you're going out there and trying to improve your roster with a Paul Reed.
Okay. I wrote down Tobias Harris.
Yeah, he's intriguing, isn't he?
I know that anybody listening to this, anybody watching this is probably like, hard no, Tobias Harris stinks. Tobias Harris stinks because he's made so much freaking money.
Yes.
Tobias Harris has always been this like enigma and idea of like, wow, 6'8", scorer, he can defend. Man, this is the prototypical NBA wing, and then he's just been underwhelming at every single point in his career.
He is Harrison Barnes, just a little bit, like, career-wise, he's going to be a little bit better.
Yeah,
And
right.
he's almost 32, like, very, very similar player.
If you're getting
16.3 points per game for his career.
I would love. I think he's probably going to get more than this, which will probably check. But dude, if you can fit Tobias Harris in the mid-level,
Oh yeah,
like he's going to get. He's probably going to get more than that. But when I put him on this list, that's what I'm talking about. Is you would love Tobias Harris on that kind of contract.
oh no, totally. And I think he's probably going to get more like what Harrison got, like 17,
Yeah,
18, 19.
Yeah.
Like that's probably where he's going to go. But again, I think he also has the opportunity to go play wherever he wants. And he's a guy who's tremendous in the community, who's given back a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Like him and his brother have a project in LA where they do all kinds of good. And maybe that's where he ends up. But you know how much he's made for his career?
$200 million.
You're short by 50. 250. 250.
That's crazy.
He's on a 5-year.
Good for him though. Good for Tobias Harris.
Yeah,
man.
he just finished a 5-year 180. Oof.
Man. Like that's why Tobias Harris has been underwhelming, is the contracts, not necessarily the play. If you can get him for like a mid-level type of deal, I'd 100% be in. If you start talking about 18, 19 million, I'm probably closer to out than in. Kelly Oubre, same kind of deal for me.
Yeah.
I like Kelly Oubre a lot.
I like Kelly Oubre too. I would want to know, again, we've talked about this, what Mike Brown and what Jay Triano think. They both coached him.
Mm-hmm.
And liking him from the outside and then seeing him as a player and like how he shows up to your building, what effort, all that stuff, like how difficult is he? Because he's a guy with a personality that
no doubt
like stands out. And then of course, like we've talked about this, he also played AAU ball with De'Aaron. They're friends, and like the body style, the 6'7" long, athletic, super high flyer, like gets out in the open court and runs. He's a mistake prone player, but one of those guys that you're like, okay, I think I'm intrigued. He also like lost the ability to make a lot of money somewhere along the way. So he's a guy that once you take a lower salary in the NBA, it is really, really difficult to ever get back. And he's one of those guys who's, again, just the money wise, he was a guy of 15 million, 14 million, 12.6. This last year with the 76ers, he made $2 million. And so that's crazy. I would expect him to make a little bit more, but could you get him for a biannual exception? Maybe like 4.7. Like, I don't know.
He's probably going to get more than that, but I'd give him part of your mid-level for sure.
Well, maybe not though. I mean, like, look, once the guy comes down in salary, a lot of times he doesn't get to go back up. And at 28 years old, like, he would improve your depth and give you something unique and different.
Yeah.
So
I'm right there. DeAnthony Melton, a favorite of our guy Mitch in New Jersey. I think you have to throw him in the potential Malik Monk replacement bucket.
Yeah.
If we're throwing all these other guys in there, I think you have to throw DeAnthony Melton in there too.
Yeah, you made such a great like statement to me. You did. You said like the players we're going to look at as a potential replacement if you somehow lose Monk. Like, how did you view Monk 2 years ago?
Right.
And what would that mean? And so you put a player in the right situation and they can flourish. And you don't know if you're going to find the next Malik Monk, but I would definitely say like Tony Delk was really intriguing for the Kings. And then Bobby Jackson came along, was just so much better.
Sure.
Like, not really. Like they were both really good in their role for the Kings.
Yeah.
But there's another guy out there that possibly, if you do lose Malik, hopefully you don't, but if you do, that could fit in and maybe like develop in the same way.
If they have to replace Malik, they're not adding a 6th man of the year candidate.
No.
Like, that's just not, it's going to be a player that feels underwhelming compared to what Malik Monk did last year. We're going to look and we're going to go, wow, this guy's 9 points and 2.4 assists for his career. I don't know. And you hope that he grows into that role. Like that's just kind of what it's going to be. So I think you have to put DeAnthony Melton there. I wrote down Robert Covington because I remember Robert Covington playing basketball like 7 years ago. And I think it'd be nice.
Yeah, if they would have got him 5 years ago, it would have been great. But at this point,
it's
tough watch.
Training camp flyer maybe. But and then KJ Martin. another guy I would take a flyer on for sure.
Yeah, I definitely would at least look at him.
Mhm.
He's in that group of players that the Kings need to find one of those guys.
Yes. Yeah. So I would definitely love to see KJ Martin here as well. All right, that's it. That does it. That's the Atlantic Division. We've done it. Congratulations, James. We have put together a full list, and I will, like I said, I'm going to figure out a way to get this list out so it's available for people to mess with and tear apart and like and dislike and all that jazz. So, good idea or bad idea? That's coming up next, featuring Michael Wilbon, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and Dak Praline. That's all coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Dak Praline.
Dak Praline. Dak Praline or Dak Prescott? What's happening, everybody? Okay. Jim Garfinkel. What is likely versus unlikely incentives in a contract? It's pretty specific. Well, like there's definitely two buckets. Making All NBA is going to be unlikely. If you hadn't made an All-Star game a whole bunch of times, making an All-Star game is usually unlikely. But like Buddy Hield had a bunch of likely incentives, and for one of them was like play in 70 plus games. And Buddy Hield is a guy who always played 82 in Sacramento. He might have missed one game during his time in Sacramento, and everyone thought he was going to be out for a while, and then he came back the next game. And he might not even have missed that game. Even in a COVID shortened season, he still got to 70 plus games. So that was a likely incentive. Shooting, he had the clause where if he shot 85% from the free throw line, I think it might have been a combo. If he shot 85% from the free throw line and played in 70 games, he got a specific bonus. So that's what they call a likely bonus. It's for things that aren't going to be like astronomical. If you put into winning an NBA championship, that was in Buddy Hield's contract. Making all defensive team, being an MVP, like those are unlikely incentives. And so unlikely incentives don't count towards the salary cap initially. At the end of the year, they can compile and will work against the cap. Likely incentives do count against the salary cap number. Does that make sense?
Get in the zone. Out of the zone.
I think it's the league. What'd you say, Kyle?
I just thought that was an interesting question.
Yeah, I actually think it's more than the league. I think there's like a list from the league. We talked about him.
Yeah, we talked a little about Nick Richards. We don't hate it. Also, is that a Disney related handle?
No. Greg Tabers. That's just like, who knows? I think they re-signed Brown. I think there's a good shot Mike.
Oh.
I think there's a good shot. They have a good shot at Monk, and then whether they can get a player like BI, like that would be a tremendous win-win-win-win offseason.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That guy right there is James. Me, I'm Kyle. And you're you. And keep being you. We appreciate it very much. Thanks for hanging out with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We're taking you up till noon, then D'Lo and KC will take over. Eastern Conference Finals, Game 2 is tonight. Boston hosting the Indiana Pacers, a thriller in Game 1, 133-128 overtime win for the Celtics. We'll have coverage of that game for you on ESPN 1320 at 4:30 today. All right, it's time for some good idea, bad idea, featuring some sound. If you're unfamiliar with the program, James and I go through the headlines every day. We find three things, not necessarily headlines, but three things we saw, whether it was a headline or something on the internet or whatever, in the world, and decide whether that thing that happened is a good idea or a bad idea. And we're going to open up with Mike Wilbon. Mike Wilbon on Pardon the Interruption, the great show that he hosts with Tony Kornheiser. Went on a little bit of a rant against the use of exit velocity on baseball broadcasts. Here you go.
So let me ask you something. The velo, the exit velo, does it mean he's a better hitter than Tony Gwynn, who might have dribbled the field through the infield in his day and hit about 330 career and flirted with 400 once? Meaning a better hitter than him? And so what? So what? He's a 260 hitter. So why do I give a damn about the exit velo? I don't. Mm-hmm. And so I guess people need this, Tony, to become interested and more fascinated. And they go, oh, wow. Not only do I not go, oh, wow, it has started the ruination of watching sports for me. Numbers like this repeatedly and put up on the screen day in, day out. It has ruined it because people aren't concentrating on the fact that he is 260 instead of 330. They're concentrating on exit velo.
I've never heard a person sound more out of touch.
Yeah.
First of all, baseball has evolved and adapted well beyond the use of batting average to determine whether a hitter is good or not. Like that's just there's so much data and there's so much more thinking behind the sport. Mm-hmm. And now a guy hitting a $190 is usually worse than a guy hitting 350. Like that's the case. But hitting 260 is not bad now. Just an FYI, just based on how the game has changed. 2, nobody uses exit velocity to say that O'Neal Cruz, that's the player he's talking about, the Pirates shortstop. Nobody is saying that exit velocity means that O'Neal Cruz is a better hitter than Tony Gwynn. Mm. It's just a fun thing. You know how they show the pitcher velocity? It's the same deal. It's the exact same thing. It's just when O'Neal Cruz or Ellie De La Cruz or Matt Chapman or Brent Rooker or whoever hits the heck out of a baseball, we can put a number on it. You go, wow, Shohei Ohtani hit that a mile. And you go, yeah, actually it was 117 miles an hour off the bat. It's like, wow, that's all. That's the long and short of it.
Yeah, I totally agree, Kyle. I don't understand. I like my favorite player growing up, and it's kind of weird because I'm an A's fan from the time of I was very young, but my favorite player growing up was Rod Carew. And again, a slap hitter,
great hitter,
batted 388 one season,
all timer,
absolutely tremendous. Broke 3,000 hits. He stole home 14 times one season.
That's nuts.
He didn't hit home runs at all.
Yeah.
Like I think his career high was like 14 home runs. I don't care what his exit velocity was. The dude with the stick in his hand could put the ball anywhere on the field that he wanted.
No doubt.
And I do think that you can, like, you've been around Major League Baseball players. I was surprised going into a Major League Baseball clubhouse and looking around and going, holy cow, every dude here is yacked. So if you want to talk about what's changed the game, the fact that these guys hit the ball so hard, sure, like velocity, exit velocity, whatever you want to call it, they're hitting the ball hard because they are like not they're like, you walk into a gym, every Major League Baseball player is one of the biggest dudes at your gym. Like that's or like they're
surprisingly stacked.
Yes, all of them.
No doubt.
And so that's where I kind of look at this and say, okay, yeah, maybe the finer nuances of baseball, but putting something up on the screen, I mean, that doesn't really matter.
It's a fun data point.
Yeah.
Nobody is trying to use it to determine how good of a hitter O'Neal Cruz is. In fact, just to on the batting average aspect of this, O'Neal Cruz is hitting 256. The league team batting average, the league average in that stat is 240. The Dodgers as a team hit 256. They are fourth in the league in batting average right now.
Oh,
The days of punching it through the left side of the infield don't exist anymore. A, because teams have realized that there's not a ton of value in that, because defenses are so much better at determining where guys are going to hit.
Yep.
B, pitchers are so much better at pitching to their defense. It's not just the 9 guys line up and okay, maybe the shortstop shifts over a couple steps because Tony Gwynn is batting and he likes to use the 5.5 hole. So we're going to shift a couple of steps toward the third baseman if you're the shortstop. No, it's not. No, you have guys throwing 98 miles an hour with movement in on a batter's hands because they want them to pull the baseball. And so that batter's one course of action, their one major recourse to that is, I'm going to swing out of my shoes because the most value I can get out of this contact is hitting it over the fence.
Yep.
Like, that's it. That's where the game is. And if you don't like baseball anymore, that's why. It's not because they put exit velocity on the screen.
I'm with you, Kyle. Get out my lawn.
Bad idea, Mike Wilbon. Terrible idea. Number 2, James, the Cavs are parting ways with head coach JB Bickerstaff. Good idea or bad idea?
I'm not there. I don't know if he's lost a room. That's always my determination for whether a coach needs to go. When a coach loses a room, it's time for you to go.
Yep.
That's always been what I've said about all of these guys. And maybe he lost a room. Maybe there is a coach that can take you to the next level. Maybe you consulted Donovan Mitchell and said, what would make you stay? Is there someone out there we could get? How can we help you?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the reason is, they probably have a reason.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. It's a bummer for JB because he's always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Like, he bounced around the league as like everyone's interim head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll probably be the same thing this year. Some team is going to pick him up that is not 100% convinced about who their coach is. And if they need to fire their coach mid-season, they'll have a guy like JB Bickerstaff on their staff.
Yep. Yeah,
it's tough. It's tough.
I think it's a bad idea if they're doing this in hopes of keeping Donovan Mitchell around. But if they're doing this because they went, hey, we've capped out, he's lost a locker room, this is just, then it's fine. But yeah, I'm really interested to see who they hire and what's next for them. Ramsey, I see you on the line. Hang in there. We will get to you first thing next segment. Last thing for us here, James, though, before we hit the break. Dak Prescott says, told reporters in a room with air in it that he doesn't play for money. Good idea or bad idea?
It's probably a bad idea to vocalize that,
so
especially
bad.
when you're looking to get your new contract, right? But
also, a minor league baseball player once said, anybody who tells you they wouldn't play for money has never played for money.
Yeah.
And anybody who plays for money who says they wouldn't is lying. Okay, Dak, then prove it. When you hit free agency, prove it. Be like, I want this team to be as good as humanly possible around me. I will take $2 million a year.
Yep.
Great. Prove it then, if you're all about it. And that's why this is a bad idea, because now if you go sign a $50 million contract, people are going to be like, wow, all right, guess he's not serious about it. No, well.
I also think it
is for the money.
Like, there's a certain complacency that goes with making a statement like that people worry about. Like, whether he's complacent or not, I don't think he is. But the fact that people are going to go, dude, you should be playing to make your team better and to make as much money as possible.
Yeah.
That's like the job.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a tough.
Crazy.
Yeah. I don't hate it.
I do this for money.
Yeah.
I'm joking. All right, we got a break. Ramsey, I don't want to put you on air now and have to rush you off the phone and not get to what you want to say. So hang in there through the break and we'll get to you first thing next segment. Your calls at 916-909-1320. I've got another salary cap related question for James, and we'll talk about tonight's game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Pacers and Celtics. Plus, we'll have the handoff with Damian Barling coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
What's going on, everybody?
Nope. That's not what I want to do.
Yeah, Dr. David, I think the problem that Charlie had, we're talking Survivor here. The problem that Charlie had was even the way you saw him working on the beach and using his stick to kind of like go through the votes and how he's going to win each person's vote. Sitting there, I think you could see him looking at that. Like you could see the wheels turning, and he came across as too forced and not authentic. And Kenzie she came across as completely authentic. I think that was a big deal. I also think it's super Bush League that his partner in crime, his friend, completely sold him out in the end. Brian Cavett, she didn't do nothing. I mean, like you go back and look at all the stuff with the guy who was having mental breakdowns the entire season, and she's up in the middle of the night holding that guy's hands, trying to keep everybody together and stop from freaking out.
Are we talking about Survivor?
Yeah.
Okay, this makes way more sense.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I heard you say Charlie working on the beach.
That's why I said I said we're talking about Survivor.
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry. I was.
And I don't want to do spoiler alerts, but
I was trying to not delete the wrong thing over here.
Yeah.
And so I was, man, my bad.
Yeah, I think
who saw Charlie on the beach? What the hell?
Yeah.
No, I get it.
Yeah. Gameplay wise, like maybe
Appreciate
not.
you, Russell.
But again, like having compassion and keeping everyone together, it does matter in a situation like that. Johnny G, since we're off tomorrow and Monday, I can't do a 6 quick hour King Speed podcast because Sean is going to what's this weekend?
Memorial Day.
No, what's the big concert? It's the one in Napa.
Bottle Rock.
Bottle Rock. There
Love Bottle Rock, by the way.
Yeah, Sean will be at Bottle Rock. John Poles, I haven't seen, like, Scott has been making videos quite often. He's doing, last time I checked, he was doing well. Like, I saw one yesterday or the day before. There we go. Sean always goes to Bottle Rock. That's his thing. I will have Brendan. So Brendan and I will do a pod this weekend at some point.
Yo, I have a funny basketball related Bottle Rock story. We just have 10 seconds. I'll tell it. Coming up.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James, I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. The handoff with, I believe it's Damien today, coming up in about 10 or so minutes. Before we get to, I have a thing I want to say about Bottle Rock, and then James, I want to ask you a salary cap related question. Before we get to that, though, Ramsey, what's going on, man?
I just got inspired by the whole Wilbon baseball thing, and speaking about best hitter in baseball, which San Diego just traded for less than a month ago, Luis Ariz.
Facts.
He's just like what Ham described in a Rod Carew type. Hits for average, runs well, and we don't worry about what the exit velocity is of any ball that comes off his bat.
Right.
Anytime he gets a hit, it just finds a spot. And the dude is impressive. And I read an article that was on ESPN earlier this week that said San Diego's about to fall in love with him because it's probably the best hitter they had since Tony Gwynn.
Yep, that's facts. Appreciate the call, Ramsey. And the thing is about that, I don't want to do a whole like Luis Arias segment, but Tony Gwynn was one of the most famous players in baseball because he was considered one of the best hitters in baseball.
Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly with Ramsey that Luis Arias, from a pure, like what we think of as a good hitter, contact, like you said, runs well, can hit against a shift. There's just not a lot of ways to easily go about defending. He was just a really, really quality hitter, right? If I went outside into downtown Sacramento and said, who's the best hitter in baseball? I could probably ask 500 people and not get a Luis Arias.
That's crazy. Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
one. You'd probably get a weird like Marlins fan or San Diego fan who happens to be. But if I ask 500 people, I bet it would be less than 10 would give me Luis Arias.
It's crazy. If you go through the history of baseball, you can pick out like who is the best hitter in baseball, like during each era, right?
Mhm.
And just pure hitter. That's
Sure.
what we're talking about.
Mhm.
So like whether it's Ted Williams or you get
Nap
to
Lajoie, obviously.
Yeah, you get to again the Rod Carew era.
Sure.
Like George Brett for a short amount of time was
Mhm.
considered one of the great
Pete
hitters.
Rose.
Wade Boggs, Pete
Mhm.
Rose. Like, so you can always look at these like eras and break them. Even like we got to what's his name?
Albert Pujols?
Well, okay,
Miguel
Pujols
Cabrera?
for sure. But even before that was Ichiro.
Oh,
Like
of course,
Ichiro's like
Yep.
the best hitter in baseball, the best pure hitter in
Mhm.
baseball. Like you can't get a ball by him.
Yeah.
Like if he wants to foul off 15 consecutive
Mhm.
pitches, he could just
Yeah.
to mess with you.
Mhm.
But I don't think we've lost some of that, which I think is part of the reason why the game isn't as fun to watch for me personally.
Sure.
Because they're the joy of hitting. When you look at the A's team batting average, which is a bad example because they're the A's, but they're batting 207 as a team. Like that's not good.
I've got him up to 219.
They're up to 219.
Still bad, by the way.
Okay, yeah. So 22% of the time, 21.9% of the time,
come on,
somebody gets a hit. I like it. That's a tough watch, and I think it's like we used to call it the Mendoza line for a reason. Like Manny Mendoza couldn't, like he was a 200 hitter. It's like that's the line.
Yep.
And so what are we doing now? Like,
now you can be a 200 hitter as long as you draw some walks and hit home runs.
Yeah.
That's kind of.
I don't even think you have to be a
crazy.
great fielder to do that.
No.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's wild how much the game has changed for sure. Let's talk about our NBA salary cap question for the day. This isn't necessarily salary cap related, but as we were going through our whole list of players, okay, here's who they could go get from New York or Brooklyn or whoever. You know, you've got unrestricted free agents versus restricted free agents.
Yes.
In the NFL, I've got that down. I know what it is. But in the NBA, I am always unsure. So how do you differentiate? And I know what the differences are. Unrestricted free agent can sign with anybody. Restricted free agents, they're a free agent, but there are restrictions on, team has a right of first refusal, all that. So A, what determines an unrestricted versus a restricted free agent? And then B, what are the options when a restricted free agent is available?
Okay. So this can get slightly complicated, but just
I'm 5 years old.
Think of it this way. Anyone who's in their first contract, their first NBA contract. So first round picks all get a 4-year deal. It used to be a 4-year guarantee deal. Now they're team options at year 3, year 4, right? So if a player is in his first 4-year contract, it's when he goes to get his next contract. After the first 4-year ends, there's a device called a qualifying offer. If a team gives a qualifying offer after the 4th year, then that player, and it's based off of his salary, it's based off a percentage, there's a formula for it.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's offered a qualifying offer after his 4th year, he becomes a restricted free agent, which means that if he tries to if he wants to leave and he goes and signs what's called an offer sheet, the team that he's played for in the past now has a window to go and match that offer sheet. The window keeps changing. It used to be like 6 days, and then it got to 72 hours. I think it's down to 48 hours. It's either 24 or 48 hours at this point. So a team has to say, yes, we're going to pick up that contract, or no, we're not going to.
You get a week in the NFL.
Yeah. The NBA, because their moratorium on signing players is so short. So free agency opens on June 30th, July 1, July 2, July 3, July 4, July 5. July 6 is the end of the moratorium. You can't actually sign a contract during that time. Guys can agree to a contract, but you can't actually sign one. That's when you have like a signing day. Everyone signs on July 6th, whatever it is. So the moratorium keeps getting shorter too. So what basically a restricted free agent, just think even if it's a guy who's a second round pick, his first 4 years, if you manage him correctly, are still, when he goes to leave his 4th year, he'll be a restricted free agent. Now, if a player as a restricted free agent has a couple of options, number one, he can just accept the qualifying offer and play for that. And then after that year, his 5th season with the team, he can go out and become an unrestricted free agent. But that's risky. If you get hurt, whatever, your stats go down.
Sure.
A team gets angry with you and decides not to play you a bunch. That's one thing. Then if we look at unrestricted free agents, anytime you get past like that second NBA contract, that's when you're typically an unrestricted free agent. So you play your first 4 years, and then you sign another 3 or 4 year deal, and then all of a sudden you're unrestricted. There's also ways in which, like, if you're waived, you can become an unrestricted free agent. Like in the first 4 years of your contract, there are different ways in which you can become an unrestricted free agent. Like Nick Claxton is after, I think he's year 5 and he's unrestricted. Very rarely does a player play for the restricted free agent qualifying offer.
Mm-hmm.
It's only happened maybe 3 or 4 times that I can remember, because then it becomes really convoluted. And I also think there's restrictions on a team being able to trade you during that season. Like, I think you have to give approval to get traded, because your Larry Bird rights get destroyed if you're traded in that situation. So it's complicated, but restricted gives, if they give a qualifying offer, it gives a team the right of first refusal.
Mm-hmm.
Unrestricted is basically almost any player who's ending the second contract. So that's why OG Anunoby is at the end of his second contract and he would be unrestricted.
Mm-hmm.
Domantas Sabonis would have been unrestricted this summer, but the Kings renegotiated and extended his contract last year.
Right.
And so now he's tied up under contract. Malik Monk, end of his second contract, he is an unrestricted free agent.
Got it.
Even he was unrestricted the year before.
So basically, any player who gets to the end of their rookie deal is restricted for that first free agency.
If there's a qualifying offer given, which again, Malik Monk, they didn't give a qualifying offer when he was in Charlotte. So he became an unrestricted free agent when they decided not to extend a qualifying offer.
Got it. Okay.
He went on to go play for the Lakers for a league minimum deal. And then the next year's when he was again unrestricted, he signs a 2-year, $19 million deal with the Kings.
Got it. Okay. Very good. It's 5 days, by the way, in the NFL that you have to match the offer.
Okay.
That's that.
I could look it up in the NBA. Like it's changed the last couple of years.
Sure.
It just keeps getting shorter.
Let's talk about the conference championships, conference finals, whatever. We're talking football. I got you. It's fine. Eastern Conference Finals. Pacers Celtics game 2 tonight. I was impressed by how well the Pacers played, to be sure. I think the overreaction to the Celtics winning, by the way, was insane. Totally bonkers. I honestly think if they had just lost that game by like 8 points, I think the general consensus, you would have had your hot takes out there, but I think the general consensus would have been like, feel out game for the Celtics. They've lost a game in each of their series. They're fine moving forward. But it's like the fact that they won, there was this push to like discount that they won and be like, actually, they were a Jaylen Brown miss away from losing that game. Ergo, like, dude, they won.
Yeah.
And it was a feel out. For me, it was a feel out game. I don't think that Boston is going to do the thing that you've wondered why teams are doing and trying to run with the Pacers. I don't think we'll see Boston do that again. I think you're going to see a pretty sizable defensive adjustment from Boston that slows the Pacers down a lot. And I think they comfortably go up 2-0 in this series. And all the, is Jason Tatum this? And can they do that? And are they actual contender? Like, yes, they are. They're the best team in the NBA. And I think I think they're going to show it tonight.
I think the only problem that the Celtics have is that they have a track record for doing this, where
Definitely.
there are times where you wonder, are they a serious team?
Mhm.
And it's crazy because they've won so much. They've got this far so many times, it feels like. But are they fully locked in and fully serious? And they have a lot of serious players, especially now. Like adding Drew Holiday, the Derek White trade when they acquired him, and then giving him an extension. Like these are serious ball players.
Mhm.
There's no messing around with those guys. And I think they've done a lot to legitimize Al Horford, a serious player. Now, whether or not, Al Horford can stay on the floor against a team like this,
Sure.
again, that's going to come down to one thing, man. Can you slow the game down? Like if you're going to make a 38-year-old Al Horford like put on track shoes and run up and down the court for 24 minutes a game, you're going to be in trouble. And not only that, but when you allow the game to get out of control like that, and to the pace, and it's literally called pace and space for a reason. That's the space is the other part where Al Horford's going to have problems. If you collapse the court and make it a smaller game, you're going to be just fine, which is what I think they will do in Boston, because they're a very, very good seasoned team.
Yep.
We may have seen the best punch that the Pacers could throw in game one.
Yep.
And now you could see what a heavyweight fighter looks like after he took a standing 8 count.
Yeah.
Now we get to see.
The other thing with, you talk about like a veteran presence and a winning player, I think Drew Holiday's fingerprints were all over that win the other night. In the fourth quarter, he scores, 8 points? He goes 4 of 5. He has a couple of rebounds. He dishes out an assist. They put him on Tyrese Halliburton and put him in a locker. He was 0 for 2 in the fourth quarter.
Oof.
I mean, Drew Holiday was huge down the stretch. We talked about that a little bit with Minnesota too. The value of having a veteran point guard like Mike Conley in Minnesota, that, hey, when things are a little dicey, you know what, get the ball in his hands and let him work. Let him settle things down, get into your offense, and get a good look. Whether the shot's going or not, that's going to happen or it's not. But I just think the value of having, I think they were hoping to get it with Malcolm Brogdon, but I think the value of getting a championship winner in Drew Holiday, who is arguably the best point of attack defender in the NBA, who can also distribute, who can also score it. I think he's invaluable.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think they also, this is a team that has multiple players that are kind of like that. That when things get crazy, things get a little out of control, that you can start to feature and like regain control. The other thing, again, I think you can go ISO with Jason Tatum and slow the game down and say, okay, we're going to get a bucket 55% of the time right here.
Yep.
And you can create ways in which that number can go way up higher, right? I think you can use a Derek White in the same fashion, where, having a secondary ball handler like Derek White, like, really does give you, it's almost like what we talk about with Fox and Monk. If you have that second guy who can handle the ball, distribute, slow things down, create off the dribble, do some things that maybe the other player isn't great at, or maybe they're just doing the same thing, but you've got two of them. Again, that's how you slow the game down. And I think, again, you want to beat that team, everybody hits the glass. Don't let them get out and run. Be efficient offensively. If you're efficient offensively, all of a sudden the game slows down just because you're pulling the ball out of the basket every time. And I think Indiana's going to try to run and run and run. If you can slow them down, they can run themselves right out of a game if you're being concise and hitting your shots, and they're not.
It's time for the handoff, Damian Barling. Damian, I feel so, because of the way the schedule goes, we're only going to talk to you about Pacers and Celtics games.
Okay, it's fine.
Just
with me.
FYI,
That's fine.
You're our Pacers
I love
Celtics
this series.
correspondent.
Yeah, I love the series.
It's super fun, and you know what? Exactly what you said before Tuesday night's game happened. You're like, man, they can shoot the heck out of the ball. They can get out and run. They can make Boston uncomfortable, and they can go. Of course, they can go. Not that they will go win this series. And despite the way the game turned out, I I came away like, wow, all right, Damian was right.
Yeah, well, what I think more too is everything James said was 100% accurate. But what I think was to me, the real like moment of that game, it's not a moment, it's the story of the game, was the fact that prior to Jalen in the corner at the end of regulation, the score was 117 to 114. To me, you wake up the next day, oh, game one was 117, 114. Oh, Boston won that. Like Indiana probably got out a game where they didn't score 125, 128, 130, something like that.
Yeah.
So the fact that they were in the position that they were to win that basketball game 117, 114, which is far from a low scoring game, but it's not a crazy high scoring game either.
Right.
It was one of the more complete basketball games. I feel like I thought they worked really, really hard on the defensive end. And we kind of argued whether they were good defensively or adequate. Like, I thought they worked really hard. And sometimes the effort can go a really long way, especially when you haven't seen it a ton from them this year. They're a capable. Watching game one, regardless of what happens tonight or the next three games, whether they win, lose, whatever, it just strengthens how I feel about them next year. I think the Pacers are an extremely legitimate basketball team.
Yeah, I think so too.
I still think they have an uphill battle this year. I still think Boston is the team, but they're showing signs to me of what they could be in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah,
moving forward.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think they're growing in the way again that I think we saw the Kings grow in the series against the Warriors, where they just kept getting better defensively.
Sure,
I think they're growing, and so this is why this experience is so valuable.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, I don't know if they're
that game
be
one might have been if Steph hits that one-legged shot in game one against the Kings. That's probably the equivalent of what would have happened had that shot gone in, right?
Yeah.
Like, because it was a 3-point game at the time. Steph hits that shot, and in the arena where I was standing, it was like, oh yeah, that's trash. That's a good look. Let's go Kings. Then I get home to watch it. I'm like, oh my God.
You texted
he
me.
had a look.
You texted me and you were like, that the fact that that's a good look is insane.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. But what that game might have been for the Pacers, like that might have been the Kings' alternate universe the other night, is what it looked like when Jalen's shot went in.
Man, that was tough.
Yeah, first of all, he got the memo about the olive green as well.
Yeah, you messed up, dog.
I did not get the memo. You, Charlie.
Yeah, I have an olive green jacket.
Kyle.
James isn't colorblind.
You all got the memo.
Yeah, we all pulled up in olive green today.
Olive green is the look.
If Kenny shows up today in olive green, I'm going to be very upset.
He's going to show up in like a Malik Monk t-shirt or something. Oh, we coming for some next today. Oh, my man Stan Van Gundy. I hate it. My man Stan Van got to lose his vote. You see what they put out the complete ballads.
Oh, I did not see that.
Oh yeah, they out there. Oh man, it fell off my Twitter.
I'm happy that we're getting smoke on the show.
I love Stan Van.
Domantas Sabonis, third team All NBA. By the way, congratulations.
Air horns.
Yeah, we got air horns.
That's just the truth, dog.
Stan had something outrageous like TJ McConnell or something.
What?
Like, sir,
is he what
are we doing?
Man.
For whom?
For
what?
Six. We're taking inventory of people.
For
who
6
didn't
man.
vote.
I thought you were talking about All NBA.
No.
Oh,
We're taking inventory of who didn't vote.
I love this. Do you want to get Stan Van on?
We went Norm Powell.
You can
Bobby,
get a Stan Van Gundy on?
Yeah,
we done it before. Norm Powell, Bobby Portis, and TJ McConnell was who he went with.
Norm Powell. Who else?
Bobby Portis, TJ McConnell. That's who we went with for.
Wow.
Huh.
Bill Simmons.
That's unique.
Bill Simmons put Malik at 3.
Behind Nas and Portis?
Portis, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're taking inventory of anyone who didn't.
Bill Simmons is going to be a tougher
Kevin
game.
Pelton. Put Bogey at the 6 man. Get out of here.
Kevin Pelton, go make exercise bikes.
Yeah, no, we're coming. No, that. No.
I think I just saw it.
Bring gas.
But well, do that too. And then Ham's boy.
What?
Bontemps.
What?
He went bogey as well.
Oh.
And Malik at 2.
What are we He voted bogey 1?
He voted bogey 1. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he voted bogey 1.
For who? For what?
Did we figure out who gave Domantas Sabonis?
I haven't gotten that far.
That's Mark Jones.
I've
It's
zeroed
canon.
in.
It's canon in my head.
I've zeroed in on 6 man of the year. I haven't ventured far out of it. But we got 4 hours. We can go over everybody. I'm not confident Mark Jones has a vote? Question mark?
Oh.
Stephen A. Smith went Nas, Reed, Norman Powell, of course.
Yeah, you got to get his LA guy in there.
Windhurst, shout out Windhurst. What my boy? I know my boy. Oh, Wilbon. Wilbon went Norm Powell.
Hey, no,
one.
Wilbon is
he's
persona non grata on this show right now.
Word?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Did he call you out your name too, like Luka did?
No, absolutely not.
He would never do that.
No, definitely not. Michael Wilbon's a great dude. This is a bit.
Yeah.
No, he went on a whole thing on PTI yesterday about how putting exit velocity on the screen is ruining baseball for him.
Oh,
and it's just like that's silly. And everything about the take was like an old man. I don't actually pay that much attention take.
Yeah,
and it's fine. He's a busy guy. I'm not expecting. It was a bad take. Bad take from the homie.
I love Mike, but he's definitely getting to the yelling at the cloud stage of his career.
It's fine. That's fine. He's been around. He's an OG. I did not like the take.
He's the one. Like Mike and Tony set the standard for
sure. And I love that PTI started because they would argue in just the cubicles, and some producer was like, "This should be a show," and then it was a show.
Yeah, the greatest story Mike told me was when
sick drop.
Thank you. When he was writing. He was still writing for the Post. And he was like, look, he was telling ESPN, I'm not quitting my writing job unless you make me an offer I can't refuse. He said they promptly made him an offer he can't refuse, so he quit his job at the Post. He said when they put PTI together, they were hoping it would earn like half a share in the middle of the afternoon, and it wound up being a 2.1.
Man,
like right out the gate. And
sounds
so
like our show.
In ratings wise, it's way bigger than a 2.1. But that 0.5, well, never mind. They're mad enough at me already. Yeah, that's set them in the position where now 20 some odd years later, they're still rolling.
It's a staple in setting standards.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, we're calling names out. That's for sure. We're going to go over this whole ballot. There's quite a bit to talk about, though. The new Sac State head coach is going to join us. I'm refraining from saying his name because I have to see it phonetically spelled in front of me. And Matt George, the birthday boy, will be with us in the 3 o'clock.
I love that. Nice. All right, very good. D-Lo and KC coming up next. We'll see you there.
Bring your ass.
Later, y'all. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
No. See you tomorrow. I also only said at the
No,
top
could
of the
you
show,
send it to him? What's
I
that?
also only said at the top of the show that we're not here tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you might want
Okay.
Reiterate that.
Yeah, that's my bad.
We talked about it at one point because someone asked if I'd do a 6-hour podcast, and I said no.
Well,
Oh boy.
James Ham, not a man of the people.
Yeah, not liking curly fries is an insane take.
It finally happened. My computer just said, "The hell with you, I'm out."
Damn. Giants doing it again.
Coming back.
Yeah. The house, it was looking bleak, and I ain't talking Memphis.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Vibes are immaculate. One more time. Hot off the presses, Sean Cunningham says the date for the next U.S. Open, for the U.S. Open quarterfinal match in Sacramento between the Republic FC and Sounders SC, will be July 9th.
There we go. There
Tuesday,
we
July.
go. There we go. You know why? I was like looking at that.
I
Start
don't.
on the 10th. If my calendar is correct, the California Classic start on the 10th.
No, California Classic starts over the weekend. California, the 10th is
what is the 10th?
The 10th is the Kings and Warriors at the Chase Center.
Oh, nobody cares about that.
Right.
Never mind. It could have been on the 10th, actually.
It could have been any day. Yeah. No one is.
No, that's good stuff. Oh, you know what happened?
However, now that it's not, Kings fans will say, yo, let's go rock with the Republic here on Tuesday, and let's head down to the Chase Center and take over that joint on a Wednesday.
We got a bus.
That way don't do that. That way they learn, stop scheduling this in San Francisco. Now, the trade-off can be you have a Valkyries game here. Valkyries. Vals. You have a Vals game here. That could be the trade-off.
I don't know, man. You mean a regular season game?
No, I don't think they'll do that. Have a preseason game here.
You know what?
What?
You know, part of me is like, man, don't even tease me like that. Don't bring no exhibition
do that.
games.
There is no tease. It's not happening.
I know. So I don't
It's
want
not
that.
happening.
I don't want that.
No. That's cap. That's
I don't want
cap. No, you telling me you wouldn't be happy if the Aces and Valkyries were playing at the Golden One Center? Now they wouldn't. We'd be playing the Mystics. Shout out to Eric Tebow, but
Mystics got it popping right now. You see that deal they got going on?
Oh, the brunch deal.
Oh man, I'm gonna fly out to Washington to go to a game.
Brunch deal, crazy. I guarantee you that was Sheila Johnson's creation.
I'm
She
flying
was like,
out.
"Yo, let's serve mimosas and give people a ticket in the lower bowl, man. Let's cook."
Mystics got it popping. I mean, look, I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying, but I'm like, I just.
Come on, man. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I don't like that. Have give us a preseason game.
It's too
here.
close. It's too close to home, man. It hits too close to home. I don't want the one.
So you'd
game.
rather have nothing. You'd rather have
almost,
nothing.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I don't want the one
That's
game.
selfish.
Give me hype.
That's
like, oh man,
selfish.
this would be great if it was
That's
here.
selfish.
Knowing
It's
it's never gonna be here.
Well, let's take this. Give us something.
The A's.
Let us. Okay, how about this? You's willing to sign up for the A's to be.
They're gonna be here for years.
Will you listen? Let's show the WNBA what 17,000 turning out to the Golden One Center looks like.
But you know that don't mean nothing. You know it don't mean nothing. Like you got a shot with Major League Baseball. You don't have no shot with the WNBA. I don't think, from conversations we've had, things
I
that I've
don't
read.
believe that we do.
You don't have a shot. So
I hope I'm wrong.
If
I
they-
really, really hope I'm wrong.
If
but
they
I don't
if they
think
had
so.
a preseason game or something like that, yeah, I'll be in the building. I'm not gonna be like, I'm not gonna not go, but it's just teasing your boy. It's just teasing your boy.
Well, not everything is about you.
Yes, it is.
Well, all right. Fine. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
He's Jesse Tapia.
I'm in God mode.
Man, we're so happy that you're here with us. Vibes are immaculate today. We're headed into a long weekend, as the insiders mentioned at the top of their show. All local programming will be off the air tomorrow. We apologize for that. It does not happen very often.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Because it was just, it stuck out like a sore thumb. Not only is all local programming off tomorrow, all local workers are gone today. What the hell is this?
Oh yeah, no,
Not one person in here.
Yeah, the parking lot was empty today.
Well, let's be fair.
No, let's not be fair.
Our man Jonathan is always here grinding. He always works.
Well, he grinds. He grinds.
JC worked every single day, no matter what. He's
Okay,
off in the corner all by himself.
Okay.
You go over here to the other side. You got our man Charlie and the tribal chief are here, which is amazing because the tribal chief got to be in Napa, but he's here.
Big ups to
and
him.
then our promo team is hard at work.
Okay.
They're
All right.
here.
I'm just saying. I came through here.
No, we're talking about one specific department.
I'm just
that's
saying.
never here.
Well, look, I just
There's-
came through here. I didn't see nobody.
No.
Look, if you look around right now, you don't see nobody.
It does look like a Saturday in this
You
building.
don't see nobody.
Yeah.
You know, once again, I didn't go around the corner and see John and JC. I didn't go around the
Well,
corner.
I had to go
and see
seek
them.
out Jonathan because I needed his help with
Jonathan's always
something.
here.
JC's is working despite the fact he's the only one here. The government team is here for some reason. No one knows why, but
well,
they working. They working.
Be on my best behavior.
Well, they don't actually. They work here, but they don't actually work here. But yeah, and if you think there's going to be a soul in sight tomorrow, my God.
I'm just hating, by the way.
Leezy says, "Where's Kim?" I got a text from Kim on Tuesday that said, "I'll see you next Wednesday."
Come on, man.
I thought
Next
this
Wednesday.
was a John Landis bit
hell?
where she hit me with the Thriller. See you next Wednesday. No, like she's at Bottle Rock. She was in San Francisco. They done with us.
Yeah.
Then you got Monday off, and I guess people just taking Tuesday
Yeah.
off.
What's up with that? Oh, just take Tuesday off. What?
Maybe we go hang out like in Studio 6 that day or something.
We can go wherever we want. We
No one's
can
gonna be
go
here.
wherever we want. In this
Honestly.
place. Nobody's here. We could do the show in the Tribal Chief's office.
Well, the tribal chief is here.
He won't be here on Monday or Tuesday.
Oh, I ain't gonna be here on Monday.
On
You can come do
Tuesday.
the show if you want to. I bet you the tribal chief is here Tuesday. Well, he might not be because this is gonna be a long weekend for them.
Is Bottle Rock on Monday too?
I don't know. I got the impression it might be today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay.
But it would make a little bit more sense if it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah.
But I truthfully don't know because they won't give me a ticket to it.
Well,
So,
And look,
although
they be
after I
sitting-
saw the lineup, it was like, that's cool.
yeah, they be sitting VIP too. They're getting a little
That's
out of
probably
hand
why
with
they
these.
don't invite us.
They're getting a little out of hand with these festivals and like 4-day festivals.
Oh, that's
like,
too
settle
much.
down.
That's too much.
Like two
We
was
don't need all
two
that.
was the sweet spot.
Yeah, we
You
don't
want to
need all
go
that.
3, you're pressing your luck.
Yeah,
but
our
do what you do.
Our
but-
people dropped the ball too by
Yeah,
adding that
should've been
third
two.
day.
Should've been
Didn't
two.
need to do that.
Yeah.
Didn't need to do that. Time for that to be corrected to our loved ones out there. We don't need 3 days of Soul Boom. 2 is perfectly fine.
2 is perfect, man. We
2
good.
is perfectly fine. And 2 would have been better than 3. Look, hey, shout out to Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, man.
Earns his second All-NBA third-team nod as a member of the Sacramento Kings. 2 complete years with Sacramento, 2 All-NBA nods. I just couldn't help but look at that list of players that came out and think that Sacramento got the cursory nod for Domantas Sabonis, putting him on the third team. Now, again, you got Steph Curry on the third team. You got LeBron James on the third team. Ty's on the third team. I'm missing one. Who am I missing? Anybody know off the top of their head?
Did you say LeBron,
Booker?
right?
Booker.
Booker.
Thank you. Booker.
Yeah.
Booker's the other one. Booker, like Book, I think is a little bit different, but it like I think Domas had a better season than Anthony Davis. That's just me.
Who had a really good season? Anthony
Absolutely,
Davis.
absolutely. No, top for sure, absolutely. I had to double check. I feel like he had a better season than Kawhi Leonard.
I think so too. Kawhi had a really good season.
He did.
He got hurt around the last month of the season, so he was actually playing like all the games for a long time.
As you would say, there's warts to a lot of these. There's a lot of these picks. But what I was trying to say was, it felt like if you're in contention and you're a Sacramento King, you're going to get the third team, especially if someone else in the conversation is a Laker or a certified Hall of Famer. You're going to lose out on that. I also have a little bit of resentment about, not resentment. It's not resentment. I also have some questions about De'Aaron Fox. Now us, family, discussed. Yeah, De'Aaron, went through a little lull. He may have missed it. He may have missed it. There's another player that went through a pretty sizable lull. Had a hell of a season to start. It's not shade. It's just, what parameters are we using here?
It always
Tyrese was not good for like 30 games.
Yeah, see, I know. I try not to even speak on it because sound like hate, but we got to. We got to speak on it. Oh, I just asked the question, and then I said he wasn't a role.
I don't remember that part.
But nah, I mean, like, come on, man.
How many?
Come on, man. That's a stretch that he should be on the All-NBA.
And I don't want to be like, look, Tyrese is a worthy player. De'Aaron got 9 total points. 9. So his lull, his stretch was held against him, but not against Tyrese.
Yeah, that's.
And Tyrese's start to the season was phenomenal. But so was De'Aaron's. And I guess that's you're always going to catch the side eye when it comes to the Sacramento Kings and these postseason awards. I'm thrilled Domas made it because, truth be told, he made it pretty comfortably, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the prisms that I look at Domas making any of the All-NBA teams is I didn't think he was going to. So while you have a valid point, like he probably could be second.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, great, he made it. I didn't think he was going to make it.
Yeah, I didn't either.
And De'Aaron Fox, if my math is correct, the only top 10 scorer in the league not to make any of the All-NBA teams. It's crazy.
Oh, wow. I didn't even look at that.
De'Aaron finished, like, people kind of sleep on that. De'Aaron finished 8th in the league in scoring.
Shea, Luka. Yeah, wow.
Finished 8th in the league in scoring. And not only did he not, all those guys are, I don't even think any of them are third. Oh, Booker's a third teamer. Steph's a third teamer. Okay. But yeah, the only top 10 scorer not to make the All-NBA.
Well, record can't be in the conversation.
No. Because one,
I ain't gonna let it go any further than that.
Well,
I don't get yelled at.
Well, no, I mean, because I was saying this a while ago too. I was saying that. I said, look, man, he's going to, and I don't have a problem with it because I respect a top 10 player to ever play the game, but Steph Curry shouldn't be on the All-NBA team this year. But come on, I know how it goes. I ain't tripping.
BJ says, so you guys want 2 players in the third team All-NBA that not make the playoffs? There's a couple of typos in there, but I get the gist of what BJ's saying. That's not how All-NBA works. You're either comparable to the players on this list or you're not. De'Aaron's not comparable to Tyrese. Devin Booker, none of those guys. Steph Curry, this season. Not talking about Steph Curry's career. Talking about Steph Curry this season. He's not comparable. We're come back, man. We're just getting started.
We're just getting started, and it's chronicles of the drive-in.
Oh boy.
Well, I think I done started something, and we need to talk about it because I talked to Jesse about it. There was a report that came in as I was driving in. I said something. They ain't happy, and I'm gonna tell you right now, they're wrong.
Well, I guess we'll all find out what the hell that means together. My favorite segment is what runs through Kenny's head on his way to work.
Well, this one wasn't my fault.
Literally something I can't prepare for, so we'll all find out together next.
No, you gonna be ready. You good.
You hit the pause. You hit like a 2-second pause. I was like, okay, like go to break. When you just it cut off right. I wasn't sure if you were sending me to break or not.
Producer's like, fuck you, shut up.
Like it doesn't sound weird, but like there's a 2-second pause. Like, all right, I think that means he wants us to go break.
Not at all. What was that? What am I scouring Twitter for? What am I looking for?
This is my last tweet. You can see the replies and all that.
Oh, that's actually not what I was looking for.
Oh, well, I'm blocked anyway, so it don't matter.
Well, it's not untrue. Oh, I see it. Oh. Aggressive.
This happened about 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
And
well, wait a minute. I didn't.
Ain't happy about that, and I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn because if you ain't happy, you're wrong. That's just the bottom line.
King KC _. Here it is. Oh, this is what I was looking for. I was trying to retweet your show preview. That's what I was trying to do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You got quite a few responses in the last. Securing the Monk is not liking that. Well, Purple Talk likes
so what?
it.
Yeah, I don't give a damn.
Well, I don't know what you're getting all worked up about. It's like Split. What is wrong with you?
I didn't see Split.
No, it's Split. But it's split between absolutely to you're a jackass. that's the kind of there's not real any. We'll see. It's like, no, you suck, pal.
I'm gonna have to get out. I'm gonna try to get out to that the public game.
I might be away that week. It's to be determined.
TBD.
I'll be around that weekend because it appears we have a busy weekend. But
that weekend or the weekend? The
weekend before the Cal Classic weekend. The Cal Classic weekend, yeah.
Well, we got a busy weekend the weekend after. Oh, that's July. I'm thinking of tripping.
Yeah, June is crazy. My baby don't mess around. Uh-oh, why is Aaliyah Boston trending? Oh, it's because she's good. She is, in fact, good.
Oh, there goes somebody. And it was James.
Yes, James has not left yet. I finally got through most of the Budden podcast.
That's the most I've ever listened. Well, not ever, but like the most I've listened in probably like 2 years.
I think that's the most Big Mel's ever talked.
The Blazer on.
Do you watch or listen?
It goes back and forth. If I'm somewhere where I can like watch or have it on, I'll do that. But a lot of times I'm in the car and stuff.
Did you see Crocky's post about the credit card charge?
Yeah.
That's one of the great posts. I got to retweet that so everybody sees that. That's funny. That's one of the great posts of all time.
Yeah. Well, did you listen to all of Budden?
I'm probably 2 hours in.
Oh, okay. They hadn't got. Well, I'll ask you. You might know. Did you know "Smooth Criminal" was a DV song?
Ask that again.
Did you know "Smooth Criminal" by Michael Jackson was a song about DV?
No,
I didn't either. And I think Amani said it, and they were like, "What? You tripping?" And like they pulled up the lyrics, and jeez. Now, not about Mike doing something.
Yeah.
But I guess he was aware of something, in the song.
Oh my
He was aware of
God.
something and all this. Yeah.
He came into her apartment, left the blood stains on the carpet. She ran underneath the table. Oh God.
I had no idea. None of them knew either. I mean,
So
Monty
she
was the only
ran
one
into
to
the
know.
bedroom. She was struck down. It was her doom.
Annie,
Oh
you okay?
God, this is awful.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? I had no idea.
Yeah, I'm gone. I'm sorry.
I had
Will
no
you
idea.
tell us that you're okay? There's a sound of the window, then he struck you. Oh man.
You've been hit by a smooth criminal.
Goodness gracious.
That's
How did that
crazy.
fly under my radar for I never even listened to the words of what all I knew Billie Jean was a weird record about some kid.
Well, Mike was saying the kid wasn't mine.
Well, we should
Mike was saying the kid wasn't mine. Made a song about the kid not being his.
I'm about to go through like all of Michael's lyrics now to see what the hell is going
everybody on the show on the pod was saying. It was just like, yo, we don't know what he was saying. We was just bopping. We was trying to lean.
Well, we know Beat It was about gang warfare. We know that just from the video.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that at all.
What did they say Purple Rain was about?
I hadn't heard that.
Purple Rain was like it was something extreme. Let's say that. It was something extreme. I'm looking to make sure Thriller's not about something just totally weird. I'm going to continue to believe it's about zombies. Nothing else.
Yeah,
that video used to scare the hell out of me.
I don't think it ever scared me.
I rented that video because I was probably watching that video before you were born.
Yeah, when I probably started watching it, I was a little older.
When Mike turned into the werewolf, I ran every time, and then I could hear when he it wasn't Mike being the werewolf. It was just the process of him turning into a werewolf. And like when he hits you with the go away and his eyes are yellow, I'm out. I'm out and I can hear it.
That seems very
I can hear it.
Understandable.
And then when it changes, when I know, okay, he's done turning into the werewolf, he's running around, and then I come back out. And then Mike's just laughing at his girlfriend. It's only a movie.
What's my girl's name? Kennedy. Didn't you go to Kennedy?
Ola
we talked
Ray?
about this. Yeah.
Ola Ray.
Kennedy High.
Yeah, I still don't know anything about her going to Kennedy, but her name's Ola Ray.
I don't know. She's from Sac though.
I think we've been through this before, and I'm not sure that we determined she's from Sac. Ola Ray. I think we determined she was a Playboy bunny. St. Louis. There's not an extensive biography on Ola Ray, if we're being honest. There's not a
what was I about to say?
I also love the idea that she was in Playboy in 1980. The Thriller video was 84-ish. And there's this thing that Mike is like this clean cut, oh, he's so square. Meanwhile, he's got, the Playboy of the month in his biggest music video ever.
Oh, the other thing on the Button podcast, more Sacramento love. Did you get to the part where they were talking about what's the song? This is for my homies.
Gangstaline. DRS. Yeah. DRS.
They said that's the ghetto end of the road.
Oh man.
And Mel had never heard the song before.
Oh man.
They're like, Mel, you ever heard this song? She's like, I ain't never heard this before.
Why'd you have to go so soon? Yeah, those are. Yeah,
I was so proud. Sacramento
yeah.
in the building, man.
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes.
Isn't that what DRS stood for? Yeah,
that's right.
Hey, your boys get another.
Big ups,
victory.
man. Hey, they had the worst loss of the year.
Oh,
on Tuesday night. They were up 6-2, I think, blew that lead, lost. They followed it up with the best win of the year last night, 9-5 win in extras after being down 5-0. And then today, they went back to back as they were down 5-1.
Don't try to bring Drake back.
Stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. They were down 5 when I left the house. Stop. When I left the house, they were down 5-1 after a Joey Bart grand slam. Are you kidding
Oh my
me?
God.
Are you kidding me? Joey Bart grand
Boy,
slam.
y'all love that dude 4 years ago.
He was a game changer for
I remember
a second.
Danny in San Francisco. He got called up, guys. He got called up.
Did he want us to go live?
Like what?
Hey,
Hey, D'Lo, make a graphic. All right, man. Like,
you remember our pre-show calls? How those used to go?
oh man, those pre-show
Make
calls.
a graphic for Joey Bart.
It's still out there too. It looks like dog crap, also, because I don't know how to use Photoshop. But
Oh,
no,
Make a
that-
graphic for Joey Bart might be the thing that's aged the worst on this show.
oh man,
graphic
make a
for Joey
graphic.
Bart.
We were
I was hyped though. I was hyped to see Joey Bart get his major league debut.
we were hyping up DeQuan Jeffers for a week, and then he got released too.
Hit the
Hit the Quan.
That was a couple
Get
days.
down low and swing your
Oh
arms.
man, but the Giants, they were down 5-1 in this game when I left the house. I come in to the studio and everybody's like, the Giants take the lead. I said, what? And they eventually win 7-6.
God, I'm so bad at
stuff.
Photoshop. This is terrible.
I can't
There's a
believe
breaking De'Aaron Fox graphic. I don't even know what it means.
What happened?
I don't
Oh,
know.
gosh.
Oh, De'Aaron is out the next 10 to 14 days due
Delete
to
that.
health and safety protocols.
I thought that was the ankle injury before they traded Buddy.
Oh, we got a Marvin Bagley. What is this one? Marvin Bagley.
no.
Oh, Marvin.
Wait a minute. We might have to post these, man. No, we might have to post these.
This is breaking.
There's nothing wrong with that
These
Photoshop
are
either, by the way.
ass.
There's nothing
No,
wrong with them.
Maybe I already
fine.
maybe I already deleted the Joey Bart. The best graphic I ever made was this one. That's a
Oh, that was fire.
Yeah,
that was fire.
No,
That was fire.
no. I take that back. I made a better one it was this one. This is the best graphic I ever made.
Oh, that was fire too.
That's it.
You was
That's
in
it.
your
I
Kobe
made
bag.
one.
I mean,
yeah, that's
you a lake show guy?
yeah.
What's up?
Well, no, we've established it doesn't count.
That's true. That is true.
No, y'all keep talking. I know that. Oh, now he's sneezing. Now I got I got a Boogie is back graphic.
Oh, Boogie is back where?
Some of these graphics aren't bad. They're not bad.
How did Boogie
Oh
come
my
back?
God, there's another breaking De'Aaron Fox graphic. Oh, that's his contract extension.
Were we even on the air yet?
Yeah, because we were on the air with Monty McNair.
That's right. That's right.
Got a bogey traded graphic. Oh, this is great. I think this was a sign and trade brings Dante DiVincenzo to Sacramento.
Oh man.
Anybody remember that?
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Okay, this is great. For those that can see, there's the graphic. Bogey traded, sign and trade. And then a couple of days later, how did I do? Never mind. Oh, man, this is spectacular.
Oh man.
This is spectacular.
And we still don't have the Joey Bart one.
I still can't find that. Had to be early in the show. Oh, we got Black Lives Matter jerseys here. Oh man, in some of these pictures.
Was it 20?
Shavano. Oh, courtside.
Oh, shout out courtside.
Courtside with D'Lo and KC. Let's go.
Shout out courtside, baby.
There it is. Joey Bart called up. Look at that. Look at that fine work. Joey Bart called up on August 20th, 2020. This was
Danny in San Francisco.
3 days after the show started. Danny in San Francisco.
We might have to go live. We have to go live. So can we get it going at 11?
Joey Bart called up. Oh, man. It took so long to get Danny in San Francisco to realize we weren't in San Francisco.
Oh, man. Great two wins for the Giants. So that was amazing. I thought they were dead both games.
If you scroll down long enough, you can find Whitey.
What?
Yeah, if you scroll down long enough on ESPN
that's where we're
1320.
seeing all this stuff on the.
Yeah, this is Instagram. Yeah.
There he goes.
Yeah, man.
Friday Night Theater's finest.
Well, I think this is a little after Fright Night Theater, but I got you. I got you. Oh, this is amazing. We had a hype video.
I have the hype video. I think it's on my Instagram.
Maybe the hype video never made it to Instagram. Oh, there. Oh, that's just a logo.
I'll be out a hype video, not on.
Oh,
the,
here
on
it
the
is.
Site. The hype video is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's me. Oh, look at those guys.
Yeah.
Noon to 2 p.m. I love this. It says local sports talk, and then it shows the A's, the Giants, the Raiders, the 49ers. Oh, that's amazing. Just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. All right.
Oh man, good times. But yeah, man, shout out to the Giants, man. That's a big
Shout
time.
out Joey Bart.
Yeah, Joey Bart. I mean, I want to see him prosper. I don't want to see him fail. So, maybe he found a home in Philly or Pittsburgh, excuse me. But yeah, Giants win.
Joey Barton, Vladdy Divac got this show off the ground.
That's a shoot.
That's crazy. Let me see, because I gotta,
Vlade was fired the Friday before our show started, right?
Yeah, a couple of days before, something like that.
Yeah.
I think he was like the 14th, and we debuted the 17th.
I think we did like we did something, maybe an IG. I don't remember. We did something though.
We did.
Maybe it was just we just did a video.
It was just
where the camera for me was like, it was like down here, and I'm sitting here like, yeah, Vlade's fired. I
was in the car.
You were in the car. Yeah, it was just absolute. Oh my God, so bad.
We did what we could, man. We did what we could.
Bad. We were figuring out how to do a radio show like.
We literally had a
fly.
technical difficulty every day for the first 2 years of doing this damn show.
That's true. That is true.
Look where we at, baby. We made it, baby. Look at these glorious studios.
Yeah, they're all ours. They're all ours. All 6 of these studios here are ours.
Are they brought to us by anybody?
The studios?
Yeah.
The individual studios are.
This one is?
Like ESPN 1320? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because Sky River brings you D-Lo and KC. I think M&S Audio brings you KSFM.
That's right.
And I'm sure 98 Rock has one. The Eagle has one.
Like I said, I mean, if we open for business, we open for business. I heard Jesse for the first time on Friday. I was like, listen to Jesse.
Yeah, come pay for these sports updates.
Listen to my man Jesse doing his thing. Yeah, man. But Giants win 1 game under 500 now. Good stuff for them.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
But
it's like Brian Windhurst is the 2020 version of D-Lo and KC. Like, why does the camera have to be so close to his face?
Well, he got the ring light so close to his face this time, or what? Yeah, ring light.
I'm just so. And shout out to Windhurst, because that's like an 8K camera that's 2 inches from his face.
Looks like one of those hostage videos.
Oh.
Like, I'm safe. I'm okay.
I'm okay, guys.
Well,
I'm in Minnesota. Everything's fine.
At least he's like put together for TV.
Oh, he looks great.
He's got his hair slicked back.
He looks great.
He doesn't look like he has the mellow suit on today either.
Yeah, like he's put together for TV today.
He looks good. He looks good. It's just I just don't know why his camera angles are always so bad. At least I learned from mine. I was like, this camera angle is not working. We've got to fix this.
Oh man. All right. So look, I'm driving into the station, and I'm just minding my own business, listening to Joe, and just riding along, having a good time. And all of a sudden, tweet comes up from, how you say his name? Evan Siddery? Siddery? You know how to say his name?
The Toronto brother?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think.
All right.
I think I know who you're talking about. And I don't think this is that guy.
All right.
Because that guy, he's got the Canada flag in his.
That's right.
Yeah, that's not this guy.
Okay.
But he says the Wizards will make Kyle Kuzma available on the trade market per Jake Fisher. Washington was seeking 2 first-round picks for Kuzma at the trade deadline, but it's unknown if the price has dropped or not. I see that, and I'll give you even more of the backstory and everything to why I say what I say. I see that, and I say, quote, tweet, whatever you want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Kings should offer 2 first-rounders and be willing to go to 3 if need be for Kyle Kuzma. Me and Jesse kind of said it. I don't think he was even on the air. I think he just said it.
I think it was during the stream, during the break.
It was definitely during the break, but did you say it to everybody or just?
I think it was on the stream. I said my bold prediction is that Kuzma's a king this year.
And I was like, it's not a bad prediction. And I just was thinking about something, and we'll kind of step on something a little bit that we were planning to talk about later, but it fits here. We talked about who's a Monty guy. We've been talking about who's a Mike Brown guy. And we were like, well, who's a Monty McNair guy? He's been trying to get this guy since he became the GM. It feels like it's safe to say Kyle Kuzma might be a Monty McNair guy.
That's true.
I also think Kyle Kuzma is really good. And I think he is probably, in my opinion, the most available player out there, potentially, with the least amount of warts. I keep talking about warts and everything that's going on.
Okay.
I think Kuz has 3 years left on his deal?
Correct.
He's
signed this past off season.
He's under 30. He's like 28 or something like that. Maybe. I could be wrong. He's a bucket. He fits in the lineup almost seamlessly, being able to play the 3-4 to 4-3. Kuzma is I think he's the best option. And if he's available, the Kings need to go get him.
Kyle Kuzma will be 29 on July 24th.
Okay.
22-6-4 last season.
Come on, man. And look, here's another thing. I said 3 first rounders. For Kyle Kuzma. I can make an argument.
3 years, no options left, it looks like. Declining contract.
Come on, man.
By the way.
Come on now.
Also.
Do what we do then. We can do it early.
I was going to say.
It's nothing.
Kyle Kuzma, the former number 27 overall pick of the 2017 NBA draft. Going to be 29 years old in July. 7 years in the league for Kyle Kuzma. 7 years in the league. In 2017 NBA draft, number 27 overall pick. He has 3 years remaining on his declining contract, his declining scale contract. The most money he has ever earned, obviously, at this point, was last season. $25.5 million. I think this could be a tough one for both of you.
It is a little tough. As I'm going through it in my head right now, it is a little tough.
7 years in the league. Peak earnings last year, $25.5 million. We're doing money up till this point.
So not the duration of the contract.
We'll go over that in a few minutes. Okay. Money up until this point. I want the amount of money.
What's the most he made? The highest amount?
$25.5 million. It was last year. I want the money that Kyle Kuzma has earned his 7 years in the National Basketball Association after being picked number 27 overall. At this point, KC is up 17-15.
Yeah, I'm running away with this thing. I'm almost like the 72-10 Bulls.
Got 2 straight victories after Jesse brought it back to an even split. But KC with the last victory means Jesse Tapia, the challenger, is up. 7 years in the league for Kyle Kuzma. 25.5 was his peak. He is the former number 27 overall pick in the NBA draft.
You said he made 25 this past season or the year before?
The season that just came to a conclusion, the 23-24 season.
I'm going to go $96 million.
$96 million is Jesse Tapia's guess. KC, for your 3rd straight victory, $25.5 million is the peak amount that he earned last year. 7 years in the league, former number 27 overall pick.
I'm going to go $99 million.
$99 million. KC implementing his strategy once again, but he went the wrong direction.
I knew it. I knew this one too. I knew it. As soon as you went over, I knew it.
He went the wrong direction. I tried to help you both with this.
I thought he might have made
the number 27 overall pick means his initial contracts are lower than everybody. He just signed with Washington last season. $60 million to this point.
Wait, what
Kaya.
was he making in LA though?
Yeah, he had a. Oh, that's crazy.
The number 27 overall pick. So his starting salary is 1.4, 1.6, 1.8, 3.5. Then he goes 13 million, 25 million.
What was that second contract? The rookie extension.
Stand by.
I gave him too many years. I went 4 years at like 17 million with the Lakers instead of 2.
Yeah, I thought he got.
I gave him
4
years.
4 year, close to $80 million.
Yeah, I gave him 4. I did 4 years times like 16 or whatever it was. And I gave him 25. I thought he did 4 years, not 2 years with the Lakers.
His rookie contract is a 4-year, $8.6 million contract.
And then the rookie extension
is 3 years, $39 million.
Damn.
I gave him too much money on that rookie extension.
I thought he made about. I was gonna say like 105, and then Jesse said 90. So I was like, well, let me not. I want to make sure.
I thought for sure you had sniffed it out. I thought
he made more on the rookie extension. That's what.
I'm glad you were on the same thinking as me then.
I thought you were going 90. When you said 90, I was like, he got him. He got him.
Damn, I thought he made $100 million.
Nope.
Just barely over $100 million.
Nope. So here's what's probably the most important part, not for pocket watching, which is now just it's a fight between two heavyweights right now, 17-16, as the long losing streaks may be behind us, and these two are going to battle it out. Important to the conversation, though. 25 million was his first year. That was last year. It was the year this was just completed. Next year, 23.5, 21.4, 21.4 in the 2025 season. Cap's going up 10%. 2026 is 19.4. That will put his career earnings in 3 seasons when his time with the Sacramento Kings is done at that point. 124,526,000.
He's the one. He's the one. He's the move. Jesse's been saying it.
Oh, yeah, I'm
He's
with
right.
Casey.
He's the move. And the reason why I say go to 3.
It's a good contract.
The reason why I say go to 3 first rounders, if you need to, do not get outbid here. I would tell whoever it was, it's not Tommy Shepard, but whoever it is, hey, look, we want in. We're giving you this offer. Give us the opportunity to match anything that you get if it's better than what we do. Kuz is the move.
Washington Wizards general manager is Will Dawkins.
I think you can get away with getting Kuz here, the 13th pick, maybe a couple of seconds if you want to throw in a first.
So you
whenever
can't
they
trade
can.
the 13th pick. You have to trade the human being who's
Well,
attached.
fine, the person who we select with that pick.
You have to essentially
TBD.
That
person.
You basically have to have a wink agreement with Washington to draft the player they want and then execute the trade following the selection.
Herder can go back home to the DMV.
Well, wait a second now. If you want to do that, I think going 3 first-round picks is getting a little crazy.
I think Casey's logic.
I don't care about picks for the record. I think not y'all, but some of y'all talk too much about picks, about numbers that aren't attached to names. But if Kevin Herter is a part of this, is 3 really necessary?
Sure. I mean, it could be 2 then. That's
I think
fine.
Casey's logic is just get the guy here.
You're
Get him
saying
here.
overpay just so you don't lose out.
Yeah, because there somebody had, I think in the comments had talked about teams that might be interested in Kuzma, and they got more assets. They have more. One I saw for sure was OKC. If OKC really wants Kuzma, they got more assets. They can outpick you. They can give them Giddy or something like that. You have to do whatever you have to do to win that sweepstakes.
See, what helps though is that there's
we don't know that it's a.
We don't know. We don't know. That's why I just say I would tell them
the great Hassan Whiteside bidding war is back.
You want to go here?
No, we can keep going. Let's just keep going, Jesse. Let's keep going.
But all I'm saying is you can come to them with the 2 first-round picks, maybe a player, maybe not a player, and say, hey, we really want to make this happen. And they're like, all right, we'll think about it. And before they get off the phone, look, we really want to make this happen. Make sure we get an opportunity, if need be, to match anything that you get.
I hear you. You're putting yourself in a deficit in that exact second.
True, yeah.
Because
By
you're
saying
basically
that,
screaming you're desperate.
yeah.
I think what kind of helps
are.
if the Kings were to pursue Kuzma or whatever, I think what kind of helps them is that there's Brandon Ingram's available. There's Donovan Mitchell's who could be traded, or Darius Garland's. There's Paul George's out there who you're going to spend money on him. And Jared Allen's like Kuzma's probably not the belle of the ball for some of these teams, but here in Sacramento he fits. Like you're not gonna. Maybe what I'm saying is like you're not gonna have to overpay because like those first round picks are going towards guys like Ingram and stuff like that or whatever. I think you can get Kuzma here with like whoever you draft at 13, throw in a player or whatever, maybe a second round pick. I don't think they're gonna have to overpay crazy for him.
So there's a note that I've had for about a week or so, and we just hadn't been able to get around to it. But
it was about quarterback contracts.
It was on the same page. But this they had a report in Bleacher Report, I think it was.
Okay.
A week and a half ago. And it wasn't a report. It was just an article, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like every team's trade they should make or something like that. And the trade for the Kings was Trey Lyles, Sasha, Chris Duarte, 2029 first rounder for Kyle Kuzma. I personally would try to swap Trey Lyles out for a first round pick. Or the 13th pick, actually. I would swap Trey Lyles out for the 13th pick.
Okay.
But does that deal seem like what you guys think? Does that seem like a fair deal for Kyle?
What was the pick on that deal again with Lyles?
It was Lyles. Their trade was Lyles, Sasha, Duarte, and a 2029 first round pick for just Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, you have to do that. I would try to work around Trey Lyles too, because what he does here is impactful and stuff like that. But I feel like
I would try. Yeah. I would try to keep Trey.
Yeah, Trey's the one I try to work around. But
if that was a deal breaker, I'd have to make that move. But
Sasha and Trey are expiring, I assume.
Yeah, because Trey signed the 2-year deal last season.
Yeah.
I needed to pull up 24, 25, 25, 26. So Herter still has another year on his contract. So that might not be as attractive to a team like Washington, who's kind of stuck. So they probably don't. I mean, even though it's a $17 million contract for the final year, in the year that the cap is going to go up 10%.
That trade, like if they executed this trade, if
you get to
fair, like I don't want Trey to go, but you get Kuzma and you keep the pick.
That's what I'm saying.
That's kind of crazy. This year's pick.
And then we let Trey. Like Trey obviously makes an impact off the bench and all that, but it's kind of where Monty, all right, show up the roster.
And if Kuzma's
that's
in
a
that
true
deal,
Washington move of we're just trying to
get assets and clear
start
space.
over.
Yeah. They might be,
which means
right
there's
now.
Jordan Poole conversations that they probably have to have.
I would think.
Yes and no, but that would be the only contract. I think they could live with that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're right. They could. Not that they can't live with Kuzma, because again, this is minimal dollars that we're talking about.
Right. But Washington might even be looking at, like, this draft is so sorry. They might be looking at doing what they got to do to move on for get ready for next draft and get Cooper Flag, hopefully.
Yeah.
So, and that would actually be the move for them. Like, what you trying to do? Like, you trying to
No, you're right.
Like, suck again for the better draft. I
think we solved something, boys.
Rashawn Holmes' contract will expire. Or will it? Yeah, it will. Yeah, they've got nothing. Just nothing. Marvin Bagley's on that team, for goodness sakes.
What does that mean?
I forgot Marvin Bagley was on the Wizards. That's all it meant. I forgot.
Here I have the write up about this whole thing.
It doesn't have their. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's one of our ops who wrote this. I think it's like Andrew Bailey or something like that. I think it's one of our
Andy.
ops. Andy, yeah. Well, time has healed all wounds. He's whatever.
Andy, come on the show.
Yeah, just relax,
well, we don't need Andy on the show.
But he says he might even, I think talking about Kyle Kuzma, he might even okay, sir. He said he might even be good enough to start over Harrison Barnes. And, no, come on, man. And the Kings have 2 expiring contracts in Trey Lyles and Chris Duarte, and effectively a third with Sasha, who's on a team option in 25-26. That'd be 3 expiring contracts. I didn't know Duarte was expiring to offer the Wizards for him. That alone brings the Wizards loads of financial flexibility. Kuzma is on a reasonable deal, but it runs through 26-27, where he's set to make $19.4 million. Getting out from under that and eventually adding a first-round pick makes this a reasonable haul for a soon-to-be 29-year-old volume scorer who's never had an above-average true shooting percentage. Yeah, he sucks. Bring him here.
Andy Bay is a big analytics guy too.
Yeah, no, you're right, Andy. Yeah,
well, I think despite Jesse's thrilling victory in pocket watching, despite
it's controversial.
I don't think so.
Usually we go to the end of the contract.
Oh no, okay.
You still would have went over.
This guy. The most important thing you said is what started the conversation. Monty's been trying to get Kyle Kuzma for a couple of years. Now, the flip side to that is
he'll be back.
As we just went down memory lane on Instagram, we recall him trying to get Dante DiVincenzo as well.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, that didn't work out the way Monty hoped. At least I don't think that it did. Not the same thing, not completely different scenarios, completely different places. One thing, the thing I love the most was the way you led the conversation was that we thought Kyle Kuzma was here. We thought Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell were Sacramento Kings.
Kyle Kuzma did.
There was a fleeting 12 minutes with Deuce and Mo on the show that we thought that was happening, and Shavano was going to save the Los Angeles Lakers. And then it didn't. Yeah. So whatever happened last offseason happened. I don't think that was just about the Sacramento Kings and their interest in Kyle Kuzma. I think there was a certain interest that Kyle Kuzma had in his bank account. Signing a contract to get your contract, to get the most amount of money that you can, and figuring it out later is a very, very real thing in the NBA. I like it. I like it.
I'd make that move. I think that's the most, if he's available, I think he's the most attainable person, realistically. Well, I think Levine is attainable too, but I don't think
that's different.
Levine's situation is not as good as Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, it's different.
And man, like we'll just go by this trade. Maybe you got to do a little bit more, but this trade where you only trade the 2029 first rounder, you get to keep the 13th pick. You get to keep Davion Mitchell. Because we all think Davion's supposed to be.
I don't think I'm interested in including Davion Mitchell in a deal like
this. But it feels like if you want to get Brandon Ingram or somebody,
yeah, for sure.
Move Davion.
Yeah, for sure.
Now you're getting a guy that's capable, and you get to keep those guys.
What if they said, "Nah, we don't want Trey, we want Davion." Washington.
I'm making the deal. And
it feels like it's cool if it's Trey or Davion. It can't be, no, we don't want, what I'll do, Chris Duarte, we want Davion Mitchell. It's like, wait a minute.
Right.
I don't know if we're going
to.
We talk
I would not. I don't think that would scare me off, but.
I'd negotiate. Hey, don't do that.
We would try. We would try.
Yeah.
We would try. Absolutely.
Yeah,
but if it got down to it,
it was impacting winning for you more this season.
And here's another reason why I said 3 first-round picks. And people on Twitter, like you said, they're a little split. Some
they are
think you're a jackass, KC.
What happens
Some are like, you're pretty right.
They're not talking to me, so I see the split. They're talking to you, so all you see is get off the weed or whatever they're messaging.
So here's why I was okay and am okay potentially going to 3 first-round picks. Pascal Siakam. Went for 3 first-round picks,
and I think 3 players,
and 3 players,
or two or 3 players.
I don't know. I think they're on the same tier. Then I can make the argument Kyle Kuzma's better than Pascal Siakam.
I don't agree with that.
You think Pascal's
I do.
way better?
I think he's better.
You think they're on the same tier?
I do not.
I think Pascal's a
don't.
tier above.
Yeah,
I think his defense puts him over top
but
two.
admittedly, I really like Pascal Siakam. So no, I do not believe that they are.
His defense probably puts him a little bit above, like saying he's a better defender, but Kuzma's a better offensive player.
I don't know that I agree with that either.
Yeah, he definitely.
I think Kuzma's more.
He's definitely a better, more versatile offensive player.
Kuzma's
okay, maybe he's more versatile. Sure.
3-level scorer. Pascal can shoot the three, but he can't really do it off the bounce.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Mhm.
Absolutely. I don't know that he's.
I think
don't know
Pascal's
that
like
constitutes him being better, more versatile for sure.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I don't know.
And then the numbers say he's
do
better
you
too.
think they're on the same tier?
I think they're on the same tier.
I think Pascal's like a number 2. He could be at best a number 2, like on a really good team. So
Man.
I think Kuzma's more of a number 3 type guy.
I guess I'm the ass because I think he's like a 1B.
No,
I don't think
Toronto,
he's a 1B.
Siakam's not a 1.
Toronto was dying with Siakam.
Well, that was with him as like a 1A.
Yeah, and then you got
He didn't
Scotty
have-
Barnes there, and you got OG,
Well,
and they were dead.
well, OG's not
For the
a.
last 2 years, they've been dead.
No,
Siakam.
that's not true.
They made the play-in last year.
They were dead this year. Well, a lot happened this year. Well, they traded Siakam this year. They traded OG this year, for God's sakes.
That's true too. And they
Um,
just tried to lose,
well, they did that too, and they succeeded. So salute.
and they didn't keep their pick. I don't think. I think they lost their pick with all that losing they were trying to do.
Let's get TC in here real quick. I don't want him to wait through the break because it's his birthday. TC,
Hey, it's TC's birthday.
yes sir.
Oh man, come on, man! Happy birthday, big dog.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm all right, man. Just tapping in, calling the homies, man. Hey, listen, before we get started, man, let Matt George know happy birthday, man.
No
Yes,
doubt, no
indeed.
doubt.
What are you guys? What, Geminis?
Yeah.
I don't know nothing
23rd
about
of May,
no
bro.
Geminis. I don't know nothing about that.
He said, I don't know nothing about that. We cool people, man.
I can dig
Hey,
it. I dig it. I know all the Geminis I know are cool.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Hey, but look, D-Lo, KCJ, Jesse in the back. Hey, I'm all in on that Kuz move, bro. Like, hey, I feel you, D-Lo, but it's like this. On one side, we can't say we don't really care about the picks. Not saying that you are or nobody, but I'm saying, like, if that's the case, then we should just draft people, bro. Like, I'm not really tripping. I'm with you, Kenny. I'm not tripping on the 3. I'm giving 3 first-round picks up for Kuzma just to get him in the house. That's what it matters the most. Like, it doesn't matter about the draft picks. If that's the case, then let's pick him and build that way. But if we look at the win and bring in a 6'11" dude that's going to contribute immediately, I don't give a damn about those 3 first-round picks, bro. He's coming in. I'm doing it like today. I go pick him up from Sac International. That's bro. I love y'all.
Well, love you too,
Happy
bro.
birthday, dog.
I think someone else can pick him up. It's fine. Ramsey could probably pick him up. Maybe you guys could go together.
Oh, come on. Let's make
By
it
the way,
happen.
Throw it on YouTube after.
TC Ramsey said happy birthday. What was that?
I would say we'll throw Ramsey and TC, pick up Kuzma. We'll throw it on YouTube after that.
Yeah, do that. Do that. Put the little camera in the car. That'd be a good look. All right,
Do
we
it like,
we have to step
car
out.
karaoke.
We have to step out. We'll come back. All right, we'll weigh in. Like, what do you think?
Tap in with us, man. Some people think
KC's thoughts on the way in have set us on this trail. So let us know. 916-909-1320. Coach DePaul joins us. He's the new head coach, the interim head coach for the Sac State Hornets. You know how much we love that Hornet program, man. So we'll talk to him about taking over for our man, Coach David Patrick. Coming up here at about 1:30, Matt George, the other birthday boy, will join us in the final hour of the show here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We did? I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Love to see it. Love to see it. I invited Joe over tomorrow.
Okay.
He's on the Charlie schedule,
Gotcha.
but
Gotcha.
I invited him over.
For sure.
He eager to work. I love that.
J Toy 15. I have zero interest in Zach Edey. I would actually probably be pissed off if they drafted Zach Edey. I don't think he's an NBA player. Well, Tony Edwards, that's unfair. What has Kyle Kuzma ever done in life but dress a certain way? Come on, Tony.
I saw there were 30 comments on Caitlin's video and got nervous. I was like, oh, what are they talking about over there?
On ours on YouTube?
Yeah, it's not bad though. They're actually, most people are actually having a conversation.
That's all we ever asked for, guys. Embrace debate.
Dude, I'm gonna break something. NBA Today right now says is Game 2 the first prove it game for the Boston Celtics this year.
Jesus Christ!
I can't do it, you guys. I can't. What does that even mean? Sean, he wasn't bad with the Lakers though. I feel like that's another thing too. Do you guys have any worries about like if Kuzma were to fit in here, his role and all that stuff? 'Cause I feel like that's something that comes up all the time with him.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all. John Paul, we could talk about just on the Kings. Like, I don't want the Kings to draft him. I don't think he's a good NBA player. If Luka Garza can't play in the NBA, Zach Edey can't play. Now I know Luka Garza's on the Timberwolves, but he never plays. So if he can't get off the bench, Zach Edey can't get off the bench. He's not better than Garza. Zach Edey, he's not that good.
Drew Down's got a future job as a producer on ESPN television.
Dude, he's not far off.
Why winning game 1 was the worst thing that could happen for Danny Ainge.
They're supposed to blow out these teams, play in close games, be clutch, Tatum not be ass, all in one.
Was my favorite go-to was game 1 more about the Celtics or the Pacers? Next. Okay.
Get up.
Good morning. How Dak will slide the Big D back into Dallas. We know what you're doing, Greeny. Stop it. We know what you're doing. Zay's asking me, D'Lo, can I ask what the pocket watching music is named? Yeah, it's generic game show music from the Odyssey library. Let's get, you said Leezy? Leezus, what up, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, what's good, guys?
What up, man?
I just, man, feeling good, man. It's got Chipotle. You know, I keep that thing on me.
Well,
hey, well, no flag. Jesse, don't flag me. I just wanted to call with 2 questions, guys. I know right now we're talking Kings, maybe how we can improve the team. We always talk a lot about Levine, Ingram, Kuzma, all those guys. I'm not a big draft guy, but what do you guys think if the Kings added DJ Burns from North Carolina State? I believe he had a good run. He has good size and can shoot and stretch the floor. And my other question was for D'Lo. Going into the conference finals, D'Lo, you really wanted Knicks and Celtics, but now that we're here with the Pacers, is this series living up to what you expected? And do you think maybe next year Pacers could take an even bigger step?
So about the conference finals, I wanted the Knicks and Celtics for the atmosphere. I thought the garden to garden vibes would be incredible. I have no issue. Like I'm just as happy watching the Pacers and the Celtics as well. I just thought the garden to garden New York to Boston thing would have been nuts and a lot of fun to watch if Jalen was able to. Obviously, with what happened in Game 7, that's a tough break, no pun intended, for Jalen. But and yeah, I absolutely believe the Pacers are taking another step forward next year, no matter what happens. I mean, obviously, if they win a title this year, then no, they're probably not taking a step forward next year. But I don't think that's happening. But I think they're going to be a top 2 or 3 team in the Eastern Conference. And your journalism career is off to a bad start because I can't remember the
first
thing
one
that
was
he asked.
DJ Burns, which is
DJ Burns lost 45 pounds in the last
he
6
lost
weeks.
A lot of money. I ain't a lot of money, a lot of weight to get a lot of money. Hopefully, I like his game. I like his basketball IQ. I don't like. He's definitely not like first round for me, but they got some second round picks.
Not doing it at 13.
No, not.
He feels like a Stockton guy.
He's interesting. Like I like his basketball IQ. Ironically, his size, like him losing all that weight in college, his weight helped him. Like, because it was like, what you gonna do with this dude? Like, he's damn near 300 pounds. He has good feet. He can move. He's got a high basketball IQ. He can pass, all this other stuff. Like, he felt unguardable sometimes in college. Can't get away with that in the pros. He lost weight to, try to be more prepared for the NBA, which is a great thing. But I wonder if it translates to his game, like to an advantage for him, like the weight was. I'm not saying he should stay the same size going into the NBA, but that was an advantage for him. And I don't know. I want to see him. I second round undrafted is where I would look at DJ Burns.
I saw the weight loss in a story. And I thought it was Perk talking about Wiseman being 7'3" in the offseason. I was like, oh, who got? What is this? He lost 25 pounds in such and such weeks. What? And then I saw him. I was like, oh, all right. Hey, you putting that work in.
Yeah. And that's good for him, man. Like that's what he had to do for the NBA.
Yeah.
Like having the weight in college worked to his benefit. I don't think it would have worked the same way in the NBA. So he had to get in better shape. He did that. And like I said, I like his skill set. I like his basketball IQ. So somebody should give him a chance at some point in the draft, just not in the first round.
Kieran the Monk says 45 pounds in 6 weeks doesn't sound healthy. You know what probably happened? He probably lost like 10 or 12 pounds of water weight, like right out the gate, and then settled into a consistent weight loss for, you eliminate that initial, anyone who's trying to go on a program where they lose weight, you're going to lose the most right out the gate.
Yeah.
He probably lost quite a bit of weight that first week and then just kind of settled in. 45 isn't crazy if you're overweight. Let's get Mitch in here. 916-909-1320. We know Mitch always looks like $1 million. What's up, buddy?
How's it going? Damon, Casey, how you guys doing?
Good, man. Good. How you doing, Mitch?
Pretty good. This is when it's nice to be tall and big. I was at the dog pound, the dog shelter. I saw all these forms. Even you slip, get bit, catch something, all to be identified for their benefit. You have to sign a waiver. You can't sue. It's you know what's coming in. And then my wife says to me, "Oh, I know you can't handle these big dogs. Don't come crying to me if you get bitten. All right? This is real comfortable. I want to contribute to society in my retirement here, and these are like the choices I have."
Mitch, did you say you were tall?
I wish I just adopt one. What's that?
Did you say you were tall?
I wish I was.
Oh, okay.
I would feel more confident because
he's saying I wish I was a little.
When I walk into the place, now way in the back with a little dog, I can tell they were little dogs. I like medium sized, but these were all pit bulls.
Oh,
and said they have a bad reputation. Now let me get to the sports. I'm sorry.
Oh no, fine.
The train went off the tracks already.
No, it was never on the tracks, but it's good.
Dodgers are in first. They're gonna win the World Series, and I go off the tracks quickly.
Dodgers ain't winning the World Series, dog.
We'll see. I like the kid Cody, and that center from New Orleans. Jesse told me how to pronounce it.
Valanciunas, Mitch.
Valanciunas. Oh, where's he from?
Lithuania.
What kind of name is that? Well, okay. And it only costs money.
Well, yeah, you won't have to give up players. Yeah, he's a free agent. Was he talking about Cody Williams?
I don't know. I have no clue.
I think he was talking about drafting Cody Williams.
Yeah. Mitch.
I didn't even know what sport he was talking about.
No,
for a
yeah.
second.
So Mitch went because as we know, Mitch is retired, so he's picking up the hobbies and stuff, the little side gigs. He's working at the dog place or whatever. So
Which
he's
is
talking about
wild,
that.
given how often he was bitten.
Yeah, man, come on. I wouldn't do that.
Batman's biggest fear was bats, and he became Batman. That's how you do it, okay? So there, he's with the dog people now. And then, Dodgers are in first. He wants the Cody kid, the Kings to draft. And then, he likes Valanciunas. What do you guys think of Valanciunas on the Kings? That was Mitch's call right there.
Well, to answer Mitch's question, I like Valanciunas as a player. I don't know how I like him on the Kings. I wouldn't be against him being on the Kings.
For sure. I think what we established is come hell or high water, Jonas Valanciunas is going to make $15 million next year. There is nothing in Valanciunas' career that shows he's going to make anything less than 13, 14, $15 million.
That's what you're going to do is make that 15.
I
they can't do this, but I was like, man, if you can do the Kuzma deal we're talking about, you still got the 13th pick. And you can go sign Valanciunas. Now we money cooked.
Well, I don't know where that money's coming
but
from.
you can't you can't do it. I think they said
let's sign
if
Malik.
you sign Malik, you don't really have much money.
Yeah.
After that, you don't have your mid level or anything like that.
Yeah, and anything you acquire from that point probably has to come through trade. Yeah,
but you do still have like people that you can trade. Like if that trade, we're just going with the hypothetical that was on
the Bleacher Report trade.
You still have Herter's money, and I don't think you'd ever do it, but you'd have Harrison's money, and you'd have Davion's money.
I think what you meant to say, correct me if I'm wrong, I won't speak for you. You don't think Mike would ever do it.
I don't think Mike would ever. I don't think he'd okay that.
Yeah, and I don't think Monty would want him to do it. Or I don't think Mike would want Monty to do it.
Which is fine. He doesn't have to, like, if you're bringing in the talent outside of trading him, I'm okay with that. That's fine. Like if you're bringing in a Kuzma type or an Ingram type or something like that, and you're able to do that and still hold on to Keegan and Harrison Barnes and hell, even Davion, like, yeah, that's great. That's a win. You don't have to get rid of Harrison Barnes. I just look at him as like one of your assets. That's the only reason why I always include him. But if you can find deals that you can get better and get some of these high talented players without losing Harrison Barnes, that's a great deal for Monty McNair.
All right, we'll come back. Coach Michael Zapol's going to join us. He is the interim head coach for the Sac State Hornets. He's taking over for our man, Coach David Patrick, and we're going to stay supporting our crew over there.
Absolutely.
At Sac State.
Stingers up, baby.
I'm anxious to talk to Coach and what he thinks about the upcoming season and stepping into this role and talking about what's ahead for Sac State. So we'll do that. We'll talk a lot more basketball as well. We have not yet once discussed the game last night. And it was a phenomenal game.
Shout out Olivia.
With a phenomenal performance from a player who I think is just grossly underrated. And that's not a clever tease. I'm talking about Kyrie Irving. We'll talk about it. Steeler and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I feel like when it's all said and done, like years have passed and stuff, we'll really look back on like Kyrie and we'll also spit on Kyrie, like him not being top 75.
That's crazy. Did you
send the link to Coach?
Yes.
Did you guys? I don't know if it's real. I really don't. We having a conversation. But somebody tweeted out like a week ago, they had the video package ready for.
No, I don't know if that was real, but I remember that like when he first missed out.
It seemed real because everybody's talking about him and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know how real that is or whatever, just because I don't know, because I've never seen that. Well, it could be because I've never seen that footage from other docs and stuff like that. But yeah, I remember that came out when he first missed out. Does he step on Lucky in the finals if it happens?
Hopefully.
Hey, I thought you hated the Mavericks.
I do hate the Mavericks. That's a tough one. That is a tough one, man. Because the two franchises that I hate, but they got players that I love. Then it comes down to who do I love more, Kyrie or Tatum?
I feel like that kind
of
series, like that would be like Lakers Philly for me if that was the finals.
that'd be a crazy series. There'd be a lot of energy on that series. Could happen. Could happen.
It'd be Kyrie back in Boston for the finals, and I guess low key too. Porzingis back in Dallas. I don't know how much that would be, but you see Charles Barkley talking to Dan Patrick this morning?
Man, I bookmarked that, and I wanted to hear him. I heard he was
lit up
going off.
Yeah, he lit up TNT's owners or whoever makes the shot callers for them or whatever. He lit them up. Said that he'll have his production company hire Shaq or whatever, and those guys, and someone buy it, and they'll do it that way or something. Like they're willing to do it, I guess. Well, that's what he was saying. I don't know about the rest, but I was lighting him up though.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Can you send the link here too? I think they're having. I think they might be having trouble finding it. SummerSlam's 2 nights?
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, no, we don't need that. We don't need that.
I saw a tweet saying they're gonna try to make Royal Rumble eventually 2 nights too.
No,
they're gonna put the women's on one night and the men's on the other.
No, absolutely not.
Come on, Hunter.
Absolutely not.
Come on, Hunter. Don't do that.
Aren't you devaluing WrestleMania when you do that?
Feels like it.
I don't like that, man. Come on, Triple H. But this is the PLE world where you don't. You don't have to worry about what the pay-per-view looks like anymore because it's just it's $9.99 or whatever if it's even that at this point. Thank you. Normally, I have something clever to say. I'm shaken by some conversations going on in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Right now, I'm also shaken by the deals going on at Matthews Mattress right now. They are stellar. It is Memorial Day. Everything is on sale in every store ever. So if you're looking for a mattress, this is the perfect time to head over to one of 10 Matthews Mattress locations. If you're not in the Elk Grove area like KC, if you're not in the Roseville area like I am, and you want to find the one nearest you, go to MatthewsMattress.com, find one of their 10 locations, and check out some of the amazing deals that they have going on right now through Memorial Day.
Yeah, man, that Memorial Day deal that they have, the Memorial Day sale that they have, it's the real deal.
Yep.
It's the real deal. This is
don't sleep on it.
Don't sleep on that deal. You can sleep on the mattress. Don't sleep on that deal, man. You get special 60 months special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required.
I think we low key just came up with Matthews Mattress's new slogan.
Like
Matthews Mattress. Don't sleep on it.
It's got a fire, man. They kind of should put that on a shirt. It's got a fire.
They got that clip.
It's kind of.
They got the clip.
Yeah, they got the clip.
Did they say anything?
It's been opened twice by people I don't know, so I'm assuming they like it.
Okay.
Oh boy,
that's terrific.
I hope so.
That's terrific.
Don't worry, we sent multiple videos.
Matthews Mattress.
They should.
Don't sleep on them.
They should put that on a shirt, man. They should run with that.
Head over to Matthews Mattress this weekend. If you are in the market for a new mattress, now is the time to get one. And of course, Matthews Mattress is a sponsor of the Chatty House. Make sure if you head in there, you let them know that you're a part of the Chatty House. Let them know that you heard about them over here on D'Lo and KC. Coach Michael Sapol, he's going to join us coming up here in just a heartbeat. He's the interim head coach at Sac State. Stepping in for our man, Coach David Patrick. We'll talk to him coming up in about 10 minutes here. We spent a lot of time talking about the Sacramento Kings today, Domantas, Sabonis, in trade proposals involving Kyle Kuzma and others. That was a hell of a ball game last night.
It was, man. It was a good game. It was a good game.
It was a hell of a ball game last night.
Yeah, that was some good conference finals basketball last night. I enjoyed that.
The combination of Kyrie, Irving, and Luka Doncic was spectacular last night. I don't know. The number one thing that stood out to me, the number one thing that stood out was those two. The other thing that stood out once you get past Luka and Kyrie was that was a phenomenal performance from those guys. And it's the flow of the game, right? You don't try to carry things over from game to game, or at least you don't try to make some type of analytical opinion on what happens from game to game. When you have a performance like that from Luka and Kyrie, and you look at the others and you go, you're probably not going to survive if you get that type of performance from them moving forward.
Right.
But you probably got that type of performance from them because of what Luka and Kyrie were doing. You're going to need more from the rest of the Dallas Mavericks moving forward. Or you just live off those type of performances from Kyrie and Luka. History says you're probably not going to get those night in and night out.
Yeah.
But man, when those guys are doing what they did last night, it's special.
Yeah, man. And that's why you look at those two, and regardless of what I thought in the past or anybody thought in the past, if you have those two special players, you got a shot. You got a shot to do anything in this league, and including win a championship. So Kyrie was phenomenal. Luka, it took Luka a little while to get going, and he came with some dagger buckets towards the end and some big time plays, even on the defensive end towards the end of that game. But Kyrie he didn't wait around like he had been doing in the OKC series. He was on from the start.
Yeah, and they addressed it after the game, and Reggie addressed it for about 5 straight minutes at the end of the game. The Mavericks wore them down. Like they can't. Oh, look, the Wolves look exhausted. The Wolves look exhausted. We could talk about the Game 7 versus Denver. We could do all of that stuff. The way that Dallas played, I think, wore them down. And there's one stat that stood out to me that I think supports that. The Mavericks won that game hitting 6 of 25 threes. The Timberwolves, hit 18, but they shot 49. And to me, when a team, when the numbers that different, and the team on the lower end winds up winning, they wore them down in other ways. And we talk about jump shooting sometimes. I mean, the league in 2024 is jump shooting. It's 3-point shooting. Like I think we all understand that at this point, but it's also often equated to fatigue. And it's more work to do what Kyrie was doing in the first half. It's more work to do what Luka was doing in the second half. And it's more work to defend those guys when they're doing what they're doing in those respective halves. And I think, you could talk about the fatigue from Denver in Game 7 all you want to. I think Dallas did a magnificent job of wearing them down through the course of that game. Perhaps, shout out Jason Kidd, I guess, or the coaching staff. Shout out to somebody, because they probably knew, make them work. They're exhausted. And if they're not, make them exhausted. Make them work on the defensive end.
Yeah, they did a good job. There was ebbs and flows from both teams in that game, and the Mavericks really just made winning plays at the end of that game on the defensive end and hit some shots, and were able to pull it out. It's a 7-game series for me. I mean, there's going to be games where it flips, and Minnesota looks like they've figured some things out or whatever, and Dallas is going to have to make adjustments. Minnesota's going to win games in Dallas, win a game in Dallas, that they need to win. So I think this is a 7-game series, with Game 7 being as close as it can get. You know what I mean? Series just started. Road team won. So
yeah, how about that? How about that?
I said series, not Siri.
I need to yell at her. Jeez.
Well, I mean, because she always just jumping.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay?
Don't do that.
Sorry for those just tuning in. You got to rewind. What'd you think of the cat play? The follow up?
I mean, it's so tough to tell. Like, from the over the top angle, it looks like it was out of the cylinder. But it could be an angle thing, right?
The NBA officials, because it was quick, and I thought for sure it was wrong. The review was quick, it was upheld, and they tweeted, NBA official account tweeted last night the replay center used technology to determine. So they that's how they were able to get. I don't think they were relying on replays, they were relying on something else. But I thought it was clean. Looked incredible.
I thought it was clean.
Thought that was an incredible play by Cat. They say otherwise, and wasn't much of a fight put out. It wasn't a topic of discussion later. I think everybody just kind of understood it is what it is. I thought that was a hell of a play by Cat, though.
That was a great play. I thought it was clean when I watched it. I think it was outside the cylinder, seeing the replays, but it was really close. It was really close. And like I said, when I see it and it's like, oh no, that's out of the cylinder, it could just be the angle that the camera I'm looking at is having it that way. So that
happens every Sunday on a first down. Oh, that's a first down, idiot. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not.
Right. So if you called it basket interference, it's hard to overturn that one. Whatever the call was, it's hard to overturn it.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with it.
I wonder how much Luka's reaction helped.
Did you see?
He had the best view in the house. He was looking straight up at it.
Did you see that? The clip of Luka who played really well, and I think this was unfair. I actually retweeted it, and I was like, nah, that's unfair because it's just a moment. But like Luka, at the end of one of the quarters, I think it was the first quarter, maybe the half, where Daniel Gafford didn't set a screen the way he wanted to, and Luka shot a logo 3 and missed it, and then started yelling at Gafford, and Gafford was like, "My bad, dog," and tried to dap him up, and Luka just walked by him, and the caption was like, "Yeah, this is a terrible teammate to play with," or whatever. But
don't do that.
That's unfair. You don't. I think the Mavericks players love Luka Doncic.
I think they do too. We'll talk more about this game as we move along. Let's bring in the interim head coach of the Sac State Hornets, Coach Michael Zapol. Michael, what's going on, man? Congratulations. First of all, we appreciate you joining us.
Guys, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Also, can you tell me what a Geelong cat is? The hell is that?
That's a good football player. That's a Geelong cat, a good football player back home.
I got tipped off to you've been a lifelong fan. These are Australian rules football.
That's it. That's the club that I grew up supporting, which was close to where I grew up, and still try to catch games here when I'm in the US, and love to go watch when I'm back home. So we're pretty good now. We're good. Like the 49ers are good.
There we go. Now see,
look at it. There you go.
That's what I'm talking about. But the real connection I ever had with, I think it was Australian rules football, was Jared Hayne, right? Didn't he come from there?
Yeah.
He was a 49er player, and he was like the dude over in Australian rules football, tried to make the move to the NFL, and he wasn't like bad. I didn't think he was like bad. I thought if he would have stuck with it a little bit longer, maybe he could have got better. But he had a couple moments, and then he just faded away.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. We had a lot of kickers from Australia come over and have really successful collegiate careers, and a few had great success in the NFL as well. So it's translating a little bit.
Coach, I know we're big fans, of Sac State. We're big fans of Coach Patrick as well. And when Coach Patrick took this job, I think we all kind of knew, based on the way the league was talking about him, meaning the NBA, based on the way other coaches were talking about him, is like, man, he might not be super long here for Sac State. There could be some great opportunities, and the way you guys have recruited over the last year, he took that opportunity to go to LSU, and that now puts you at the helm of this. How good is it for you knowing like you were a part of so much of the recruiting of this roster that you have right now, to be able to step in and hopefully finish something that you and Coach Patrick started together?
Yeah, obviously a huge level of comfort knowing the young men that are on the roster right now. And I've been really fortunate now for a long time to be able to collaborate with DP and do it together and learn the business and the industry with him in the office next door. So I couldn't have scripted a better way for me to have an opportunity than by learning from Coach DP. So we felt last week before all this happened, we felt really great about what we had here in Sacramento and the guys that are joining the program and our returners, having that year of experience for the freshmen that played a lot last year. So definitely a level of comfort with the guys on the roster.
Coach, you've got a lot of international coaching experience with the Australian team and the under-18 team. And how does coaching at that level? Because I watch a lot of Eurobasket, right? And I watch some of the NBL and stuff like that. And the games is basketball, but the games are different to me a little bit. Like it's a lot more physical, especially in Eurobasket and in the Australian Pro League as well. And like, how does that? Is there, as a coach, do you coach differently for college basketball as opposed to some of the overseas leagues or anything else like that? Or does it just translate? Or do you even try to implement some of that physicality into what you try to do at the college level if they let you?
Yeah, the physicality is definitely a real thing. Definitely a real thing. I do think the game is different. There is, watching college basketball, there's a way to win college basketball games. Which is different to internationally and, of course, different again to the NBA. So the physicality is something that I do think good college teams that are winning their leagues definitely have. So we do try to recruit a young man who is used to the physicality, used to the wear and tear, used to the banging in the bodies. And for us, it has been through the FIBA World, the Under-17 World Cups, the Under-19 World Cups, kids that have represented their countries and played in those tournaments. And that's not to say that the domestic student athletes we have aren't capable of doing that either. So there is definitely there's some parallels, but there are obviously differences between the FIBA game and NCAA.
Casey brought up coaching differently. How difficult will it be for you? You know these guys, the players, but they also know Coach Patrick and the way kind of Coach Patrick coach. But they know, like, you were his assistant coach, associate coach. You might do things like a little bit different than Coach Patrick did. Is it difficult to kind of implement that stuff with a group of guys that already know you and kind of know a way, and you guys kind of have things set, but it's like, well, now I'm at the front of this bench, I got to put a few tweaks on this thing?
Yeah, I think what's going to be really important for me, and I think a lot of coaches would tell you the same thing, is to do it in a really authentic way to myself, so the players do understand there is the reality to me as well. So I think first and foremost, they'll still want me to be me through it all. And if I can do the job being authentic with the spin on it that I do think that I can put on it, I think they will appreciate. My personality is obviously going to be different to Dave's, and that's just a given. No one's too similar. But I think the guys do know me. So,
well, we saw Coach Patrick pick up a technical up 50, so we expect you to do the same.
I can guarantee one thing: there will not be.
Coach, we got to know Coach Patrick, personally over the last couple of years he was here, and outside of just being a basketball coach, we got to get a vibe for the type of person he was and the things he liked to do in his off time, and his style, the way he dressed, all this other stuff. Tell the people of Sacramento what you like to do in your off time. You've been here for a little while now too. What you like to do when you're here in Sacramento?
I like to golf. I didn't play a lot of golf the last couple of years though, so maybe now I get to play a little bit more. A little bit more golf.
Yeah, they would have had you running around the country all the time, trying to get this 6'8" guy to come over the world. Actually, to be honest with you, all over the place.
Exactly. No, I love to golf. Love to hang out. Love watching sport. I love watching sport. So if there's a game on, I love catching a game. Really enjoy watching basketball, of course, but love watching sport. Really enjoyed watching the PGA last weekend. Love hanging out. Like to eat. Like to go out, find a restaurant, a coffee shop, which is kind of our Australian culture too. But yeah, just like to hang out. Got a young family now, so get to hang out with them, which is a lot of fun here in Sacramento.
I gotta get our help get our numbers up too. Coach, do you know who Tim Tszyu is? Are you a fan of Tim Tszyu, the boxer?
Tim Tszyu? Oh yeah, Mhm.
Okay. I gotta mention it so we can put it in the description.
That's good.
Well, one time I mentioned Tim Zoo like in passing, and like it's one of our highest
I
rated.
think the entire continent watched that video.
They're like, oh man, they're talking about Tim Zoo over here. We love it. Yeah. I'm a big boxing guy, but yeah, Tim Zoo. I like Tim Zoo. He's that.
There's a Costa Zoo too.
There is a Costa Zoo. I remember. Yeah, that's Tim's dad.
That was when I was growing up. That was when I was in high school age back home. It was Costa Zoo who was crushing it.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, we got another boxing fan. Look at this.
There we go, man.
Look
Come on
at
now.
this.
Come on.
Look at this.
I gotta get over Coach, man. One of these Saturdays, man, we just watch boxing and golf.
Love
on
it.
two different screens. I'll watch the boxing. He'll watch the golf.
Are you a fan of American football?
Love it. I moved to the US in 2005. So I was in Louisiana for a long time with DP. But it didn't take me long to really enjoy it and then learn the rules. And that's the other one. Love it. All day Saturday college football. We've always got it on. I got family in Louisiana too. So the South with the football and LSU football. That's what I grew up around over here in the US. So yeah, love it. Really enjoy it.
So you're more of a college guy than an NFL guy, or you kind of like them equally?
Both equally. Yep. If it's on, I'll watch it.
That's what's up.
There you go. Coach Zepp, congratulations, man. We're thrilled for you. We're excited for the program. We're excited for the new venue inside the Well.
Yeah.
You get to open those doors this year. And
real quick, how's that going, by the way, Coach? I hadn't been able to be on campus or anything else like that. Is that going according to plan?
Yeah.
To your knowledge?
Yep. Last thing I heard was it's full steam ahead. So I've had some meetings here about video cameras in the roof and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So it's it all looks good. I've seen some pictures, looks great. So yeah, we're pumped. The boys are pumped to be able to play in it later on this year.
That's gonna be exciting. Yeah.
That's awesome, Coach. Again, congratulations. We're really excited for the season. You know, you always have a home here with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. So we'll be following, man. We'll be watching.
Thanks for having me, guys.
No problem, man. Fingers up, man. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Indeed. Coach Zepp right there. Apparently, I was messing his name up enough that Ryan was texting me like, come on, man. You could do this. Come on.
I didn't say it. I was going to call him Coach Z.
It's phonetically spelled, and I'm still doing it wrong. Zapol.
We gonna know
Coach Michael Zapol.
We're gonna know
and
Coach Zapol's
Ryan
name.
Just hits me up. Hey, dummy, call him Coach Zepp for God's sake.
We're gonna know Coach Zepp's name when it's all said and done. I get good vibes from him.
That's
man.
Awesome.
I get good vibes from him, and he's been with DP for a long time. So that I mean, he's his own man, but he comes from good stock. You know, like if I rock with the things that DP was ready to do, I know Coach Zepp is gonna do the same thing.
If you're building something like in one of the architects leaves, you want one of the architects who's working directly with that guy to be able to take over because he still has the vision.
Yeah.
And now he gets the opportunity, Coach Zepp gets the opportunity to sprinkle a few things in there. This was how Coach DP would have done it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do it this way though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it this way.
Absolutely.
And he has an opportunity to be at the helm, man. That's good stuff.
Man,
excited for both of them.
I really am, man.
Excited
It's really cool, man. I saw DP's post, earlier talking about, welcome to LSU and all this. That's gotta be dope, man. That's awesome. And then he's got family out there. I saw the sit down he did with Sean Cunningham for Fox 40, and he was just like, yeah, I didn't never think this was gonna happen. I got a call a couple of weeks ago, and it's just something that me and my family, an opportunity to go home. We had to take advantage. But he said he's like, look, man, I ain't even selling my house out here. I still have my roots in Sacramento.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll see DP around at some point in time, man, for sure.
Can we also acknowledge Sean Cunningham, the one?
He is.
Has there ever been a sports story that he has not been like on top of?
I think he single-handedly punked Cal Expo.
I believe he was a big part of that. Yeah. He punked Cal Expo. Had a sit down with Coach DP. Shout out Joe Davidson. He had the interview right there shortly after the announcement was made.
Oh, shout out to me too. I think I had it first on Twitter.
Okay. You had what on Twitter?
I had Coach David Patrick leaving first on Twitter.
Okay.
Credit 1320, please.
It was like in passing as I was like leaving the house, and I was like trying to make sure I didn't get spam, else I would have tagged everybody. So I didn't tag nobody just in case I was wrong.
No, it was good though. What's good about this?
I was wrong.
Is sources tell D'Lo and KC Malik Monk is signing with the Sacramento Kings. KC, hey, guess what? Guess what? No, that's cool.
Well, look,
it's good.
I put
it's
it,
fine.
but look, I put it out there, but I wasn't sure. I read the email like twice. I was like,
KC reluctantly breaking news.
Casey puts disclaimer: if this is wrong, I'm going to delete it.
I looked on like all my people. I was looking at JA and Sean. Nobody else had it. I was like, is this real? Like, I'm not going to tag Coach Patrick. I'm not going to tag the station. I'm not going to tag Sac State, just in case this is wrong. And then like 30 minutes later, they tweeted it out.
At no point as you're running through that process did you think, maybe I shouldn't tweet this then?
Well, the letterhead was Sac State.
You realize you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
It was official, but it was nerve-wracking.
Why? You got an email.
Yeah, I know.
Like I got a PR release.
Well, look,
I don't know if I can tweet this.
Look, here's the other thing. He gets the same email. He didn't tweet nothing out. I was like, I checked your account. I was like, they ain't saying. Damn. Check my text message. Nobody was saying anything. And I was just like, yo, this is kind of big news.
I didn't even see the email from Ryan until after it was already out there.
Yeah, it was really like happen chance. Like I was putting my lunch together and email came in. Wait, David, wait, what? And he tweeted out.
It was literally delivered by a Sac State courier, and he wasn't sure if it was real.
You could have tagged the world, and you would have been fine.
Hey man, Coach Zepp was talking about golf. I really wish I could get into golf. I just like as far as
golf
watching. Yeah.
Well, watching is whatever. Like
I have golf, but it's a little. It takes a little too long.
I don't think I have the patience for it either. Because we'll be at Top Golf for 2 hours, and I'll be like, all right, let's go. What are we doing?
Did you? Well, the Top Golf is different. Did you do? I was going to say that tournament you did. Did you do 18?
It was 18 holes. That was a lot.
That's a lot, especially when you're not really good,
right? And
you're just hitting the ball all over the place and chasing it.
Interested in it? Like I probably need like a 9-hole.
It's also you probably need something more. One like a 9-hole course, but you also need like a chill Saturday morning, non-busy place where you could just kind of chill out a little bit. What you did last time, there's probably a lot of people. You had to kind of keep moving.
Yeah, but it was pretty chill though. It was chill. Like everybody was like, it was a charity event. So
I golfed.
Nobody was like seriously out there.
I enjoyed it when I did it, a decade and some change ago. But I feel like if you don't know what you're doing, you could get hurt a little bit. And
the other killer is I couldn't see the ball.
Well,
and once I hit it. I need glasses. I couldn't.
Somewhere over
I
there.
told you to get the LASIK. I don't know why you just don't get the lasers.
I'm getting glasses.
Get the lasers.
The lasers, you have to keep your eyes open for that, right? I've heard.
Yeah, they put a laser in your eyeball.
Like you're awake, I mean, too.
You smell the burning. They put, if I remember correctly,
he's never gonna get the LASIK.
Yeah, it sounds bad. You don't feel anything because I think they stick a needle in your eye to give you Novocaine. I think.
Smells like bacon.
No, it does smell like you smell the burning. But then you
getting worse.
You sit in the dark for like 6 hours and then all of a sudden you can see everything.
You get a little LASIK, pretend to be Aaron Rodgers for a couple hours, you're good.
There you go.
I'm just gonna get glasses.
All right. All right.
Glasses ain't never hurt nobody.
No, fashion statement. We'll come back.
You know what's funny is like I was like, I need some glasses. Like I want some glasses for fashion wise.
Mm-hmm.
So I was looking at glasses, non-prescription glasses to get like off of Amazon or something like that.
You have a lot of those as you younger Casey. You post pictures, you got the fashion.
Oh yeah, that's I was doing my Silk the Shocker Master P joint. But like I'm literally looking for non-prescription glasses when I need to go get real glasses.
Okay. All right, we'll come back.
My wife will be so upset right now if she heard this.
Steelo and Casey. That's a great subtitle for the show. My wife will be so upset if she heard this. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Do we want to go with that, or do we want to go with Vlade Divac and Joey Bart built this show?
Oh no, go. No. Go with whatever you want. Yeah. Whatever you want. Punk ass Sean Payton up there. Did we? 3 o'clock. Nothing. 3 o'clock. Nothing. 4 o'clock. Nothing. Huh. 5 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't been okay. I will. Boy, I cannot get them to listen to me, man. I cannot get them to listen to me. I'm moving this. Sorry, guys. I have to, I got to send an email. So forgive me if I'm a little disconnected here for a second.
Correct, Peg Junk. No show Monday or tomorrow.
It's Mark. I don't know.
Mark.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, Mark. No show tomorrow or Monday.
God, that man Peg Junk. Nope. It's Mark.
Ramsey, what does this mean? Like, you take the cheese off the pizza before you eat it?
What?
Ramsey said he eats pizza without cheese.
Yeah, it's Ramsey.
But I just want to know the process.
He basically eats crazy bread and calls it pizza.
What's up, Michigan? Celtics take the dub today. I think it's a lower scoring game too. I'll say that. Yeah, Katrina, I'm just kind of like just flabbergasted, whatever words you want to use, because like he said he orders it with no cheese. So it's like they just bring you the pizza with the sauce and the pepperoni on top. Live your life, Ramsey. Live your life. I don't mind Kyrie lazy. Like I think he quit when he left Boston, like that playoff series. Like that was trash. But like I don't hate him as a player or anything like that. I'm kind of indifferent about him. Like him more than I dislike him, I guess.
I mentioned, sorry, I'm trying to multitask and I'm failing miserably.
Well, it's okay.
I mentioned before Coach Zeb joined us that I thought Kyrie's performance was spectacular. I thought Kyrie and Luka's performance was spectacular last night. I think Kyrie Irving is grossly underrated. And I'm going to amend that a smidge bit.
Okay.
I think Kyrie Irving is grossly underrated by everyone except basketball players.
That's
whether that's media or television or radio or whatever. I don't think they have a true appreciation for how great Kyrie is. I understand all of those entities that I just mentioned, understandably at times get caught up in all of the other stuff that involves Kyrie Irving. But as a basketball player, he is one of the most special players of this generation. And we have talked about legacies and what a title does for, we talked about it for Luka, Ant-Man, Tatum, Tyrese, all of that. A second NBA championship for Kyrie Irving on a second team, given the way Boston went, given Brooklyn. Hell, even the start to this Dallas thing was a little, what's this? man, I don't know what it would do for his legacy because I don't know at what point or if we can get to a point where what he does on the basketball floor drowns out the other stuff that has been associated with him. But I have a tremendous amount of love and respect for Kyrie Irving's basketball game.
Does a ring kind of reopen up the conversation about him? Because I feel like Kyrie Irving the last couple years is kind of like, that's Kyrie, we know what he does, just kind of off to the side. And I feel like watching him yesterday post game, talking about like the leader he is, then the other guys involved, this feels like, I don't want to say like the second version of Kyrie or whatever, kind of like the second stage of his career and all that. Like, do you think that maybe like it kind of, like I said, like people just start to talk about him more amongst the league's best and all that? Maybe league's best is too much, but just bring it back to the conversation is what I'm saying, I guess.
I think for sure it does. I mean, because winning for the most part cures all, right? Like if you're winning, then people are going to have all these glowing things to say about you. And it seems like he's in a little bit of a different place than he has been in the past. Maybe he's learned from his mistakes. Maybe he's learned from different, it didn't have to even be a mistake, but different experiences, and he seems, one of the things that comes across when you hear him speak and you hear him talk about just his time with the Mavericks and what's going on in Dallas is just being appreciative and grateful for the place he's at in his life right now, both professionally, personally, and he'd probably say spiritually as well. And yeah, I think that's a little more that's a lot more digestible for a lot of people than his time in Boston or Brooklyn or anything like that.
There might not be a player in the league who loves basketball like Kyrie does. Like Kyrie, like I think if you turned off Inside last night, like I did because Draymond Green was there and you didn't want to hear him talk ever, you probably missed the exchange with Charles Barkley, which I was fortunate enough to catch later. And it wasn't really an exchange like they went at it. It was Charles asked them about, and I and I actually caught this from Greeny this morning. Again, I know it's my
fault.
Your
boy. That's your Bill Simmons.
Well, no, it's. Well, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right because I'm awake and I'm watching it.
To be fair, that's the only thing I'm on at 6:00 in the morning.
Or the rerun Sports Center, which doesn't have any discussion on it. It's just whatever. But Greeny was
Bill
like,
Simmons, the only podcast at 11
No.
on Sunday.
Okay, sit down.
You can listen to Bill Simmons 24/7 if you want it.
No, I'm saying he's the only on a Sunday night. He's the only one with a new podcast out at 11 p.m.
Listen to Run It Back or something. I'll send you some Run It Back stuff if you're that desperate.
Absolutely.
Greeny kept framing it as Ant-Man calling out Kyrie Irving. And I was watching the post game, and that's not how I heard it. Anthony Edwards, after Game 7, when asked about the Dallas series, said, "Yeah, I get to guard Kyrie. I'm excited." Ant-Man was Greeny was framing it as if Ant-Man was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna lock Kyrie up." Like I watched the interview. That's not what he said. And Charles kind of framed it the same way. Not as dramatically as Greeny did, but he framed it in a similar fashion. And Kyrie didn't bite. He talked about how much he loved Anthony Edwards and how he loved that type of attitude. And he even said, when you're willing to say something like that, like that's what we love about a guy like Anthony Edwards. And I'm just listening to Kyrie talk last night, and he's smiling with those guys. And I go back to the interview he had, I think it was with Malika after they clinched. And it was just like what you just said. This dude is in a really, really good place. And I just get stuck on that quote I saw from Mark Cuban where someone asked him, how have you been able to get so much out of Kyrie Irving during his time in Dallas? And I don't remember it was something along the lines of, we don't talk at him, we listen to him. And that quote gets more powerful every time I hear Kyrie Irving talk. And listening to him talk about a young guy like Anthony Edwards just spoke volumes to how much he loves professional basketball and how much he loves these guys.
Yeah, and he loves, I also believe he loves to compete. You know what I mean? He loves to, and he recognizes somebody that loves to compete the same way he does, and that's something that he can appreciate. And there's like there's different competitors. Like not everybody has to be like a competitor, and they're like yelling at you. They don't have to be as boisterous as Ant. Like I don't feel like Kyrie is as boisterous, but he's a competitor. Like, oh, we about to compete. Like we about to go. Like let's get it. I feel like Tim Duncan was a ultimate competitor. He wouldn't say two words. But when you come across those type of people, especially in a basketball sense, that on that court, they're like, you might be better than me. I'm confident in what I can do. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's go out there and compete. There's a level of respect that people that appreciate that have for the people that they come across that are like that. And yeah, I think that's a lot of what's going on with Kyrie, and it's that thing specifically with Ant-Man.
I don't want to ignore his partner in crime over there either. Luka Doncic got his 5th All-NBA first-team selection. Luka, we talked about this, I think, for like 7 hours the other day about guys who we don't have in the top 10 all-time list, but we'll get there. And we were, I had like 15 Wikipedia pages open to look at everyone's accomplishments. There's going to come a point where Luka's accomplishments become a bit overwhelming. Again, he's already at 5 All-NBA first teams. He's eligible. I read a lot about contracts, and we could talk. Well, we could address this stuff, moving forward. I'm not sure the context for this. I'm sure everybody saw it because I believe it was a Bobby Marks tweet after the All-NBA stuff was announced. He was covering the financial aspect of it. But I think he said Kyrie is eligible for the biggest max contract extension in history in 2025. Now, what happens after that, we could discuss later because there are some other names that will be tied to some of the biggest contracts ever. But Luka right now, that achievement case is filling up.
Yeah, man, this guy's special. Last night, I thought he was really good. I thought he was really good. I didn't think he was like crazy last night, and he still look at the numbers he put up. Like I didn't think he had like this unbelievable game. 33 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds in just a really good game, quote unquote. This dude is crazy talented, and I'm not the biggest Luka fan of everything, just the way he goes about, like he acts on the court and during the games and stuff like that. But like I said, his talent is undeniable, absolutely undeniable, and there's no answer for him. He's gonna do whatever he wants to do anytime. They have tried to put little guys on him, quick guys, fast guys, physical guys. It doesn't matter. This guy is going to get 30 if he wants to. Like if he wants to shoot enough to get to that point, he's gonna do whatever he wants. It's one of the more dominant scoring displays we've ever seen in the league. And when he's been in the league, 6 years, 7 years? Man. Do you wonder how long he wants to play? Sometimes. Like I don't think he'd want to do a LeBron, but is he eager to get out of the game like Jokic maybe?
Well, like we think Jokic is. No, I don't feel like that at all. I feel like no, I don't feel like that. I wonder more with Luka because Luka just doesn't he doesn't look like, okay, this is the best. Luka doesn't look like LeBron.
Well, that's
like
true.
Luka looks like he looks like he's just kind of if he was at 24-hour fitness, he'd be picked last. But he's cold. And the constant conversation with Luka will always be, is his body going to hold up? because he doesn't look like he spends, an hour doing Pilates and then an hour cooling down and then an hour stretching, and he's not doing hot yoga with DeMarcus Cousins on the weekends. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't look like he's doing all of that different stuff. And when you see, ankle, I mean, everyone was talking about Ant-Man last night. Luka had 15, I think, in the fourth. He looked gassed. But Luka always looks gassed. So I think he loves basketball, and I think he's going to play for a really, really long time. If his body allows him. But we also have a view of what we think, an athlete of his caliber looks like. And it's not him. It's absolutely not him.
Yeah, I hope he plays for a long time. Like I said, 7 seasons, another 7, maybe in there, 7 or 8, get to 15 years in the league. At that point, what would he be? 32 only? Because he's 25 right now, I think. Maybe 24.
Yes, he's 20.
Man.
Dude's 25 years old.
Crazy.
That's insane.
That is crazy. Now, the thing with him, the reason why you might, cut off how long he plays is he's been playing pro since he's like 13 or something like that. So obviously he's not playing 40 minutes a night at 13 years old, but he's been playing with grown men and playing at a pro level longer than your average 25-year-old at this point. So maybe he gets to the point where he's like, man, I didn't play. He's 33 years old. I didn't play professional basketball for 20 years at this point. I think I'm about done. You know what I mean? But I hope he plays for as long as possible. He's great for the league. And he's got a certain level of box office appeal when he's on the screen.
His fourth quarter last night was ridiculous.
The 3-pointer he hit, the pullback that he hit on Jay McDaniels to kind of put it away and ice it.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah, he is a very, very special scorer. 33 points for Luka last night. If we didn't give the exact numbers, 33 points for Luka, 30 points for Kyrie Irving in a 108-105 win. A really fun way to start the Western Conference playoffs. You saw a kind of a rough night from Karl Anthony, really a rough night from everybody on the Minnesota Timberwolves. It actually wasn't the prettiest game in the world. There were definitely stretches of, yikes. But that's fine at this point. Where
do you feel like the moment, the stage of the Western Conference Finals was something that maybe the Timberwolves had to get adjusted to, and a guy like Luka, who's been there, a guy like Kyrie, who have been there, were a little bit more prepared for it? You think the experience played a role at all in that?
I normally don't buy into that stuff. Not that I think there's no validity to it at all. Those guys miss shots. Like Mike Conley is like a vet's vet. He's a pro. He missed shots. That's all it was to me.
I remember. I think that's the case in that game last night. I agree with you, but I do remember the reason why. And not saying that you do completely dismiss that, because you just literally said, like, I respect it. But I remember listening to Floyd Mayweather talk about his fights, and people would fight Floyd Mayweather, and they had been the main event of a card. They had been on pay-per-view. But when it's a Floyd Mayweather fight, the lights are just a little brighter than you're used to. It's not the same main event. It's not the same pay-per-view card. And the lights are a little brighter, and he says, you get the opponent gets in there, and it's different. I've been there. I've been there for the last 15 fights now. I'm used to it. The fighter that I'm going up against, he's not used to the lights being that bright. And it takes him 4 or 5 rounds to get used to it. By then, I'm up 5-0 on the cards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But by then, you're playing at a deficit. And I do look at sometimes, like the Western Conference, Chuck was there. TNT was there. That's
Mhm.
that's different. You know
For
what I
sure.
mean? Bring
Hell.
your ass t-shirts everywhere. Like this was a little different, just a little different.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's something to seeing the logo on the court for the
Yeah.
first time.
Yeah, just a little
Western
different.
Conference Finals. Big
And,
deal.
and what you hope for a team like Minnesota is, you know, to use the Floyd analogy, it doesn't take them 3 games to get used to it. By then, you might be down 2-1
Yeah.
or 3-0.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you make whatever adjustments you need to for Friday, and you can get back at it and get that win, because that is very necessary on Friday for them to get that win. Very necessary.
916-909-1320. Our man Daniel here on the line. You can get in on the phone lines as well. Daniel, what's going on, brother?
My favorite show.
My man.
Hey guys,
What's up, my guy?
what's up? Hey, watching the game last night just took me back to 2018. I got mad all over again. I just, why? I mean, the life of a Kings fan, that he should be on our team. There's no reason why he shouldn't be on our team right now, other than Vladdy's a moron.
Well, don't do that. You're going to get suspended. We got to move on. Don't let the mistakes of Kings GM's past keep you. And I understand this is difficult. Don't let the mistakes of past Kings moments affect your ability to enjoy a generational basketball player. It sucks he's not in the Kings uniform, man, but he's not always fun to watch, but his game, if there's some way to remove all of the crying and, you know, whining he does to officials, which I don't think he did that last night. He didn't do it in game. They clinched in 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do it in game 5. It emerged a little bit in game 6, but I think he kept it under control mostly. If you can get rid of that stuff, like, he does some pretty incredible things on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
But he can be a pain in the ass to watch.
Yeah, he's a crybaby. Like, he's a lot of the times, for me, he's awful to watch. That has nothing to do with his talent and what I think about of his talent, but he's annoying to watch on a lot of different levels. I wonder why people are, and I think I know the answer to this, is the fact that they had the number 2 pick. But why are people always so caught up on Luka here in Sacramento? Is it literally just because they had the number 2 pick? Because they've passed on MVPs. They passed on Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Is it the fact that Marvin Bagley was so bad here?
There's probably a lot of things. That's one of them. I think the other thing is, the day the Kings won the lottery and moved to 2, I got a call from an NBA person who said, "I can't believe you're getting Luka." It was a 2-person draft. And I still to this day don't understand why DeAndre Ayton was the consensus number overall pick. That's not shade at DeAndre Ayton. I think I like him more than others. I just didn't understand why everyone was like, okay, he's number 1, Luka's number 2, and then, boy, you've got a really good draft after that. I think it felt like a 2-person draft.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the Kings went with Marvin Bagley, who I don't know where Marvin would have gone if the Kings didn't select him. I don't know if he would have gone 3rd or 4th or 5th or 6th or where.
5.
Sure, like he wasn't like he wasn't a scrub coming out of college. I'm just not sure if he would have gone 3rd. I just don't know he would have just gone like next where he was on everyone's board. It felt like well, so that's the other thing. Like there's the Kings aren't the only team that passed on Luka. The Kings were just the worst. And it was, if you were to look for something to underline that, if you were something to look to underline the post, Weber, Ron, Peja, Adelman version of the Kings to the pre-Mike Brown version of the Kings, that's what you're going to use. You're going to use the passing on Luka Doncic moment.
Yeah.
Then you're going to sprinkle it with passing on Steph, Clay. Then you're going to tell the Thomas Robinson story about Dame Lillard, and you're going to do all of that. And it's just going to look Like the all 75 team are basically guys who should have been drafted by Sacramento. That's how the story is ultimately going to end.
That's facts, man. And I understand it. I get it. I get it all. But Luka, life has gone on. It's fine. I wish he was here. Like the way he turned out, I wish he'd be here in Sacramento, but he's not. So it's okay. I enjoyed last year and enjoy hopefully in the future what they're able to do. It's cool.
Yeah, he's yeah.
I wonder if there's anyone I feel that way about. That was like
that you can't get over.
Yeah.
I think you've mentioned it a few times. Is it Isaiah Thomas? Letting him go?
That was worth letting him go.
Yeah, not drafting or whatever.
This guy
mentioned
was
that one a few times.
A revelation here in Sacramento. They loved him.
Mm-hmm.
And you let him walk for no reason. That was frustrating.
Yeah. Well, this turned dark. Jesus.
No, like Domas got all NBA. We're good. All right. We've recovered.
Domas did get in.
Well, it does feel like we've recovered. It took
it's
a while.
not like Kings passed on. Like they're not the Kings from 3 years ago. Like
right.
They can make the playoffs next year. They could make they can win rounds if they make the right moves.
It took
not all bad.
It took a while to kind of kick out of that. Since we're talking about all NBA selections, can we acknowledge the King? 20 all NBA selections.
Man.
For LeBron James. He is both the oldest and the youngest player to ever earn all NBA selections.
Salute.
That is phenomenal.
King James. Wow.
Absolutely phenomenal.
GOAT status.
Yeah. So he's up there. Oh, that reminds me, Jesse.
Yeah, he was trying. I saw him. He was trying to bait you.
He definitely
you.
reminded me. Oh, when we come back, we're gonna have a discussion. I saw something today that's like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Get a hint?
The GOAT.
Okay. All right.
The GOAT.
Y'all think this is a work? Like I have no idea what he's talking about.
This is actually in the rundown, but there's one. Yeah.
That GOAT.
Let's just stop. We've had discussions on here like, oh no, this guy probably going no.
All right. Kenny Caraway's brain continues to just work here live on the radio. The GOAT conversation next here on D-Lo and KC. Get up. It's ESPN 1320.
All right, fellas and ladies. We're back, baby. We are back. Let me get this up here. Let me go here. Let me make sure we're good to go. Hey, man. Kicking it with KC is back, baby. Let's get it. Let me make sure the volume's up. Yeah, you should be able to hear it.
Kicking it with KC, with your boy KC, and the young GOAT, Jason Tatum, is back with the Jordan Tatum 2 sneakers. And today, we have what some people are saying is the best colorway of the shoe, the Tatum 2 Legacy joints. Tatum debuted the Tatum 2 Legacy a couple weeks ago during Game 2 of the Celtics' first-round series against the Miami Heat. And this offering of the Jordan Tatum 2 gets engulfed in white all over the upper, which has been constructed out of breathable mesh, along with the matching leather overlays. The white upper is then contrasted by volt accents on the various branding throughout, black accents, and speckled gray hitting the signature overlays on the side panel. I'm a big fan of Jason Tatum. That's my boy right there. And I'm a fan of his signature shoe. The JT one was fire. It was nice. It was sleek. I like that a lot. And these are no different, man. I'm really feeling these joints right here. Like I said, though, I got to check in with my man Reese, though, man, and see what he thinks, what his breakdown of these Tatum 2 legacies are, man. What you thinking, man? What's the full breakdown?
Well, for Tatum 2 Legacies. I really like this colorway, so I'm going to give that an 8 out of 10.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, this is you like the Volt, you like the speckled gray and all that other stuff. I know your style. I know your style.
I'm feeling the design, so I'm also have to give that an 8 out of 10 too.
Okay. Wow. All right.
And then from my personal experience, the comfortability on the Tatum 2 is 10 out of 10.
Ooh. You saying they feel like that? 10 out of 10? Wow. All right, man. What's the total rating then?
The total rating for the Tatum 2 Legacies is 26 out of 30.
That's a big time score right there. Big time score by my main man Reese for the Tatum 2 Legacies. The Tatum 2 Legacies are out now everywhere you can find them. They retail for $125. And remember, to all my people out in Sacramento, go check out my people over at Phenom down in Doco, right by the Golden One Center. Go check them out.
Yeah, man. Big ups, man. Shout out Reese helping me out with that. Tatum 2 Legacy. I like the Tatum 2s, man. Those, they feel good. They feel good. And my man gave them 10 out of 10. That's I wouldn't have thought that, but they are comfortable, man. Shout out to the Tatum 2s, the Legacy joints. I probably want another pair of those. But yeah. I'm with that.
Pretty cool shoes for a bum.
This bum has his own shoe deal with the GOAT.
Scored 10 points in overtime, but what about the fourth quarter before, Casey? That's a flag, Kyle.
Yo,
that's a flag. I don't throw flags on the chat house often, but I know it when I see it. That's it. Just because you throw hands up in the air does not mean it's not a flag.
I mean, I don't know. Look, Manny maybe just got his ass beat, but Manny started off slow.
Now on 6-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Our man Matt George going to join us about an hour from now. Birthday boy Matt George.
Shout out Matt George's birthday. You know what pisses me off? You know what pisses me? And if there's one thing you don't want to do, it's piss me off. Oh, that reminds me. This isn't fun. After I say what I have to say, remind me I had something.
You got another thing to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remind me. But if there's one thing,
big radio show guy. This is Casey. All talkative.
If there's one thing that grinds my gears, it's when people say Floyd Mayweather dodged Pacquiao for years. Oh boy, I'm telling it pisses me off because it's just not factual. I just had to say that it's not factual.
Take the blood test, Manny.
In 2009. Everything was agreed to. Floyd was like, let's fight, let's do this. The only thing I'm asking for is random drug testing.
Mm-hmm.
And Manny Pacquiao said, well, we can't do that. Floyd like, yo, the fight's ready. We're ready to go. 2009, Floyd was like, we're ready to go. All you got to do, I'm doing the same thing. All you got to do is have random drug testing, and we're good. We're going to be fighting in May. And Manny said, I don't want to do that. And that's that. That's why they didn't fight when it happened. Manny never agreed to the random drug testing. Y'all got to stop. Man. It's so factually wrong that it pisses me off. The other thing that I was going to say, though, that I said reminded me of something. Today is the I don't really know how to say these things when somebody passed, but the anniversary of
Mhm.
Owen Hart,
Mhm.
and they showed. Have you seen the? I know you have. Have you seen the clip of Jeff Jarrett trying to cut a promo after
Mhm.
that? Oh man, that came up
Mhm.
on my timeline today,
Yeah.
and
It's one of the wildest things I've
man,
ever
him and
seen.
Deborah
Watching that show live was one of the. You talk about things being factually wrong. There's nothing that excuses what happened that night for the WWE. But it's been repeated, and I realize because it is on this date, and they I think there's a Twitter account called On This Day in WWE, and they sent out a clip of the Dark Side of the Ring with Martha talking about how appalling it was for Vince McMahon to go on with the show, and how this wasn't just Martha. This has been stated for years, that there was blood in the corner where Owen fell, and they just, wrestled around it. That's not true.
Oh, good.
That
Well, not
wasn't
good, but
that
like-
wasn't Owens. That was there was like a hardcore match with like Bob Holly or so. It was from an earlier. There had been like 6 matches already, counting the non-pay-per-view matches that had already happened, and someone bled. That's what that was. That wasn't Owen. But now the story is told that Owen falls. Obviously, that's not tragic enough. He's bleeding in the ring, and Vince McMahon's just like, wrestle around it. No, that's not what happened. And it's just, it gets repeated now, and especially because Owen's widow says it gets repeated as if it's fact. It's not. I understand no one goes back and watches that show, for understandably so. One of the main reasons is that, again, it's just so surreal seeing.
Is it on the network?
I'm
not gonna
so
watch it, but-
from what I understand is it is on the network, but it's severely edited. I have the VHS somewhere because I was watching it that night. But the clip of Jeff Jarrett is just
that came across the timeline.
stunning.
This morning. It's just him
stunning.
and Deborah just.
He literally tells Deborah, "Shut up." Deborah's like, she's trying to talk and she's crying, and he, "Shut up, Deborah." Like, oh God, this is just like everything about this is bad. But it's like, what are they supposed to do?
Right.
Then there's the clip of the Vince McMahon press conference.
They played that this morning too.
I resent your tone, lady.
Yeah.
Like, Vince, Jesus Christ, dude. Well, that was the worst night in WWE history for a couple of years, and then, and then that changed when Chris Benoit happened.
Wild times.
Yeah,
Wild
that over the edge pay-per-view is just stunning.
Yeah,
stunning.
So it doesn't have to take long. You're shifting gears, but Jesse, we would have discussions about a year ago because what Shohei Ohtani was doing is just otherworldly. Shohei Ohtani is one of the greatest players I've ever seen. He will be one of the greatest players I've ever seen. But Jesse, you can tell me if I'm wrong. You're like, yo, he's gonna be the GOAT.
Best baseball player ever.
As Damien would say, "Oh, sweetie." No. I came across something today that said you could strip Barry Bonds of his stats for all seven of his MVP seasons.
Yeah.
And he still walks away with 440 home runs and 359 stolen bases. There is not one player that's ever played the game that is better than Barry Lamar Bonds.
I don't know how to create an engaging discussion because
I don't know. Like, Barry's got the stats, sure. Like, I don't want to get into it. I know how you guys feel about your guy Barry and stuff.
He's
So
better than Shohei. Shohei don't even play the field. He pitches, which is cool, but that won't.
No,
last
okay,
forever.
wait a second. Hold on, youngster.
What?
There is no conversation about Shohei Ohtani as the greatest of all time right now.
no, not right now. I've always said like he'll let like that, if he goes the way he's going and all that, he'd be the most talented, best player of all time. The way he's pitching and all that,
But he's not
hitting.
gonna, you think he's gonna pitch
for
His
He'll pitch
pitching
next
career
season.
might be over.
He'll pitch next season, I think.
Contracts
Contracts to get paid off somehow.
Well, that's true. Well,
What are you talking about? He
not
makes
even paying
$250.
Shohei makes less than me right now.
$250 and $1 in some envelopes. Oh man,
Jalen with another bad take. Let's see Bonds on the mound. WTF? Let's see Shohei in the field. We talking about like I could pull it up. Shohei or Barry Bonds, excuse me, is like a 10-time Gold Glover, one of the best fielders in the history of the game.
legit question for Jalen, because I know Jalen. How old are you?
It's probably 7.
Okay, well, all right, settle down.
He looks 8.
Well, his avatar does say he's probably about 7.
That's Kevin Herter, I think.
It is Kevin Herter. I can see the 9.
I mean, Bonds. Yeah, Bonds is the GOAT right now. Sure, like Shohei's not that.
He
right
said
now.
21 in June, baby. He don't know. Come on, man. He don't know. And that's all right.
It's okay.
That's
Can I
right.
ask a question? Like, can we just be real right now?
Yeah. Well,
Like,
what?
do steroids matter? With Barry and stuff like that and all that stuff?
No,
not to me.
Not to me.
I've always said steroids don't teach you how to hit. So like I've never taken that away from.
I'm
them
not
and
going to
stuff like
pretend
that.
like steroids. My thing has never been, oh, steroids don't do anything for you. No, yes, they do.
Mhm.
They do a lot for you. My thing is, in that era, who wasn't taking them? It's like
even playing
punishing.
field.
We were talking about wrestling. It's like, man, you want me to take Hulk Hogan seriously in 1989? He was on steroids. Cool. Look at the other 120 guys in the company. They were all on steroids. My thing is, in baseball at that time, you were on steroids. You either got caught or you didn't. And in Barry's case, he didn't. He just had a book written about it.
Same with David Ortiz.
Well, that
Okay.
guy. I mean,
Hey,
look,
come on.
No, and look,
Your guy's cool. My guy's cool.
Well, I don't even know what you're talking about. No Red Sox were found to do any steroids. The
Thank
whole
you.
league was no steroids for the Red Sox.
Exactly.
Everybody's
Thank you.
clean.
Yes, because we have class.
Crazy. The other thing about it is, and unlike Jalen and Jesse, I'm old enough to see Barry Bonds pre-steroids, and there was no better player in the game.
The Pittsburgh Pirate, Barry.
The Pittsburgh by
Bonds.
the first 7 years he was with the Giants. But I don't think he started doing the juice until I think the story goes like 99, maybe 98.
Well, it was after the home run chase, right? It was after
Yeah.
McGuire and
Yeah,
Sosa.
Yeah. So that happened in 98.
I remember where I was when McGuire hit that home run.
I remember I was
I was at Foot Locker.
Oh snap! Were you like
They had it on the screen.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that was. I mean, everybody was engulfed in that. Like we don't talk about
Absolutely.
baseball.
Yeah.
If that happened, if we were on the air then, we'd be leading like every show off at the chase. Like, oh, Sammy
If
hit
someone
one
was
last night.
going for 70, do you think we'd care today?
Aaron Judge went
Judge
for
did.
triple crown almost and however many home runs. Like, oh, that's cool.
But he wasn't going for the
He
red.
had an outside shot.
He had a crazy. He had a crazy.
Did he
season,
break
though.
Maris's record?
Yes.
Yeah,
The Yankee
yeah,
record?
Yeah, he's the American League home run leader, home run record.
Oh yeah, that was
He
disgusting
hit
work by them too.
62, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, remember they were trying to tout that. Oh, he's the
Oh,
home
yeah, he's
run
the home
leader.
run
Yeah, he's
king.
the home
Yeah,
run
yeah,
leader.
yeah,
Shut
yeah.
up.
Yeah.
I'll concede right now. Barry's the GOAT right now, but like I can see a world where Shohei 10 years from now, with all he's winning MVPs and all, he can.
No, Shohei.
But to be clear,
And honestly, I think Shohei is like call Barry that if you want or whatever. But Shohei's probably the most talented baseball player ever.
I'll say I've never seen anything like Shohei.
That's what I mean. Like he's the most
I've
talented
never
player.
seen
ever.
somebody pitch the way he does and hit. He does get knocked though because he don't play the field. Now I know he pitches, but I don't know. That balances out the fact that he pitches. He cannot play the field because he pitches so well. But
Rams is here.
I can't believe SummerSlam is 2 nights.
where's it at again?
Minneapolis.
Oh, they
US
gave them-
Bank Stadium.
They gave them the SummerSlam instead of
They
the
did.
WrestleMania.
August 1st and 2nd of 2026.
Oh,
That's their move. That's where it becomes 2 nights.
that's kind of whack. That's kind of whack.
Yeah, not a fan.
Hmm.
Not a fan. Ramsey.
Do we want to take a guess here? Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, he's talking baseball. He's talking about
Caitlin lost
Bonds.
again.
No,
well, we already talked about the Giants winning.
Now he's jumping in on this conversation.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Are you guys sure? Because like he sometimes we'll be talking about something in Ramsey's back, but he'll come like left field. Like you
No,
mentioned. Caitlin Clark
he
and
might
all
bring
that.
up Willie Mays.
Yeah,
That's
or
a
Hank
good
Aaron,
one.
Or Hank Aaron.
All right, let's see.
But he's definitely in on this conversation. Put me in the books for that. Mm-hmm.
I get bonus points if he brings up Willie Mays.
I got you.
Ramsey, what do you got?
I love it. I mean, yes, Barry Bonds for me is that dude. But I said it in the chat. As much as we love and watch Shohei Ohtani, I don't even think Shohei Ohtani is the best player on the Dodgers personally. I give that to Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts is that dude, and it's not just because he does everything for that team.
He's playing the infield now.
Yeah, Mookie went from right field, was going to play shortstop, now playing second base. And I think if you took Mookie Betts out that lineup, it would affect him much more than it would taking Shohei out the lineup because they didn't have Shohei last year.
They have him this year. They'll lose again this year. I mean, we'll never really know who's the best player because they're just going to keep losing with anybody that they get.
And I'm out here trying to play radio show, and Ramsey's bringing up the war and stuff like that as far as players and all that. All right, man.
Ramsey does make a good point. I don't agree necessarily. Well, I could agree this year, though, because Shohei's not pitching. Today,
well, yeah,
Mookie,
but like
Mookie Betts is a better player.
That's fine. But this was a broader conversation than that.
True. History will say Shohei was a better player than Mookie Betts.
Shohei Mania not running wild anymore?
Does he have our belts in the league still? I mean,
I would like to take this moment to announce.
Are we killing that?
Just vacating my
your baseball belt?
Baseball belt. I'm just vacating it.
Fine. What are you then? You're WCW 2002 then. You're done.
Have it in a WrestleMania tournament or a Royal Rumble with Ric Flair.
When we come back from the break, not the days off break, I'll have a baseball chat. I gotta think about that. Shohei having another good season though.
Honestly, I don't even know who I would give it to. I might be cashed out too.
My promotion has been sold to Tony Khan.
Oh gosh.
I'm out.
My first thought is Acuna. That's my first thought. But I want to look into what he's doing a little bit more.
He's had the belt before, yeah?
Yeah. He won the MVP.
I believe he got it because Shohei got hurt.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Shohei lost his smile or whatever.
Oh, it happens.
But yeah, Bond, I just saw that today and I thought about Jesse, matter of fact, when I saw that. I was like, yeah.
The youngins, sometimes we talk crazy, you know?
I will give you LeBron. I can't give you Shohei.
That's fine. I'll take that. We won. No,
I didn't say
shut the show down. We won. LeBron, number one.
I said I won't argue with you about that one. I want that. There's an argument to be made. LeBron is the GOAT for sure. Mike is Mike a little different though. Mike's a little different.
They're both up there.
Does
you throw Kareem up there too if you're into that kind of stuff?
Who's got the Ant-Man's got the?
I believe he does.
Yeah, Ant-Man, and then I think football is they're doing the King of the Ring soon for football. Probably Pat though. Mahomes.
I'll add this to
who's the number one contender?
Meeting notes tomorrow. We need to keep better track of this belt system we've got.
Who's the number one contender in the NBA though? Is it all of them? Is it Luka?
Luka.
So we're just talking.
Because Lord knows it ain't gonna be the guy in Boston.
You know,
I'm just saying I have yet to put my belt on that guy. I've been waiting for a moment.
I did.
You know.
Yeah, you kind of Bob Backlund them twice.
Don't throw tomatoes at me. I want to see what my people think about this. I just want to see what my people think about this.
You're gonna say something that stresses me out.
Don't do
You're
that.
gonna say something that stresses me out.
O'Connell and Simmons. We're talking.
Enough.
That's no, real quick. Did you get to the part of Joe Budden where they talked about the Apple top 100 albums?
No.
Okay, no, it reminds me. So he goes, he's like, all right, 98.
I missed a lot in the second part of the podcast. Apparently,
Ice goes, 98 is Confessions, and Joe goes, I'm done with this. We don't even need to talk about this anymore.
It said Lauryn Hill. The miseducation of Lauryn Hill was number one.
They had some. Ice broke down just the hip hop and R&B joints. First of all, like you said, Confessions at 98. You crazy? They have Voodoo at like 30 spots ahead of Confessions.
You know, so that's the type of stuff that like putting Frank Ocean at like 6 was like, wait a second, dude. Like, no. Man. Like that's where there comes to a point where you guys are just trying to be cute.
Can't take you
This ain't
seriously.
it. Like, yeah, this ain't it. There
Can't
was
take you seriously.
most like, I don't want to disparage Frank Ocean. That's not a top 10 album of all time.
It's not a top 100 album of all time.
That's absurd.
They tripping. And
That's
I like
absurd.
the album. Thinking About You is one of my favorite songs of all time. I love the song. That album is not what they try to make.
Yeah, that's people thinking.
But,
that's people trying to be
Back to business though.
No. So O'Connell said he thinks, he didn't say it's going to happen, but he said, I think there's a very real world where at the end of next season, Wemby's the best player in the league. Outrageous to you guys?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You don't think it's
unless
outrageous?
he's winning MVP?
It's not
or something, I'm
outrageous. I don't
agree,
think it'll
but
happen.
That's kind of me with Shohei.
I don't know.
It's a bit over the top.
Yeah.
But it's not out. It's not like
I
inconceivable.
think
Not
he
at
could be.
all.
I don't think that's what's gonna happen. I think he could be top 5.
If he's averaging like 28, some crazy number, like not crazy, but he's up there or whatever, he's competing for MVP, then yeah, I'll give him
You know, the
nod.
number
He
that'll
gonna
get
be-
people's attention is like 4 or 5 blocks a
That's
game.
what I'm saying. Like
that's
he's gonna,
the number that's
and not
gonna
even
kill
28.
people.
Like if he's averaging 22, 13, 4 blocks, and he's about to win the defensive player of the year.
I feel like it's kind of well, yeah, because he's got the award, so it is kind of different. I feel like it's kind of disrespect. We're talking through it. I feel like it's kind of disrespecting the guys who've been doing it for a while, the Lukas and
know,
all
I
that, the
understand.
Giannis's, the Jokic's. That like, I wouldn't give him the nod yet. Like he's talented. Like he'd be one of the most talented. But I wouldn't say like, he's the best player in the league.
But it's not like he was passed up for a promotion. It doesn't matter how long you were in the league. Like if he's doing something, like it. You know, we were talking about Luka earlier, and hearing Jesse say that, it's incredible to me that Luka Doncic didn't win the MVP this year. Like it's really incredible he didn't.
Yeah, it was all right there for him, and we've been saying for years. We think they've just been waiting.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see? And I guess you really got to comb through this, and I got to figure out exactly what I'm looking for again.
Mhm.
But did you see the stats are out on all the awards?
Yeah, we were talking about that on the handoff.
I think
We-
Sakir and DeMont gave us a list as far as who didn't vote for Malik too for 6
He
man.
did. That's
Yeah.
because that's what I was looking for was all of the guys who didn't vote for Malik Monk in 6-man. And the first of the one that just really caught my eye was our man Jeff Van Gundy. Or excuse me, Stan Van Gundy.
What?
Stan Van.
Who do you vote for?
I believe it was Norm Powell, Bobby Portis. Damn it.
Probably
I forgot.
Nas Reed in there or
I don't
something,
think it
one
was
of those
Nas
now?
Reed.
Was it-
Because
was it-
remember, there were ballots that left both of them off.
Yeah, was it Bogey? I saw a couple of people had Bogey as number one.
Yeah,
That was nasty
there were
work.
2 people that had Bogey as number 1. Yeah, it was kind of it was trash. It was trash.
Yeah,
but
that's-
yeah, I haven't combed through.
I like
all of
that they
these.
did that though.
Who? What was
I've
the
been
other
asking
one?
for that. I've been screaming for this.
We were looking to see who voted for
Sabonis for Defensive Player of the Year.
and it wasn't Jason Anderson.
Sal in the chat says that was Ignacio Garcia.
Okay,
One
I
of the,
don't
What
know
is he- what
who
is he
that
doing?
is. I don't know.
They say he
I have no
voted for
idea.
Sabonis for everything.
Oh, salute.
Hmm.
Well, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah,
I'm just combing through this as quickly as I can. It's a lot of names. It's kind of
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I gotta sit.
He was
gotta sit down.
Domas was 3rd team. There he is. It's labeled as Marca, MARCA.
Marca. That's probably Spain because they do a lot of Barcelona and Madrid stuff for soccer and all that. I think
Okay.
that's a Spain publication.
He voted Wemby, Bam, and Domas for his defensive player of the year. Didn't even vote for Rudy.
Wemby, Bam, and Doma. Yeah, come on now.
Oh gosh almighty. This the the NBA all first team, the all NBA teams is not readable.
Yeah, that was too tough. I opened it up. I was like, yeah, this isn't for me. You need
This
a
is-
microscope.
This is what it looks
Oh
like.
my god.
You have to zoom
Oh,
in with a
man.
microscope and try to figure out what's going on here.
Oh man. But this is what I call for. I think the coaches vote should be for All-Stars to be out there too.
Greg Popovich, come out here.
Yeah, man. Stand on business. But that original point, I don't think at the end of the season, next season, Wemby's gonna be the best player in the league.
Maybe
I do think there's gonna be you can absolutely are going to be able to make an argument for top 5.
Oh, yeah, I'll fall back. Maybe it's not outrageous. I won't say he will be or anything like that, but maybe it's not outrageous. He's already winning. Well, he didn't win Defensive Player of the Year, but it's already voting for him up there and stuff like that. Yeah, he's different from the others.
And it's gonna be hard to, like, when we talk about the Wemby and what he could, what he is or whatever, to not factor in the future, right? So, like, if he's averaging 22, 13, and 4 blocks, right? Is that better numbers than Jokic? Probably not, or something like that. But it's like, damn, this guy's 22. Like, look what he's doing at 22 years old. Like, this, and that's gonna make people possibly think like, yo, he might be the best because look what he's doing at 22 years old.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna co-sign it because Kevin O'Condor said it, but whatever.
Thanks.
That's fine.
Whatever, man. Sure, whatever, bro.
That's fine. Simmons also went in on that episode and was basically saying everybody is finished unless you're OKC, Dallas, or Minnesota. OKC, Minnesota, San Antonio, and I think he said Dallas. No, Denver. He didn't say Dallas.
So
he said everybody in the West, like, what are you doing? Like, just give it up. Because it started talking about the Lakers. He's like, who cares? Who cares would you hire it as a coach? You're not winning. If you're not one of those 4 teams, you have no shot. I'm like, look, I don't care. I'll take the second round of the playoffs.
I don't think that's even the case either. Like, I don't think these teams have the West on lock or anything like that. Like, they're probably the top teams now going forward, but it's not like, oh, everyone else just give it up. Everyone tank now. Not saying that's what Simmons is saying, but you know that extreme. Just give it up.
Get Kyle Kuzma. Now we talking.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, can't wait to run that by Matt George in a couple minutes.
We're not trading Keegan for him, Matt. Don't worry.
No.
Gosh.
We're not, but let's tell him we are.
Okay, I'm down. Hey, we'll get that dude Denny. How do you pronounce his last name? We'll get that dude Denny in here to make it all realistic too.
Hey, did you see the Scotty Scheffler video?
I did not see the video.
I saw it was out.
I didn't see the video.
Yeah. So follow me here. Do you recall what the arrest report said?
He assaulted the police officer.
The officer was dragged by the car because Scotty Scheffler wouldn't stop.
I didn't see all that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
That was in the arrest report. The video came out.
I'm assuming it's not what was said.
It turns out the police lied. I know this is unfathomable for some of you to believe. It turns out they fabricated the arrest report. You can see the individual chasing down Scotty's car.
So
he's not being dragged. And then you see what appears to be about 6 officers swarm the car. You know, it would have helped if the officer's body cam footage was on. But
I heard that one too.
God damn it. It wasn't on.
It's so difficult to get that thing on sometimes. It just cuts out.
It's tough, man. I'm sure this is the first time it's ever happened, though. It's got to be the first time that an officer fabricated a report. There's no way that this has ever happened in history.
No.
In sport. And you know what? Let's just thank God Scotty Scheffler survived this. Like, what if he had missed his tee time? Has anybody thought about that? What if he had missed his tee time? Boy, what a travesty that would have been.
What if he had missed his tee time? It's crazy.
My goodness. I think this is a moment for us to all stop and think.
Just think.
We'll come back. We can't play our joke on Matt because he's watching.
Damn.
Matt George, Keegan for Donovan Mitchell. Let's cook.
Oh, we got to talk about Cleveland.
That's not looking good over there.
It's not looking good. Did you see? Hey, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Matt, I was just kidding, by the way. Don't yell at me. Cleveland seems like it was a lot worse than it's even been kind of reported.
Yeah,
it's just dysfunctional.
Sounds like it's bad.
What the hell's going on over there?
The fact that the Athletic basically told us he was going to be fired a week and a half ago.
Yo, this dude Zay's crazy.
What happened? We got a new tweet out?
Yo, we gotta get this, bro. You need a job, bro. This is crazy. How do you do this? Well, I don't like damn logo he has there, but yo, this is crazy.
Oh, this
Bro,
is
nah, the
Yo!
goat. He's the goat. He's the goat.
Zay, this is amazing.
This dude low-key made a video game.
This is amazing. Zay, you got to send me this video for IG.
We might have to talk to some people, man.
This is crazy. This is amazing.
He got the totals down to the guest.
Zay, you are an animal, bro. Wow, Trajan Langdon headed to Detroit. Somewhere our girl Jill Adge is smiling. NFL linebacker finds iguana in the toilet. This is some Florida shit if I've ever seen it. Well.
Nah, bro. Don't even remind me. I've seen these shows. How do I even bring this up? I've seen these shows where snakes or rats come through your toilet. And come on, man. Nah, bro.
It's a show?
Well, the show is like creepy crawlers.
Oh, I got you. I was gonna say that you got to be pretty prepared for that to happen.
And they were like, "Oh, look at what happened here."
No, I mean we're on. Yeah.
Can one of you guys come on my show just for like 2 minutes? Either both or one of you. Just want to ask you something.
Yeah, what time? Now?
Anytime. Well, I'm on 3 to 7. So
okay, yeah.
Anytime.
For sure.
Just I have an interview at like 5:15. So anything besides that.
Okay.
And commercials are 12 and 42. So
Gotcha.
any other time.
Yeah, no
Just
problem.
it could be either one of you or both of you. I just have a quick question. Just something stupid.
All right, we have a good time.
Something stupid. That's right in our wheelhouse. That's what we do.
Oh, have you heard this show before?
Yeah.
Y'all ever wonder why Casey won't tell you what he's eating? That's why.
That's crazy.
Whoa. What were you eating?
Oh man. Don't judge me, man. I was hungry. I had to go into the snack locker. The oranges weren't cutting it today.
Yo, they got to come up with a different
You
name.
got to do
That's
better.
Crazy.
They got to do better than that.
Crazy.
Then we just said on the stream, but shout out to Zabo for that Twitter video.
Yeah, you
Man,
got to see
Zay-
this video that Zay
That's
put
top
together.
tier right
That
there.
is insane, bro.
He put together a spectacular pocket watching video that is across all of our social media platforms. Man, Zay's been having some fun recently. That's good stuff.
Absolute fire.
Good stuff. Matt George is going to join us in about 30 minutes. He's watching the show, so we can't joke about trading Keegan Murray. What did we talk? Oh, JB Bickerstaff was fired today.
That sucks.
It does suck. I got an email. It's from Zay. It's the video. It feels weird in Cleveland. And I mean, especially weird given the fact that JB Bickerstaff was fired today. Rumors of his firing began back in like January, And The Athletic basically told us a week and a half ago he was going to be fired. Those aren't the signs of a functional organization.
No, there's a lot going on there.
And that's the other thing. It feels like there's a lot more than just what's going on with the head coach. Now, of course, Kobe Altman, that front office, that franchise feels a lot of pressure because they went and made this acquisition for Donovan Mitchell. That's an all-in acquisition. And, now he's up for the contract extension. Everything seems to be pointing to him signing it. But it feels like there's a lot of speculation. He's going to sign it and then want to get the hell out of there. Now, I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea. But
it's that too, and it's like if he does sign, he does stay, then Garland's going to request a trade and all that.
That's the crazy part about it is like.
And is Jared Allen still on his way out too?
Well, they're mad at Jared Allen.
Yeah. Because he didn't want to take a painkiller. What
Right.
a jerk, huh?
Didn't want to take a painkiller shot.
It's insane.
It's not like they gave him an Excedrin and he said no. Like they tried to stick a needle in his ribs and go play basketball.
That there's so many things going on in that organization right now.
The vibe I'm getting, Soren kind of says it right here in the chat, feels like they're scrambling to keep Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
And I don't even think they know, like, oh yeah, we fired JB. Like, oh yeah, now we got Donovan. I don't think they know that right now.
Yeah, the JB thing, I agree, but I also think the JB thing has been something they've. Again, my boy loves the Cavs. He brought this to us in like January. He was like, I think they're gonna like everyone like that's because he, as KC would say, he's got his ear to the streets.
Got his ear to
that's what he listens to.
Right.
And he don't even listen to me. Been his best friend for 30 years. He's listening to Cleveland radio. And he's like, I think they're gonna fire Bickerstaff. Then they went on that like insane run. That obviously got him. It got them in a good spot. It solidified him for the rest of the season. And then the way the playoffs went, even though Donovan Mitchell didn't play in some of the playoffs, did he play in any of the playoffs?
Yeah, he played.
Played games.
Donovan Mitchell, right?
Yeah,
he played in like the whole first round, and then he played the first 2-3 games of the Celtics.
Why did he miss?
Calf or hamstring, one of those
I
muscle
think it was
type injuries.
calf. I think it was
Okay.
calf.
Okay.
And he played really well in the Orlando series too.
Putting up 50s.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, it feels like things are a little goofy there.
So is that a situation that the Kings should monitor as far as like, you want to get some people from over there?
Who are you thinking? Donovan Mitchell?
Well, I mean, look,
Donovan Mitchell,
Donovan
his freshly signed 5-year, $300 million contract.
Donovan would be one of those people that if he didn't sign and he had just 2 years left, Jesse asked me the question earlier, I'd make a deal for him without a wink.
Okay.
I'd be like, I'll do the best I can in 2 years, and then maybe you stay or whatever. But yeah, he's one of those ones. I know a lot of people say like if Donovan signs the contract, they're saying Clutch is going to get Darius Garland out of there. Do you think is he somebody you look at here in Sacramento?
To do what?
2 guard. Yeah, you have a
Malik gone?
No. Well, that's the other thing. Well, I'm assuming maybe Malik is still coming off the bench, right? He's probably gonna.
Well, what about Keon?
I think Garland's a better player than Keon. And I
Okay.
like
well,
Keon.
well, I mean, it's our last show of the week. Let's stick with the theme of the week.
Are you starting all three of those guys?
Starting?
Monk, Fox, Garland?
No.
Then Monk is coming off the bench?
You're not starting all 3 of those. While I do think you could, I think you could possibly. This is pushing. I wanted to say I think you could start Fox, Monk, and Keon just because of the toughness that Keon plays with on the defensive end. But that might even be pushing it a little bit too.
Just for the record, next year, the 25-26 season for Donovan is a player option. So it's 1 year without the wink that you were
1
referring
year.
to.
It's a player option.
It's a player
Gotcha.
option. Yeah. And
This is-
which, like, this is Donovan Mitchell. He's going to opt out of it. That's 37 million. Like he's going to make multiples of that.
Deal.
Multiples is a stretch, but you know what I mean. He's going to make a lot more than that.
This isn't really radio showing us on the best tonight, but JT Lowe throws in the chat. Go get a guy like Dean Wade from the Cavs. That dude can knock down a 3 easy.
D Wade.
Dean Wade.
He can shoot
He
it.
can shoot the rock.
Yeah.
He can definitely shoot the pill.
Don't bother me. Yeah, it don't bother me. I'm stuck on the Darius Garland thing.
I don't think
I
that
like.
would work.
Hey,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
I don't think so either. I'm just throwing it out for people. You know,
All
we
right.
just talking.
You know how much I like Jared Allen, though. I actually like Harris. They have a lot of players that I like. As anyone who listens to the show,
can
knows.
I
I like
s-
that team.
Can I say I'm kind of out on the whole putting a center next to Domas idea?
Yeah, I'm out.
No,
too.
it's fine.
Yeah, I'm like,
No,
I don't.
have a problem.
I'm completely out on that.
interested in that at all.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Not
I'm just trying to fix the team, though.
We
As
got
soon as
Kyle
you shoot down
Kuzma.
my ideas, you guys come up with a better one. Y'all talking about Darius Garland. I'm trying to get Jared Allen.
We got
here.
Kyle Kuzma.
Oh, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
right.
that's the
that
game
was,
changer.
That
right
was
there,
3
boy.
hours ago.
So that situation too. HB's coming off the bench, right?
What, Kuzma here?
Yeah.
Hell
Like,
yeah.
we're cooking with some things right there.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's Kuzma, Keegan, and Domas.
Yeah. Oh, Kuzma. Oh, man, that's crazy. Malik at the 2. Keon coming off the bench. Harrison coming off the bench. Hell, Herder coming off the bench. Davion. Oh, that squad go. Oh boy, if they were able to get that done. If they were able to get the Kuzma deal done, boy. That would be fire. No, that would give me hype.
You don't like it, man?
No. Follow-up question. Would it make more sense in the lineup you just presented having Keon start? Now, I know how we feel if Malik is back. There's probably, all right, Malik, you're our starting 2. But is there a scenario where you present to everybody like, with this starting lineup that now has Kyle Kuzma in it, does it make more sense to have a guy like Keon Ellis start along that group and then Malik?
Yeah, for sure. I would love
only
to do
if
that.
it's okay with Malik Monk.
That's all the thing. About. That's all it's about.
But I think ideally, perfect situation, best case scenario, Malik's coming off the bench for the Kings next season.
Yeah. I think best case scenario in almost any situation. I think that's the best role for Malik Monk, just in general. He's gonna want to start, but I'm my job as Monty or Mike Brown would be to convince him that this is actually best for your career, best for everything that's going on. But yeah, I would love for him to say, you know what, you're right. I'll come off the bench, Keon will start or whatever, and they get. I'm telling you, we figured it out. Remember, we kept saying we haven't solved anything. No, we figured it out. That's how you fix the Kings. Go get Kyle Kuzma.
Everyone give yourselves a pat on the back. Chatty House too. You too, Dan. You're part of this.
Not you securing the monk because you said no.
Securing the monk can't give himself.
Yeah,
a
no
pat
pats on the back for you.
I'm messing with you, dog. But yeah, Kyle Kuzma's the one, man.
Is he at the top of the? Because like we kind of said, he doesn't have the most warts, but he's at the top of the players we've talked about that list. The Ingrams.
He's not the best player, but he might be the best situation, and that he's got years left.
Are we sure he's not the best player?
I'll take Brandon.
Kyle
Ingram
Kuzma's
over
not
him.
better than Brandon Ingram.
I like Kuzma. I see the vision, but I like Ingram better too.
I do too.
But
I mean, the numbers are the numbers, though. Now you can say he just did it on a sorry Washington team. That would always be the retort, but he did average 22 points a game last year.
Yeah, it's very good. It's good. I think Brandon Ingram's better.
I do too.
I think
I do too.
Kuzma is more likely to be available for 65 to 75 games than Brandon Ingram is. I think I like the idea of Kyle Kuzma. If you had the same exact deal in like some make-believe world, this doesn't work, but play along with me for a sec. If you have the same exact deal and the Pelicans say, I'll take that deal for Brandon Ingram, and the Washington Wizards say, I'll take that deal for Kyle Kuzma, and it's the same deal, I do the Kyle Kuzma deal. Because you don't have the issue of, well, wait, what happens next? What happens with Brandon Ingram? With Domas, you at least had a year. You had time to figure that out. You don't have time with Brandon. It's something you have to figure out immediately. And Man, that ain't the case with Kyle Kuzma.
No, and Kyle Kuzma. While I agree with you guys, I think he's a better player than, or Brandon Ingram's a better player than Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma's a little more durable, and he's cheaper, and you don't have to worry about, so there's two scenarios with him. Number one, with Ingram, say he doesn't give you the wink treatment. You got to worry about if you can re-sign him, everything that you're giving up, and can you re-sign him? If he does say, oh yeah, wink, wink, we can sign a deal, that deal's more expensive than what Kyle Kuzma's bringing to the table.
Remember, Kuz's deal, or for those who are just tuning in, Kyle Kuzma's deal starts to decline next year, all the way down to the tune of $19 million in the final year. That's a year after the cap goes up 10%.
I think you mentioned it yesterday or the day before too, Casey. Like that does raise their floor where they're just a playoff team now.
Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of, all right, now we're trying to work our way towards the top.
Absolutely. And I don't, we got Wheezy 80 in here. Ingram is the Lexus. Kuzma is the fully loaded Camry. Still a good option. Now, he may be right. I just don't know. I don't know if I like the way he said that.
What do you mean?
Ingram is a Lexus. Kuzma's the fully loaded Camry.
Camrys have been the it's not bad. It works, but it's not bad.
Well, it sounds disrespectful.
Oh, I don't think that's disrespectful. The Camry's a good car.
It is,
also,
but it sounds disrespectful.
Well, it's the job done.
Oh, it's a very nice car.
That's what I'm saying.
Also, who cares? They're all made by Toyota.
That's facts.
What's it matter? It's gonna work exactly the same. It's perfect.
You can take that Lexus to the Toyota dealership.
That's it. 10 times out of 10. Talk to our man Titus, 916-909-1320. Titus, what's good, baby?
What's up with y'all? How y'all doing?
We good, big dog. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Now, I agree with the Mitchell. He's fire and everything, but I feel like if we was to get Mitchell, that makes our backcourt small.
I was kind of joking about that, but I hear you.
Oh, okay. But now, y'all been saying that for a few days now. But now the Ingram and Kuzma, but really Bobby Portis, that'd be the best one for us, because then we get a dog. And he going to play D2, and he can score. And he going to feel like he can play with it.
I like Bobby Portis.
So he going to feel like, you feel me? Then he bring championship experience. And then and then I got to hate on Harrison Barnes first. I come from Iowa. Look, I'm from here, but I had lived out in Ames for years.
Yeah.
So I've been watching Harrison. And I hear you saying he's going to be fired off the bench next year. Bro, his career, his skill set, I think, is going to go down. I don't think Harrison's about to get any better.
No, I don't think he's going to get better either. But I think what he provides right now at this point in his career is on the higher end, like a higher end bench player. You know what I mean? Like if he plays the same way he played last year as your sixth or seventh man, you're kind of winning in that situation. You know what I mean? Because you don't typically get maybe your sixth man, but your seventh man or something like that. You don't get them averaging 10, 11 points a game, giving solid play like that. Now, minutes will be down. Maybe he won't have those same type of numbers. But I hear what you're saying, Titus. I think Harrison, for as much as people get frustrated with him and all this other stuff, I still do feel like he's a little overqualified for a bench guy, if that makes any sense. Like, I still think he's a starter in this league. You know what I mean? And if he's on the bench, you're almost getting a starter caliber player to come off the bench.
You're talking about Harrison.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a lot of people are quick to move him to the bench. I don't think he's like, I think he's still a starter in this league.
He's a starter, but on the right team. He's not a starter. Well, like he's not fit for the role in the Kings, just because the Kings do need more out of that spot. I don't think Harrison can give them what they need right now. But you throw him on a team, like if you were had him on like the Celtics or just like one of those teams or whatever, like, yeah, Harrison, give us 12, 13. Oh, Harrison stepped up. If he didn't, fine. But like for a team that needs something out of spot, I just don't think it's the right spot for him with the Kings as far as starting.
12 points per game last year, 3 rebounds and an assist. 47, 38, and 80. That's I'm
gonna keep it real.
That's a very good bench player.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's a very good bench player and potentially a frustrating starter.
Yeah, that's what it. But that's what my point though. That's a very good bench player.
Yeah, I think so.
Like that's not.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just a random bench player. Like I'm trying to.
Well,
think.
I think
Like,
what I think
that's not
what
Nikhil Alexander Walker. That's better than him.
I think overqualified is what got me. Like he's overqualified to be a bench player. Like he's been a starter his career. Yeah, I think he's been a starter his whole career.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
I guess in that sense,
I say overqualified because he can start on a good team. He can start on a good team. Here's my example. I don't know if Alexander Walker can start on a good team.
I got you.
You know what I mean? But he's a solid bench player for Minnesota. Is
Malik Monk overqualified to be a starter? I mean, overqualified to be
absolutely
off the bench. Okay,
absolutely. He's more
Naz Reid?
overqualified than Naz Reid can start on a good team.
Okay, Bogey.
Bogey,
He got first
Bogey,
votes.
no, yeah, but Bogey.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm
I
just
give- I give
I'm
it
just
to
trying
Bogey.
to I'm trying to create a
Bogey can
category
start
here.
on a good team.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to create a category. That's all I was trying to do. Matt George is going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes. I'm sure he'll either love or hate this conversation. I honestly,
the dogs on tip.
I don't know which one it's going to be.
I think he's gonna hate it.
I think he is too.
I already know what
but
I'm
at
gonna
least
name
we're
the
not
YouTube
trading
segment.
Keegan today, so
I
maybe
think
he'll like
Matt
that.
might like it.
I don't know. It's his birthday. Maybe he's drinking.
I feel like me and Casey were a little misunderstood yesterday too.
Well, when
what are you playing the martyr? You guys hate
he's
Keegan
right.
Murray.
When it comes to Keegan, we're always misunderstood.
Yeah,
Well,
like
no,
we
you-
weren't out here shipping them off for Kyle
Oh,
Kuzma or
isn't this-
Brandon Ingram.
Oh no, isn't
All
this
right, but you
cute?
guys want to hate us? You can hate us if you want.
Isn't this cute? Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty over here, the Rockers.
No,
Be careful, one of you are going through the barbershop window.
No,
Look at cute little tag team
What
right
did
here.
Joe say on the pod? He said, "Oh, I know when they've been talking outside the pod." Oh, they teaming up now.
Yeah, no question.
That's here early too.
Yeah, no, he is just absolutely sick of this. He's like, I'm not waiting 10 more minutes. It's my birthday. I can join the show whenever I want to. I got a fresh haircut. The beard is cropped clean.
Very
I got to work.
fresh. Very fresh.
First of all, happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday, big dog.
Yeah, thanks. Screw all that. Y'all are not misunderstood as hell. What the hell are you talking about? You've been trying to trade Keegan Murray for 48 hours
Absolutely
minimum,
not. What are we
at
talking
least
about? What are we
months.
talking about?
Jesse
Hell,
over there,
Matt.
Boston Celtics fan. Jesse just secretly wants Keegan Murray in Boston. He's just trying to plant the seeds here in Sacramento. KC loves the Lake Show. He's just trying to get Keegan Murray down in LA so you can take
Wow,
a picture
look at
with
the
a bunch
media.
of
Look
LA
at the media
murals.
working.
All y'all need to keep Keegan Murray out your mouth. Keegan Murray ain't going nowhere. Keegan Murray is exactly what's needed here in Sacramento. It's my birthday. Don't talk about trading my boy.
Okay. Wait a
he get
second.
a
First
flag
of
on
all,
his birthday?
we don't talk like that on this
game
show,
is the
sir.
game. Hold on,
We need
that's
to-
there.
we
What I
don't
do?
talk- No, we don't talk like that on this show, sir. You need to settle
Hey,
down.
yo.
Sailor Mouth Matt George.
Matt came
Hey,
in
yo.
firing on his birthday.
No, we
Pause.
definitely don't want to trade Keegan Murray.
Yeah, you
We
do.
don't want to trade him.
You talked about it for an entire show.
Who was the guy we were talking about though?
Mikal Bridges was one where we think about it.
We think about
Where
it.
that's where it starts, I
and
think.
that's like it. That's it. I don't think there's
I
another.
feel
guy
like there
out
was a second.
Well,
name.
the Donovan Mitchells, I think, the kind of like
Well,
those types or
that's
whatever.
not- yeah, that's not realistic at all. At least not in my opinion. Matt George, ABC, I didn't realize you had to work on your birthday. Well, I knew you were joining us, but I didn't realize you had to work on your birthday. So, well, either way,
I
thanks
was
for
about to
joining us.
ask. I was like, "What you got?" Now he's fully sports. I remember when Matt first went there, he might have to go cover graduations or something.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's just fully sports.
No, I got an interview with our boy David Patrick today. DP.
There you go.
That with DPs. He's
You
on his way.
you
He's
already
awesome.
did it, or
No,
you already
I'm,
did it?
I'm doing with it a little bit later today. So
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Very good. We
But what up,
started the show. Maybe not started the show, but began talking during the show about Kyle Kuzma. Again, we've gone back to Kyle Kuzma. This is the circular nature of this NBA offseason for the Sacramento Kings. We're back to Kyle Kuzma, I think, because of a Jake Fisher report. The deal was pretty friendly. Kuzma's contract declines year after year after year after year. You ready to get on board for Kyle Kuzma here?
Real quick, Matt, before you answer, just for context for the people out there. I had the deal. The deal would be Trey Lyles, Sasha Vezenkov, Chris Duarte, and a 2029 first-round pick for Kyle Kuzma.
Without hesitation. Is that why would Washington accept that though?
Well, those are expiring contracts, and like they're probably Washington needs to pick a direction.
Yeah,
like what exactly are you trying to do here?
If that was all that it took player-wise, I'd throw in the 13 this year, make the pick, and then trade it over.
Kenny's always willing to give away more than you have to, which is fantastic.
Well, that doesn't seem like if I'm Washington and I'm trying to revamp things. What is 2029 first round pick going to do for me? Give me this year's first round pick.
I mean, I could tell he's always trying to give away Keegan Murray, apparently, too. So.
Yeah, that is not true.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean, I absolutely make that deal 100%. I mean, I genuinely gut feeling, guys. I think either one of Kuzma or Ingram is on the Kings come training camp time. One of the two of them. It just makes too much sense. Those are two guys that fit the bill of what the Sacramento Kings need, and they're both available. It's go time for the Kings. Monty McNair said it himself. It's win now time. I think the Kings will get one of the two of those guys.
Walk me through, if you will, Matt, the Brandon Ingram situation in your mind. How does that materialize for Sacramento?
Well, first off, and joke aside, there's Keegan Murray is not included in the Brandon Ingram trade at all. Yeah. You go out and you get Brandon Ingram, and if you have to take the risk of losing him after 1 year, you really have to weigh the options of if that risk is worth it, or there has to be some sort of conversation about an understanding that we want you here long term. We're not just making this deal to make a rental. There are concerns with Brandon Ingram off the court, nothing too extreme or absurd, but there's attitude issues and things like that we heard with New Orleans. So again, I don't think that's anything to overreact to too much, but Ingram has to understand that he's coming to Sacramento to be a third and sometimes fourth option guy behind Fox and Sabonis and sometimes Keegan, or maybe it might change to Fox and Keegan and sometimes Sabonis eventually on the offensive end. If Malik Monk comes back as well, he has to kind of find his fit with that. Plus, Brandon Ingram's going to have to come here and play some pretty serious defense under the leadership of Mike Brown. That'll be the expectation. So I think Brandon Ingram makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. I think in many ways, he's like the top tier of player that you're going to be able to realistically acquire this offseason. But I don't know what that package looks like. New Orleans is not trying to blow it up like Washington is. They're still trying to be competitive right now, so they're not going to take your trash and just first rounders for Brandon Ingram. They're going to want something in return. I don't know if Kevin Huerter or Harrison Barnes intrigues them at all, but yeah, there's no chance Keegan Murray's involved in that deal whatsoever. I think Brandon Ingram is attainable without trading away any of your core four guys. But I think that's where the conversation's going to be stuck, is what does that package look like? And is that package better than something else that another team might offer New Orleans for BI?
Well, and that's where Kyle Kuzma comes back into play, because you talk about New Orleans is still trying to win. They're going to be looking for guys, that are going to help them win. Washington is not. And that's where a Trey Lyles, Sasha, Chris Duarte, and a pick or two. Fine. Sure. We get Kyle Kuzma's money off the books and we get these expirings. Sure. We're trying to get Cooper Flagg next year. We don't care. That's where he feels like he might be more attainable than anybody else out there for the Kings, considering the assets that they have or lack thereof. I'd ask you this, though. We asked this question too. Trey Lyles, Sasha, Chris Duarte, a first-round pick. We'll forget the year. It doesn't really matter. Both New Orleans and Washington say, yeah, we'll do that. Which one are you going with?
The only reason to consider Kuzma over Brandon Ingram is the contract situation. That's the only reason. But player for player, it's not close. It's Brandon Ingram. I mean, Brandon Ingram, BI is exactly what you need. I think if that's the case, I think I take the risk and I go with Brandon.
Really?
I understand the contract. Plus, Kuzma's contract is actually really good too because it goes down by a few million every single year as well. It's very similar to not the current contract Harrison Barnes was on, but the contract Harrison signed with when Vlade Divac was here that Ken Cantanella signed him to. So that it goes down every year, making it more and more tradable and more affordable as time goes on. So that's a good contract. And I'm not saying I don't think Kuzma can help the Kings. I think Kuzma absolutely could help the Kings. But if you're talking about a immediate, significant difference maker, Brandon Ingram is more of that guy to me than Kyle Kuzma is.
I'm a little bit. I don't disagree with you at all regarding the player. I'm surprised you're willing to take the risk.
Well, the risk to me is a lot easier when. I mean, I love Trey Lyles, but he's the biggest name you're shipping out, and only one first-round pick to get Brandon Ingram. Like that's not that big of a risk to me. Now, if it's 2+ first-rounders plus a Kevin Huerter or a Harrison Barnes, or even attach a Davion Mitchell in there to sweeten the pot a little bit to give them a young player that they like, now we're talking about that might not be worth the risk. But for the same exact package that you laid out there to get Kuzma, where it's those three essentially role players, one of them is the only one that actually has a designated playing time role here in Sacramento, and one first-rounder to get an all-star caliber wing and Brandon Ingram, yeah, I take that risk for sure.
I like Brandon Ingram as a better player, just like everybody else. I think people kind of sleeping on Kuzma when it comes to this type of situation. Kuzma's a 3-level scorer. He's more durable, and his contract is friendlier. Like, is Brandon Ingram? I guess what I'm looking at is he that much of a better player than Kyle Kuzma, where you disregard all the other stuff?
I think Brandon Ingram's a better scorer than Kyle Kuzma, and I think Brandon Ingram's a better defender than Kyle Kuzma, and the Kings need both. So that's where I don't see Kuzma, to me, doesn't have an edge over Ingram in any other way, but like you said, durability, which that's a pretty big edge if you can actually play.
He's a better rebounder. And
Okay,
that's what here in Sacramento.
Sure, but you also have the league-leading rebounder in there, so it's not like Brandon Ingram or Kuzma are going to come in here and try to average 7 or 8 boards a game. Like, to me, what the Kings need in abundance is perimeter defense and more of a go-to offensive option. Brandon Ingram can go and get you a bucket. Kuzma kind of can, but not in the way that Brandon Ingram can, in my opinion.
Okay.
If they end up with Kuzma, though, I'm cool with it. If they end up with either of those guys for the package that you laid out there, I think it's a very successful offseason. I don't think either team – the Pelicans laugh at that deal, and I think the Wizards still say no.
Yeah, I think I don't think I agree with that, at least as it pertains to the Wizards. Yes, the Pelicans laugh at it. That was a scenario we were presenting about how you feel about the risk of Ingram and the risk of where he's at with his contract and all of that versus the Kyle Kuzma situation, who not only has 3 years, Matt, but as you pointed out a moment ago, the years are declining. The numbers, in the years are declining. And as far as Washington and New Orleans, New Orleans would never accept a deal like that. There's going to be, if Brandon Ingram is truly on the market, there's going to be a ton of teams that want to acquire him. If Kyle Kuzma's on the market, I believe he's going to have a market, and I think Sacramento could put something competitive together for him, and I would feel better as the offer got more competitive that, well, it's okay that the offers got more competitive because Kuzma's here for the next 3 years. Whereas if it really becomes a fist fight to land Brandon Ingram, well, wait a minute. We're going to give all that up and then pray that he stays? I don't know.
Yeah, to me, especially, I think Kuzma being available gives the Kings the out. Now, they have to be careful because they can't string along Washington too long, but it gives them the out to have a maximum, a pretty comfortable maximum of this is the most we're willing to offer for an Ingram package. And if it doesn't happen, okay, we walk away. And I think Monty's already in that position. I don't think Monty is willing to empty the assets, so to say, for Ingram in this particular situation. I just don't think that's the guy necessarily that, like a Mikal Bridges, absolutely. You would empty the assets for a guy like that. Brandon Ingram, even though he's a really, really good player, given the circumstance of where the Kings are at, his circumstances, plus he's on the last year of his deal, I think that's where Monty's already going into that conversation going, yeah, we have a maximum and we're going to let you know what that is right away. And we're not going past because we're not that desperate for that type of player that in that situation. And Kuzma might give them kind of the plan B of, all right, Ingram didn't work out, but we can go get Kuzma for a cheaper deal. And he still comes in and addresses the big deal. The Kings are maybe not significantly, the Kings are a noticeably better team immediately if Kyle Kuzma's on this roster.
Agree. Yep, absolutely.
I think that's the move. Once again, there's better players out there, but the one that fits everything is Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma is the one that fits the level of assets that you have. He fits the contract situation. He fits the talent situation. Once again, Brandon Ingram is a better player than Kyle Kuzma, but that one, there's a lot of gymnastics that have to be done to get to Brandon Ingram, and a lot of outbidding that you're going to have to do that I don't know if you have the pieces to outbid a lot of people for Brandon Ingram. I think Kuzma is the one that is in the Kings' wheelhouse to realistically be able to do.
We point out, like Siakam, Ingram has a lot of control over what happens next, because there's going to be that conversation with Brandon Ingram's agent. Hey, would he be open to staying here? And if the answer is no, it's like, all right, I can't, because a lot of teams, there'll be Masai Ujiri's, there'll be Toronto's who'll be like, all right, that's fine. I'll need a commitment from Kawhi. I want to acquire him now because I got a team that might be able to win a championship if we add him to it. And he was right. But there are a lot of teams who wouldn't be willing to take that risk. The Paul George, Oklahoma City risk. It worked until it didn't, and that he re-signed there, but quickly, it's what we talk about. A lot of guys sign contracts that they'll figure out later. Paul George was like, yeah, Oklahoma City, I'm partying with Russell Westbrook. Hey, man. Kawhi's going to the Clippers. I think I'd really like to go play with him. And shout out to Sam Presti for, hey, Doc, Lawrence, this trade is for Paul George, but this trade is for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. So you're going to give me everything I want.
Including a future MVP.
But very much so. But most general managers aren't willing to take the risk that Sam Presti took to get Paul George and that Masai Ujiri took to get Kawhi Leonard. And I don't remember if it's Kevin Pritchard. I don't remember who runs the Pacers, but I don't think he took a risk at all. I think they had a conversation with Siakam's agent, and they put themselves in that position. Ingram is going to be in the same exact position that Pascal Siakam was in February.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you. Those are the two most clear options to me, staring the Sacramento Kings in the face, and I think either addresses a need. It's still so much of this offseason to me that doesn't make up. Neither of those moves to me make up for a loss of Malik Monk. It makes it easier for you to handle and easier for that pill to swallow. But a Malik Monk and Kyle Kuzma led Sacramento Kings, or Malik Monk and Brandon Ingram led Sacramento Kings offseason, I should say, in addition to the core that's already here. Now we're talking about a team that, assuming they can still play the level of defense that they played at the end of the season, now we're talking about a team that should be expected to be a top 6 team in the Western Conference, given how tough the West is. So, the options are there for Monty, and it's just about going and getting something done at this point. This can't be another, like we talked about, this can't be another offseason of, hey, there's potential routes, but we're going to decide it's not the right time. Like, now, you've said it yourself, now is the time. So if Kuzma or Ingram are the options, go out and get one of them.
The funny part, to me, is that this isn't like a selling point by any stretch of the imagination. But with Kyle, there's no scenario where they're worse. You know what I mean? Like if you acquire Kuzma, worst case scenario to me is you're the same, which seems like a stretch to me, but that's the worst case scenario. You're not going to be worse. With Ingram, you get worse if he doesn't sign. Because you've lost players, right? Like you've lost players that have helped you. But with Kyle Kuzma, to me, with the way we've structured a variety of different deals, including your original deal of a bunch of draft picks, Casey, they're not going to get worse. Again, I know that's not a selling point for anybody, but
no, it's a great point though.
Hey guys, Sacramento Kings, not bad. Yeah, no one wants that.
It is a good point though. It's kind of safe, to be honest with you. And I think I'm just like sitting here thinking about Brandon Ingram and like what it would take to get him. And if you're the Kings, you may think, oh, we might have a deal. We might have something to work out here. And then Donovan Mitchell decides he's going to sign. And the Clutch says Garland wants out of here. And Cleveland calls the Pelicans, are like, what you think about Garland and Jared Allen for Ingram? Like, that's the kind of stuff you're going up against that you just can't compete with.
Is there anyone in Cleveland you like, Matt? Because they're bordering on shambles, it feels like at this point.
I mean, they have a lot of pieces that I like that just don't make sense for Sacramento. I'm not interested in Garland because you have an abundance of guards on this roster. Donovan Mitchell, I absolutely love, but for what it's going to take to give up and then to bring him here in Sacramento, as much as I would have loved to have seen a Fox and Mitchell backcourt, I would have loved to have seen it coming into the league when you had the 5th and 10th pick and you screwed that up. Donovan Mitchell, by the way, a 13th overall pick, which the Kings have 13 in this year's draft. So there is talent there. I don't know if you guys have looked at the history of 13. There have been a lot of really good players that have been drafted 13th. And yeah, of course, Kobe Bryant. But even recently, like Devin Booker was taken 13th. Zach LaVine was taken 13th. So there's some value at that spot.
So what Matt George is saying is the Kings can't trade the pick because Kobe Bryant.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Somebody tweet it.
It's a good point.
Basketball on X, tweet it.
Did y'all learn nothing from the James Ham situation? Don't you be taking these out of context? No, I think the
you
Kings
get engagement, Matthew. That's how you get engaged.
COE, content over everything.
I think I think the Kings are trading 13. I think that pick is on the move come draft night. I just don't think adding a rookie to this roster is really in their best interest, but I guess it depends on the rookie. But to finish answering your question, like I love Jared Allen too. Doesn't make sense next to Domas, just like Jonas Valanciunas, as much as I love him. Evan Mobley is the guy that they're trying to re-sign, so they're moving on from all these guys to try and make up the money to sign him to an extension. So yeah, Cleveland's not a partner, in my opinion, that I think the Kings should be too interested in.
Okay. Matt George says the Kings will trade Kobe Bryant this offseason.
Send it.
For Vlade.
Well, we'll come back. We'll talk more with our buddy Matt George. He is at the ABC 10 Studios. He is celebrating. How old are you today, Matt?
30.
Oh, wow. There we go.
Really?
There we go.
Why are you kidding? You're 30 years old?
I'm 30 years old, man.
The big 3-0.
I'm about to go buy a boat or something. I'm having a crisis.
Man, life is just about to start.
We met when you were 23?
Yeah.
Oh, God. No wonder you were unbearable.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
We'll come back. Matt George, he's at the ABC 10 Studios. We're talking Kings basketball, talking basketball, and Jim will get his thoughts on the Western and Eastern Conference playoffs as well. And we'll continue to try to fix the Kings during this long off season here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Clear. Is your interview in person, Matt?
No, he's David's in LSU. He left Sacramento last night, so he's in LSU. He's in Louisiana.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it'll be over Zoom.
That's good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh, Casey leaving.
Yeah, he quit.
Good.
I was thinking, why does this feel weird? You're never with us during a commercial break.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was like, why does this feel
different?
so weird? You got any plans tonight? You working tomorrow? What's the deal?
Off tomorrow and Saturday.
Working
all night tonight. Yeah, this is my 8th straight day at work, actually.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's the grind, but it's been fun.
You guys got plans this weekend?
Not really. I think my mom's doing like a small little get together for us on Saturday, but we leave. We're taking Artie to Disneyland next week.
Nice.
So we're going for a few days to Disneyland. So that's our little getaway. My first vacation since June or July of last year. during the California Classic. So I'm ready to get the hell out of here.
There you go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff.
You got a PS5 yet?
Not yet. I'm sure you came up in conversation like 2 days ago, and Jesse and I were talking, and I had one pulled up on Best Buy. Like I could just walk into Best Buy on the way home.
Cop it. Get it. Come on. I want to know what Damian Barling's gamer tag is with. Chatty House, help Damian Barling come up with a gamer tag. What's Damian Barling's gamer tag?
Oh yeah. I have no idea what that would be.
What's your favorite number, Damian?
I don't have one.
Come on, everyone has a favorite number.
I don't.
Pick one right now. Then.
You had a jersey. What number would be on your jersey?
Well, I had 8 because I liked Bo Jackson. I had 8, 16, like Bo Jackson's numbers. Like I always like those numbers.
All right. My submission for your gamer tag would be "Da hell 8."
Okay.
Da hell. That's a perfect gamer tag.
All right.
Your new favorite number is 8, by the way. So carry that with you.
That's my new favorite number?
That's a new number.
Okay. My new favorite number is 8. I think this should be my tag. LOL Damien. That should be my tag. That right there. Oh, Green Juice Man 916. Well, all right.
I don't know about that one.
All right, John Poles. God damn it, John. You take anything serious. That's probably taken.
No, it's good. 8. I like that. Straight to hell. I love that. You gotta get creative with your gamer tag.
Not real chicken wings 916. That's funny. No, it's good 8. That's funny. I like that one. I like that one a lot.
Barling 816. That's a good one.
Barling 816 says, I always hated my last name. Stupid ass name.
It's better than George.
George is a nice first name. It works together. It's fine.
No, it's the freaking lawyer ass white name. I hate it.
Barling is sophisticated.
Oh,
yeah, Barling sounds
cool.
Barling sounds hella cool.
Oh, this is a good one. I should be Casey's co-host 916.
That's a great one.
That Drew Down is on to something right there.
Get KC in here in this conversation.
Yeah, no, I gotta. We're trying to come up with my gamer tag, and I think Drew Down has got it. Casey's co-host 916. That's the one. I might change my Twitter handle to that.
Maybe wait, is that KC courtside 816?
Say it again.
Maybe is that wait, is that KC courtside 8 or something like that?
Oh yeah, is that KC courtside? That's a good one.
Kenny, you got to get the show, man.
The show, the baseball game?
MLB game.
I got 2023. I didn't get 24 because it's the same game.
No, it's not. It's great.
We're all.
It is great. It's a great game. I love the show. I might get, but see, now we're getting close to the point where, you know, Matt, I'm more like I play these games when the seasons are going on, right? So we're almost to the point where it's gonna be football season and the baseball game ain't gonna get no playing time.
When does is July when college football comes out?
Yeah, we got the calendars marked. And poor FIFA, you know, I was at one point trying to get that popping, but now there's just no time. What they gonna
We're coming back, Matt. Did the Kyle Kuzma, story that's been getting pushed out there, the Jake Fisher one where he was talking about the asking price at the trade deadline was too rich.
Mm-hmm.
What was the asking price? Was that in the article? Was it multiple first round picks?
Yeah, 2 first-round picks is what Washington was asking for.
Okay. All right.
Get that in a heartbeat over here, fellas.
Hey, Matt, were you surprised? I'll rephrase this. Were you as surprised as we were that Domas actually got the acknowledgement for All NBA?
I was. I mean, I thought we were on a perfect trend of the NBA just being wrong the entire season, but I'm glad they got something right there at the very end. No, I thought it was great. He deserves that recognition. Look, he had a better season this season than he did last year, and he shouldn't be held back because the team lost 2 fewer games. I mean, he still led the league in rebounding, double-doubles, triple-doubles, shattered all sorts of records, beat Kevin Love's double-double streak, did things that only Wilt Chamberlain has done. Like, he was absolutely a top 15 player in the league this season. I'm glad he got that recognition for it. All the responses that I'm seeing on social media and all the ignorant people that don't actually watch Kings basketball or don't watch basketball, period, who claim that he doesn't belong there, that's fine. They can spout their nonsense and expose themselves as the fools that they are. Domas deserves to be there. I'm happy for him. I'm glad he got that recognition. Now he can get that recognition again next year when the Kings are still playing at this time of the year in the playoffs.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said.
I didn't get to see it. Casey and I were kind of in a frantic moment of our KSFM show. Did Draymond Green have to announce Domas's name?
Oh, I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either. I was actually on the road. I was driving.
Yeah, we got a tweet that Draymond having to announce it made it that much better, and I didn't. I was like, oh no, I didn't get to see it. I didn't get to.
I'm gonna have to go back and try and find that.
Yeah, I need to. I need to.
On the third team, Devin Booker, my GOAT, Steph Curry, and Domantas Sabonis.
He grabbed my foot, y'all. He grabbed my foot. I was shocked. I didn't think he was.
I didn't think he was going to make it either, man.
I didn't think he was going to make it. And admittedly, as a Kings fan, I found a reason to be frustrated. De'Aaron wasn't even close, and that's fine because we honestly thought, yeah, he lost a lot of steam. Well, Tyrese did too. Tyrese lost a ton of steam as the season progressed, but that didn't stop him from comfortably making the team. If De'Aaron had just missed it, it would have been like, all right. All right, it's fine. No, De'Aaron wasn't even close. They weren't even considering De'Aaron. It's like, we'll give sorry-ass Sacramento their one little nod for Domas because he had double-doubles or triple-doubles or whatever. Anthony Davis is still better than he is, but we'll keep it moving.
Yeah, I think the Kings missing the playoffs was a convenient excuse for these people to go, we acknowledged that Sacramento enough last year because we felt we had to, and now we don't want to have to do it again. Like, that's really what it is. And to some extent, like, I understand that. That's fine. That's great. I mean, I know the Lakers have 2 of the greatest players, certainly one of the greatest players of all time, and LeBron and Anthony Davis, who's a surefire Hall of Famer. Doesn't matter how bad the Lakers suck and sucked all year. Oh, they won the in-season tournament. Congratulations. They're terrible. But, I mean, they can still get 2 nods there, basically written in permanent ink. And initially when I saw it, because I looked at the teams in order, first, second, third, and I saw Anthony Davis on the second team, and I was like, wow, I'm ready to be pissed off when I don't see Domas on the third team. Then he showed up, and I felt a little bit better. I guess Anthony Davis deserves to be on the second team for every game that he played against people that weren't named Domantas Sabonis, because Domas rocked him and put him in his cradle every time they played.
Matt's spicy on his birthday, man. No, Matt's a little spicy on his birthday.
That's what's cracking me up.
Matt's a little spicy on his birthday. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
I understand everything you're saying. In a real moment, I'm sure Matt would agree. Anthony Davis had an All-NBA caliber season.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
Absolutely.
I mean? So,
yep.
You know,
All-NBA 13.
Yeah, when he didn't play Domas. Yeah, when he played Domas, he looked like a G leaguer.
Yeah, I mean,
but no, he did. He 100% did, and he's one of the best centers in the league. I think he deserves to be in that conversation. It's just convenient that the Kings can't have 2 All-NBA players or 2 All-Stars in a year like this. That rule just doesn't apply when you play for the Los Angeles Lakers or any other team that's not Sacramento, apparently. So who knows?
No, you're right about that for sure. De'Aaron Fox. We went through, the numbers and all this other stuff. The only player in the top 10 in scoring in the league to not be in the All-NBA selection, which is kind of crazy. The guy was
it fits
in the
nice.
League and
it fits nicely with being a top 10 scorer and not being an All-Star.
Yeah, there's that too. And
they treated like he's on the Charlotte Hornets.
I was about to say there's a lot of disrespect for De'Aaron Fox this past season. That man put up, the 8th best scoring season in the league this year, led the league in steals, and literally no acknowledgement from the league.
I'll drop a little teaser for you. I have a podcast episode coming. It's probably going to be my next episode later on this week. I have never believed in De'Aaron Fox more than I do right now. Even after a season where you missed the playoffs, after the great year that you had last year, I think De'Aaron Fox is, he's at a crazy level now, and it's not inconceivable to imagine him going a step further. Like, this was the first season that he had a high volume 3-point shot, and you saw him work and figure out how to incorporate that into his game. What does that look like next year? To me, the biggest thing missing in De'Aaron's game, other than the fact that get him to the playoffs and he'll shine just like he did against the Golden State Warriors, and he would have done the same thing this year. He would have been even better in the postseason this year, mark my words. The main thing that's missing with De'Aaron Fox is what he looks like in months, and I think this is a Kings team issue as well, but Fox kind of leads it. What does Fox look like January and February? Like, that to me is, if Fox is the same in January and February as he is in November, December, and April, then Fox is undeniably an all-NBA talent, and the Sacramento Kings are undeniably a threat in the Western Conference. I have never believed, and I'll go into this more on the podcast, but I do not believe, or I've never believed in De'Aaron Fox more than I do right now going into this season.
I want to bring a phrase back that we've been using. I think it started earlier this week. I think we were talking about Keon, Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, guys like that. Talking about Mike Brown guys. Like, who's a guy that like, that's a Mike Brown guy. He plays the way Mike Brown wants. And then we started using, we've used this term before, a Monty McNair guy. We were talking earlier about Kuzma and Brandon Ingram. Do you think either of those guys are a Monty McNair guy? And do you feel like you can identify what a Monty McNair guy is?
I can definitely identify what a Monty McNair guy is in the draft. It's an
Sure.
older rookie, a more NBA ready rookie. That's what Monty McNair. He's been very consistent with that throughout his history drafting here in Sacramento. He likes to go for more older NBA ready rookies and less developmental projects, which also kind of fits the timeline of what he wanted the Sacramento Kings to do and where the Sacramento Kings are at. So I can definitely identify a Monty McNair prospect. A Monty McNair guy, here's the thing. I think a Monty McNair guy and a Mike Brown guy need to get on the same page. That's what I think this offseason is. This offseason is about getting the way you want to play and how you say you want to play and your roster to mesh, to be the same. Because right now you have a roster of guys led by a head coach that's telling you defense wins championships. Us scoring 120 points per game is not going to get it done, even though the Indiana Pacers low-key right now are trying to prove Mike Brown wrong. So it's another reason why we should be rooting against Indiana. But you have a coach that's saying this is the philosophy of how we need to win and how we're actually going to become a legitimate championship contender. And then you have a roster loaded with guys that are ready to score 120 points if they're on, right? And then you're asking for a former two-way guy to make a big defensive impact. You're asking for Davion Mitchell to make a big defensive impact. De'Aaron Fox leading the league in steals. There's defensive talent on this roster, but there's still a large portion of or part of this roster that just does not fit what Mike Brown is trying to do. So that, to me, this offseason is about getting all of that on the same page. A Mike Brown guy and a Monty McNair guy need to be close to the same this offseason, that both of them can agree and go out and get a guy or two or three, whether it's in the draft or free agency or trades or whatever, that fills your roster, that addresses what you are actually trying to do here.
I think I have a Monty McNair guy and a Mike Brown guy, and I think it's your fault. Kenny.
What I do?
KC.
What I do?
King KC _916. Malcolm Brogdon.
Oh boy.
Okay. First of all, I feel the same way. However, think about everything you just said. Doesn't Malcolm Brogdon feel like a Monty McNair guy? Now, think about what we know from Mike Brown. Doesn't Malcolm Brogdon feel like a Mike Brown guy?
Yeah, probably so. Is he a free agent?
I don't think so.
Trying to figure that out
I think
right
he has
now.
a year left with. Is it Portland?
Yeah, he's in Portland. Yeah.
Now I don't know how or why. Is he a free agent?
No, he's got 1 year left, 22 and a
Okay,
half
that's
million.
Oh.
22 and a half million.
22
One
and
more
a
year
half.
left on his deal in Portland.
22 and a half.
He got the bag.
22 and a
No,
half.
you're on. You're on. To
I
something.
don't see it. I don't know. Well, I can think of a why, but it's worst case scenario for Sacramento, so we don't need to do that. But you can figure it out for yourself given the positions. But yeah, you brought him up like you didn't bring him up like on purpose, like meaning you didn't bring him up in context with a Kings conversation. And man, Malcolm shout out to Bonte Hill. Malcolm Brogdon's been living rent free in my head ever since you said that. I was like, that makes sense. It makes sense if it's both those guys. Of course, it only makes sense in the worst case scenario, which is Malik's.
And look, I'm not against Malcolm Brogdon being a king.
Mm.
You know, if he was
something that bugs me about Brogdon.
Yeah,
I just
but
can't figure out why he's been on so many teams.
If he was part of the team building process and the roster construction that the Kings should be trying to do this offseason, sure, as part of a piece of that. If he was headlining that roster, oh my gosh, this is not the move.
Yeah.
So it just all depends on what else you can get with him if he were to come to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. He's a throw-in piece in the Jeremy Grant trade.
Maybe
That's a hell of a throw-in piece. Jeremy
Yeah,
Grant's
you're
already
bringing
making
back $300 million.
Jeremy Grant's already making $1 billion. You want to add 22 million more to that?
Yeah, why not? Why not? You what was you about to say, Matt? You sound like you're about to cook something.
Yeah, no, not cooking anything. More just I don't know what it is about Brogdon too, and I can't explain it. Like I do see how, like you say, he can fit kind of the mold of what Monty and Mike like. I also think if we're talking about Monty and Mike guys, I think Chris Duarte was kind of supposed to be that.
Yeah,
and he
for sure.
and he flopped. And I don't know how much patience the Kings have with Duarte, because coming into the season, I can tell you firsthand, Mike Brown was very excited to have Chris Duarte on this team. Come the end of the season, Chris Duarte was not playing, and when he was playing, he looked lost. And if he was maybe playing about good defense, he wasn't knocking down threes, and he was seemingly fouling everybody every time he touched the floor. So I don't know if you necessarily give up on Chris Duarte, but Chris Duarte was one of those signings this past offseason, not named Sasha Vezenkov, where we're like, wow, this could be an actual difference maker. And very, very quickly, even with Mike trying to insert Duarte into the starting lineup a couple times, very, very quickly, I think it dawned on everybody, including members of the Kings organization, yeah, this is not as big of an impactful piece as we thought.
Davion became what they wanted Chris Duarte to become, it seems like.
100%. I think so. Davion just, no pause, keep your flags. Davion just needs a few more inches. Like if Davion was a few inches taller, stop, you all children. You know what I mean. If he's a few inches tall, God, I hate this show. You know what? Screw it.
No, if you had just said if he was a little bit taller,
yeah,
if
but
you hadn't phrased it the way you phrased it.
No, you knew what I meant. No, you can't complain about flags when you're just as guilty of it.
I didn't do anything.
This is your culture.
My own business.
This is the culture. You planted these seeds.
Oh, I'm a broadcast journalist.
No, that was crazy.
It was not that crazy. I prefaced it. Take your Cincinnati Reds hat off.
You gotta say pause afterwards, man. I agree with you earlier.
I pre-paused.
Well,
pre-pause.
Well, I understand, but I think after would have a better effect.
The pre-pause.
Forget it.
I hear that's a solid technique.
Forget it. The Kings. Shut up. The Kings. I hate this show.
No, you don't.
Y'all, this summer has been John Fisher propaganda followed by trading Keegan Murray. This show's gone into the toilet.
Man,
I think Matt said I was doing John Fisher propaganda. Once he came on.
Yeah, when you two were fighting, I wasn't here for that. I was watching. I was like Michael Jackson with the popcorn.
I was doing John Fisher propaganda, and I said he's a scam artist.
Yeah,
So you said if John Fisher gets the A's in Vegas, then he'll start spending money on the team.
No, that's not what I said. I said that's not what a scam artist does. Scam artists will start spending money, take everyone's money, and then revert back to their own.
That's right.
way.
That's right. That's right. You said that's right. You were trying to tell me that John Fisher would spend money on the Sacramento A's roster. That's what you were trying to tell me.
Well, because they be going to Las Vegas, not just staying here in Sacramento, but a year before they go to Vegas. That's how you get everybody's money. How are you gonna get everybody's money any other way? You got to trick them or try to. That's all.
Not on my birthday. We don't need to talk about this on my birthday.
What you doing for your birthday, man? I mean, I know you got to work, but are you like you got a dinner? You got what you got going on?
Going to Disneyland next week with my fam. That's about it. That's
When's
it.
the last time you went to Disneyland?
2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
This is the last time we can go before our son costs money.
Oh.
Disneyland
Oh, there you
expensive,
go.
man.
That's good thinking. That's
No,
good thinking.
two tickets for the Brit and I for 2 days, $750.
Oh,
come on, man.
$750 for 2 days.
I guess Ryan just ain't never gonna see Disneyland.
Oh,
wow.
I just got fleeced by a mouse.
Crazy. That is crazy. They said,
is it all inclusive? What do you get?
Are you staying at Disneyland? Like, are you staying at the hotel?
Disney? No, I'm not rich. I don't have courtside Kenny money. Like you have to.
I've never done that.
That's like
I've
$500
never-
to $600 a night to stay at like one of the Disney hotels. No, we're staying at a hotel like across the street, but that's still. I mean, that's still expensive, but
Matt,
not as much as the Disney hotels.
did you know when Casey goes to Disneyland, Mickey and Minnie wake him up?
Yeah, in Cinderella's castle, he
Yeah,
stays
right.
in Cinderella's castle.
That's right. That's right.
I've never gone to the time I went to Disneyland. I was living in Los Angeles.
It's like the opening scene in Coming to America where they throw rose petals at his feet, but it's Mickey, Minnie, like Donald, Goofy. It's like a parade of the Disney characters
I don't even
who
like
throw
Disneyland
the rose petals at his feet.
So what you said is you drove down from the Hollywood Hills to go to Disneyland once in your
I
life. That's
definitely
what you
didn't live in the Hollywood Hills.
No, Matthew. He was in Los Angeles. His driver took him down.
That's
the
a good.
Hollywood
That's a
Hill
good point.
Have
That's
you
a
guys
good
ever
point.
driven in the
and
Hollywood Hills?
slummed it into Anaheim.
No, we've never been to the Hollywood Hills. Not like you.
They don't let our types in there.
Yeah.
Casey.
Stop it. You can drive up there, and it is terrifying. I don't know why
it's
people
not
would live up
fun.
there.
Yeah,
Like,
it is not fun.
what are they doing?
Well, because it's scary to drive up there, so they just figure people won't.
I'm
Some
never
of the
going
views
back
are
up here.
phenomenal.
No,
though.
it's
Oh
crazy.
my God,
It's
some of the
crazy.
views are incredible. Absolutely incredible. Matt, how'd you feel about the Western Conference Finals last night?
Woo, man. God, what a great game. I mean, it's got to be frustrating from the standpoint of when you're taking on a team like the Dallas Mavericks when Kyrie can go for 24 in the first half, and then he can cool down, and the team is sometimes it's not better, but like the Mavericks didn't skip a beat, and Kyrie completely cooled off in the second half because it was Luka's turn. Like that's to have a team that have two guys that are capable of being number ones that have figured out how to coexist. Because I remember when that trade happened, man, I was like, I don't know how Kyrie and Luka are going to work together, but they figured it out. Whether it's as simple as splitting the game in half. I mean, it's already split in half. You get the first half, I get the second half. Let's go out there and win. And I don't know how, if they can do that 4 times, they're making it to the NBA Finals. Like that was just, I don't know how you beat that. And I like the Timberwolves. I think the Timberwolves definitely will make this a series. I think it's going 6 or 7 games. But that version of the Dallas Mavericks is just like, man, good luck. When Luka can coast to the second half and then explode, or Kyrie can come out of the gate and use all of his energy in the first half, and then the second half just be a presence that you have to fear defensively. That's good luck beating that.
I love this version of Kyrie, man. Who you got tonight?
I got Boston. Yeah,
Are you sold at all on the Pacers? I don't think we've got to talk to you about this yet. Are you sold at all on the Indiana Pacers?
I think the Indiana Pacers are much better than I expected. I gave them credit for. I also feel like Game 1 was their best shot. I don't think they're going to get swept. I think Game 1 was their best shot, and I think what we saw at the very end is very fitting of a team that has not been there before, especially Tyrese. Like Tyrese turned the ball over a lot. The Pacers had that game won, and they turned the ball over so many times, but especially at the end of the game down the stretch. to basically punt that game away. I think the Pacers will get a game, but it's a massive difference being up 1-0 and taking home court advantage than losing a close game, losing game 2, and now you're down 0-2 going home. Like, it's obvious, but that's a mental massive advantage, or disadvantage rather, to have had that game in your lap, especially the first game in Boston, and to let that fumble away. I think Boston looks better tonight, and I think Boston's more ruthless tonight. I think they win more comfortably tonight.
I wholeheartedly disagree, but I'll say this. We talk so much about Indiana, the turnover, everything Matt said about the Pacers, 1,000% correct. Please don't let Jalen's shot get lost in all of this. Jalen's shot to tie the game was insane.
Oh, and unbelievable.
It was absolutely. I mean, Matt, everyone's 100%. They gave him that opportunity. That was a phenomenal shot with Siakam just in his grill, trying not to foul, but being as close as possible. Just a tremendous shot by Jalen. We're headed off for the weekend. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Matt George, happy birthday, my friend. Thank you so much for all you do with us. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. We will see you back here Tuesday, beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos gigantes.
Good stuff, Matt. Thanks
Matt
for jumping on with us. That was fun, man.
Thank y'all. 2 flags in one show. What happened?
Well,
Damn, Davion needs a couple inches.
And I don't know if it was securing the monk or it's something that Matt said. I don't know, but this was wild too. This was wild because he was. Yeah, that was wild. that was wild.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if securing the monk said that or he was quoting Matt. I don't know, but he meant to say Wolves.
I'm pretty sure I would have fell out in laughter if Matt said that out loud.
No, there's no chance I said that.
So that flag after conference goes on, securing the monk. That's crazy.
Oh, man. Oh, securing the monk is blaming Matt. He's blaming Matt.
I did not say that.
And if you did, kudos to us for keeping it together. Because I don't think you said that. Because
I said, well, they're saying I said Luka exploded. Yeah, he did.
Well, you said it. Well, you got to be able to.
No
come
flag,
on, guys.
no
you got to be
flag.
able to use
Come on,
words
yeah,
at some point.
let us do our job.
Come on, guys.
Fucking children.
All right, we're shutting down. We'll see you guys Monday. Appreciate you guys, man. Be safe this weekend.